The first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the dense forest canopy, filtering through the leaves and illuminating patches of grass below. The golden light also fell across the face of a young boy lying unconscious on the forest floor. He stirred, rubbing his eyes and stretching, when suddenly he felt his clothes hanging loose around his smaller frame. Startled, he sat up abruptly. Opening his eyes, he was greeted by a lush, vibrant forest that seemed to stretch endlessly in all directions. Looking down at his own tiny hands and feet, Ryan's mouth twitched in disbelief as he cried out, "What the hell is going on?" His voice echoed through the forest, startling a flock of pidgey that had been roosting nearby. They fluttered frantically into the sky with sharp chirps of alarm. Watching the familiar bird Pokémon disappear into the canopy above, Ryan stroked his chin thoughtfully. Those were definitely pidgey. Am I really in the world of Pokémon? Ding. Host's emotional state has stabilized. Beginning system initialization. A pleasant electronic chime echoed in his mind, reminiscent of the sounds from the Game Boy games he remembered from his childhood. Just as his thoughts began to wander, the system spoke again with crisp clarity. Ding. This system's primary function is to assist the host in becoming the world's greatest Pokémon Master. The host can complete various missions provided by the system to earn rewards and enhance their abilities. Multiple subsystems are now active and ready for exploration. Tutorial mode is available upon request. A translucent blue interface materialized before his eyes, hovering in the air like a holographic display from the games. The system announced, this interface is visible only to the host. Navigation can be performed through hand gestures or mental commands. Ryan quickly processed the situation. First, he had somehow been transported into the world of Pokémon, the real deal, not just a game or anime. Second, his body had been significantly de-aged, though without a mirror he couldn't determine his exact appearance. Third, he had been granted what fans often called a system, a seemingly powerful system to help him in this new world. However, Ryan had always been adaptable by nature and wasn't one to panic over circumstances beyond his control. While he felt a pang of nostalgia thinking about his family back on Earth, dwelling on what he couldn't change seemed pointless. He had to focus on moving forward. The interface was surprisingly intuitive, featuring several main sections: trainer profile, Pokémon status, item shop, lottery system, mission log, premium store, and special abilities. Ryan didn't bother checking his trainer profile first. Instead, he immediately clicked on special abilities to examine what advantages he'd been given. After reviewing the options, he couldn't help but mutter, "Why are there so few abilities available?" Ding. Due to world stability protocols, not all abilities can be immediately activated. The host can earn fame points to unlock additional abilities and register new ones, the system explained. How do I earn fame points? Ryan asked. By becoming famous throughout the Pokémon world, winning gym battles, participating in tournaments, making significant discoveries, or achieving notable accomplishments. Ryan nodded, appreciating the straightforward answer. The currently available abilities included Gender Swap, which he immediately dismissed as useless, Double Movement Speed, Enemy HP Display, and Lucky Vending Machine, guaranteed rare items from vending machines. After confirming with the system that using these abilities wouldn't have negative consequences, he activated all of them except the Gender Swap option. Next, he opened his trainer profile. A detailed 3D avatar appeared, showing what looked like a younger version of himself. Clicking on the character model brought up his statistics. Trainer, Ryan. Gender, male. Age, 13. Height, 5 feet 3 inches. Weight, 99 pounds. Strength, 8. Endurance, 9. Intelligence, 10. Spirit, 10. Note: average adult stats in this world are 10 across all categories. Ryan felt like he was looking at a character creation screen from an RPG. The system chimed in helpfully. "Host, you have a starter package available to claim." Grateful for the system's thoughtfulness, Ryan immediately claimed the package. Several items materialized before him. 3 identical sets of dark trainer clothing, similar to those worn by elite trainers in the games, a high-quality backpack, and an official trainer ID card. He quickly changed into one of the outfits and examined the backpack's contents. It was fully equipped for a Pokémon journey: a compact tent, sleeping bag, 3 sets of pajamas, a digital Pokenav, similar to the navigation devices from the Hoenn games, 5 empty Pokeballs, a complete camping cookware set, and a modest amount of Pokedollars. Looking at his ID card, he noticed it was still blank. The system prompted, "The host may freely select their region of origin." The system will automatically generate appropriate documentation and background. However, choose carefully. Once you select a region, you can only choose one of that region's 3 starter Pokémon as your partner. This decision cannot be reversed. Ryan immediately felt conflicted. Which starter should he choose? Hearing he could obtain one of the traditional regional starters, his mind immediately went to 2 possibilities: Charizard and Greninja. Both were incredibly powerful Pokémon, and their special forms, Mega Charizard and Bond Greninja, were legendary in their own right. After careful consideration, Ryan asked, "System, which region am I currently in?" The host is currently located in Viridian Forest, near Viridian City in the Kanto region. Ryan nodded decisively. "I'll choose Kanto as my home region, and I want Charmander as my starter Pokémon." Ding. Registration complete. Trainer data: Ryan, born in Pallet Town. Parents deceased, raised independently with occasional support from Professor Oak. Received starter Pokémon Charmander from Professor Oak's research lab. Background integration successful. The system's voice faded as new memories began flowing into Ryan's mind, not overwhelming, but enough to give him a believable history in this world. His ID card now displayed all the relevant information, and both a Pokédex and a Premier Ball appeared in his backpack. Ding! Pokédex now active. Side quest unlocked. Gotta catch 'em all. Successfully register 146 different Pokémon species in your Pokédex, excluding legendary Pokémon from the Kanto region. Rewards: 10,000 premium/battle points, random evolution stone set, 10 stones, and 2 special ability slots unlocked. Additional rewards available for registering legendary Pokémon data. This was an unexpected bonus. Ryan opened the Pokeball, and in a flash of light, a robust Charmander materialized before him. Upon seeing Ryan, the fire type narrowed its eyes in a friendly expression and gave a cheerful char. He noticed immediately that this Charmander was significantly larger than usual, standing nearly 2 feet 7 inches tall compared to the typical 2 feet 0 inches height of most Charmander. Ryan knelt down and gently patted Charmander's head. "Hey there, partner. I'm Ryan, and I'll be your trainer from now on. How about we take on the world together?" Charmander nodded enthusiastically, raising both paws and letting out a small burst of flame, a clear display of excitement and determination. Ryan opened Charmander's status screen to get a better look at his new partner. Pokémon, Charmander. Level 5. Gender, male. Height, 2 feet 7 inches. Weight, 22 pounds. Ability, Blaze. Nature, adamant. Moves: Dragon Rush, Egg Move, Scratch, Growl, Ember. Ryan was impressed. Those were excellent stats for a starter, and having Dragon Rush as an inherited move was incredibly rare. This Charmander was definitely special. He then opened the item shop, which displayed an extensive catalog of everything a trainer could need: evolution stones, held items, berries, vitamins, TMs and TRs, and even some trainer skills like advanced cooking, Pokémon grooming, and stat enhancement items. Everything was priced in either Pokedollars, earned through battles and missions, or premium points, which required real-world currency to obtain. Checking the premium store, Ryan winced at the prices. The minimum purchase was 10,000 Pokedollars for just 10 premium/battle points. Looking at his starting funds of 2,000 Pokedollars, he decided to save his money for now. Finally, he opened the lottery system, which offered both single draws and 10-draw packages. Rubbing his hands together nervously, Ryan decided to test his luck despite his historically poor fortune with random draws. Ding! Congratulations! You received Pokémon Food, High Quality. Ding! 10 draw complete. You received Pokémon Food, High Quality, X5, Firestone X1, Super Potion X2, Antidote X1, and Pokémon EV. Ryan sighed. His luck was as terrible as ever. The 10-draw guarantee had given him an EV, the minimum guaranteed Pokémon, and aside from the Firestone, everything else was fairly basic. Still, Eevee was an incredibly versatile Pokémon with multiple evolution possibilities, so it wasn't a complete loss. A second Premier Ball appeared in his hand. Ryan looked at Charmander, who seemed curious about his new teammate. Ready to meet your partner? Charmander, Dragon Rush. Ryan called out decisively. Charmander roared with fierce determination, its body becoming enveloped in draconic energy that pulsed with purple and blue light. It charged forward like a missile, slamming into the opposing Sandshrew with tremendous force. The impact created a small explosion of dust and energy, and when it cleared, the Sandshrew lay unconscious on the battlefield. Charmander roared triumphantly, its body suddenly radiating brilliant white light. The familiar glow of evolution surrounded the fire type as its form began to change and grow. When the light faded, a proud Charmeleon stood in its place, flames dancing at the tip of its tail. Ryan walked over and embraced his newly evolved partner. Finally evolved. Awesome job, Charmeleon. That's your 20th consecutive victory. Eevee. The little Eevee beside him chirped happily, celebrating Charmeleon's successful evolution with excited jumps. Ryan released Charmeleon from the hug and looked around at the gathered crowd. Anyone else want a challenge? If not, I'm heading back for dinner. The trainers around him whispered among themselves. That guy Ryan from Pallet Town is incredible. He's defeated 20 trainers in just 2 days. Yeah, and now that his Charmander evolved into Charmeleon, he's going to be even tougher to beat. Seeing that no one stepped forward to challenge him, Ryan shrugged and recalled both Charmeleon and Eevee to their Pokeballs before heading back to the Pokémon Center. This was the Viridian City Pokémon Center, where Ryan had arrived 2 days ago and immediately began challenging every trainer he could find. Initially, he had been soundly defeated by more experienced trainers, but gradually he and Charmander developed better battle coordination and strategy, eventually achieving this impressive 20-win streak. System mission completed? Ryan muttered quietly while eating the free meal provided by the Pokémon Center, a service available to all registered trainers. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving a 20-battle winning streak. Side quest completed, consecutive victory streak. Rewards: Bond Phenomenon ability, 20 premium/battle points, 1,000 fame points. Finally, Ryan couldn't help but feel emotional. The 2 days of intense training hadn't been for nothing. He had been worried about falling behind, especially since yesterday he'd witnessed Ash Ketchum rushing into the Pokémon Center, carrying an injured Pikachu with Officer Jenny's help. To test whether the system had truly integrated him into this world, Ryan had approached Ash to introduce himself. Surprisingly, Ash recognized him immediately and even said he should come over for dinner the next time he visited Pallet Town. After witnessing the system's seamless integration, Ryan began to feel genuinely excited about his future in this world. Meeting the main protagonist meant the story had officially begun, and he would get to participate in the adventures alongside Ash and his friends. He was particularly interested in encountering some of the powerful Pokémon featured in the series, especially given the challenging quests the system had assigned him. The main quest was called Path of the Champion. Quality over quantity was the key philosophy. Having numerous Pokémon didn't guarantee strength, only elite partners could take him to the top. The objective was to capture 6 high-potential Pokémon and enter the Indigo League Championship. Winning the championship would be the first major step on his path to becoming a Pokémon Master. The rewards were substantial: a Master Ball, a complete set of Charizardite, both X and Y variants, and a random legendary Pokémon location map. Unfortunately, there was a significant obstacle: high-potential Pokémon were extremely rare. Even though the system had granted him special vision that allowed him to directly assess a Pokémon's potential, most of the wild Pokémon he'd encountered over the past 2 days were only average quality, not nearly good enough for his quest. The system categorized Pokémon potential into 4 tiers: poor, average, excellent, and perfect. Poor and average spoke for themselves, common Pokémon with limited growth potential. Excellent tier Pokémon were considered highly talented. With dedicated training, they could potentially reach Elite 4 level strength. As for perfect tier Pokémon, the system described them as possessing the potential to reach legendary status. While the probability is low, it is highly recommended to capture and fully develop such specimens. The thought made Ryan's mouth water with anticipation, but reality was harsh. Most wild Pokémon were average to poor tier. He hadn't even encountered a single excellent tier Pokémon in the wild, let alone a perfect one. The Charmander and Eevee provided by the system were both excellent tier, though unfortunately not perfect. The system shop did offer potential enhancement serums, but upgrading from excellent to perfect would cost 100,000 premium points. Ryan patted his nearly empty wallet and sighed. I'd better stop daydreaming and focus on completing quests to earn more premium points. Fame points had been steadily accumulating recently, and with the 1,000 points from completing this quest, his total finally exceeded 10,000. Ryan immediately instructed the system to create the special ability he needed most. Double EXP gain, doubles experience points earned after each battle. This was the ability he considered essential for rapid growth. Nothing couldn't be overcome with sufficient levels. If a few levels didn't make a difference, then dozens of levels certainly would. As for the bond phenomenon ability, this was exactly what Ryan needed right now. He wanted to evolve Eevee into Sylveon, but in the real world, unlike the games, the mechanics weren't clear. Traditionally, Sylveon required maximum affection and knowing a fairy-type move, but the bond phenomenon would make this evolution much more achievable. Plus, Ryan was already thinking ahead to potentially obtaining a Froakie in the future. The bond phenomenon would be crucial for achieving the legendary Bond Greninja transformation. Looking at his 2 Pokémon contentedly eating their dinner, Ryan decided it was time to leave Viridian City and head to Pewter City. He wanted to challenge Brock while the gym leader was still relatively inexperienced, before he had time to strengthen his team further. First, he checked the status of his 2 Pokémon to prepare for the upcoming gym battle. Pokémon, Charmeleon. Level, 16. Gender, male. Height, 4 feet 7 inches. Weight, 44 pounds. Ability, Blaze moves, Dragon Rush, Egg Move, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage. Pokémon, Eevee. Level, 13. Gender, female. Height, 1 foot 0 inches. Weight, 14 pounds. Ability, Runaway moves, Covet, Egg Move, Helping Hand, Growl, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Swift. The matchup was still going to be challenging. Neither Pokémon was particularly high level, and fire types were weak against rock types. Ryan stroked his chin thoughtfully and decided to spend some Pokedollars on fishing equipment from the system shop. The best he could afford with regular currency was a good rod, though the super rod made him drool with envy. Good rod, 50% chance of encountering rare water-type Pokémon, 1% chance of finding an excellent tier Pokémon. Super rod, 100% chance of encountering rare water-type Pokémon, 10% chance of finding an excellent tier Pokémon. The difference was substantial, but unfortunately, the Super Rod cost 400 premium points. Looking at his modest collection of 100 premium/battle points earned from various quests over the past 2 days, he almost gave up hope. However, he remembered the Firestone sitting in his backpack. He'd been browsing the system shop for days and had to admit that while everyday items were incredibly cheap, anything Pokémon-related could be astronomically expensive. A decent meal at a restaurant cost only 20 to 30 Pokedollars, while a standard Pokeball cost 200. Ryan decided to sell the Firestone and convert the money to premium points to see if he could afford the Super Rod, which would give him a much better chance of catching an excellent tier Pokémon. After dinner, Ryan immediately sold the Firestone to the Viridian City Pokemart. The sale netted him 300,000 Pokedollars, which he converted through the system into exactly 400 premium points, just enough for the Super Rod. Ryan couldn't help but wonder if this was destiny. Just after completing the transaction, the system's voice chimed, "Congratulations to the host for making their first premium point purchase of 300 or more. You have received a first purchase bonus pack. Please claim immediately." Ryan suddenly felt like he was playing a mobile gacha game. He clicked Claim Now and 3 items materialized before him: 10 Ultra Balls, a jar of golden honey, and a pristine Pokémon egg. After carefully reading the descriptions, Ryan couldn't help but gasp. This system bonus was incredible. Combi Honey, ultra concentrated, the sweetest honey available, 100% guaranteed to attract the highest quality bug-type Pokémon in any area. Mysterious Pokémon Egg, contains an excellent tier pseudo-legendary Pokémon. Hatching time varies, but proper care will ensure healthy development. This first purchase bonus was definitely worth every premium point he'd spent.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Ryan had originally planned to spend another night at the Pokémon Center, but upon seeing the Combi Honey, ultra concentrated, he immediately packed his belongings and headed for Viridian Forest. After all, the chance to capture an excellent tier Pokémon was too good to pass up. After recalling his 2 Pokémon who had finished their dinner, he hurried to a restricted section of Viridian Forest. The area was separated by a chain-link fence with a large warning sign painted in bold red letters: Beedrill Territory. Authorized personnel only. Beedrill was the final evolution of Weedle, and it even had access to Mega Evolution in certain regions. This made it Ryan's primary target. Although there was a potentially better option in Scyther, he didn't think an excellent tier Scyther would appear easily. Scyther were relatively rare Pokémon, which meant smaller population sizes. It was extremely difficult for uncommon species to produce excellent tier individuals. In contrast, with Beedrill's large population density, the probability of finding 1 or 2 exceptional specimens was much higher. He opened the jar of Combi Honey, and an incredibly sweet aroma immediately filled the air. Ryan couldn't help but salivate, dipping his finger into the honey and tasting it. An overwhelming sensation of sweetness and satisfaction flooded through his entire body. It was like pure happiness in edible form. It took considerable willpower to place the jar of honey on the ground. Within moments, the forest around him came alive with movement. Countless Caterpie, Weedle, Butterfree, and Beedrill emerged from the trees and bushes. There were even a few Scyther and Pinsir mixed in, but his special vision confirmed they were all average tier, not worth capturing. Strangely, despite being clearly attracted to the honey, none of the Pokémon made any aggressive moves toward it. Ryan could only attribute this restraint to the system's influence. After several tense minutes, the regular Beedrill began to part, creating a clear path. A magnificent shiny Beedrill flew forward, its golden and green coloration gleaming in the dappled sunlight. Its normally yellow sections had taken on a striking golden hue, while its compound eyes sparkled like polished sapphires. Ryan released Charmeleon, who picked up the honey jar and called out confidently, "You want this? If you can defeat my Charmeleon, I'll give it to you. But if you lose, you'll join my team, and I'll still give you the honey. Deal?" The shiny Beedrill raised both of its needle-like arms and buzzed loudly. Immediately, all the surrounding bug types began to retreat, creating a makeshift arena. Even the proud Butterfree backed away respectfully, acknowledging this Beedrill's authority. "Charmeleon, let's introduce ourselves properly. Use Ember," Ryan commanded, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. This Beedrill was clearly the leader of its colony, and his special vision confirmed it was indeed excellent tier. Charmeleon unleashed a barrage of small flames. The shiny Beedrill moved with incredible speed, using its twin needles to deflect most of the embers with precise, calculated movements. Only a few flames managed to make contact. Ryan nodded approvingly. This Beedrill's reflexes were phenomenal, its talent obvious even in this brief exchange. Beedrill retaliated by spitting a rapid-fire series of poison sting attacks from its mouth. Ryan called out tactically, counter with Smokescreen, then follow up with Dragon Rush. Remember, Ryan was using his enemy HP display cheat, so he could see exactly how much damage each attack dealt. Charmeleon exhaled thick, black smoke that engulfed both Pokémon. The poison stings disappeared harmlessly into the murky cloud. As Beedrill tried to locate its opponent through the smoke, Charmeleon struck from behind with Dragon Rush, the draconic energy slamming into the bug type with tremendous force. When the smoke cleared, Beedrill was spinning dizzily before collapsing to the ground. Ryan threw an Ultra Ball, successfully capturing the shiny, excellent tier Beedrill. He immediately released Beedrill and used a super potion to heal its injuries before offering it the jar of combi honey it had been craving. As Beedrill began to feast happily, Charmeleon approached with an expectant look. Under Beedrill's pained expression, the fire type helped himself to nearly half of the precious honey. Unable to contest the victor, Beedrill reluctantly accepted the loss of its honey. Just as it was thinking, "At least I still have half left," Eevee popped out of her Pokeball, fixing Beedrill with her large, adorable eyes. Instantly defeated by the cute factor, Beedrill surrendered another quarter of its honey, leaving it with a pitiful remaining portion. Ryan watched this scene with amusement, gently patting Beedrill's head. "Don't worry, there will be plenty more treats in the future. I'm going to become a Pokémon Master, and my team gets the best of everything." Beedrill nodded understandingly and quickly devoured its remaining honey, unwilling to lose any more to his new teammates. Ryan examined the tiny holes in the ground left by the poison sting attacks, already formulating training plans for his newest team member. He checked Beedrill's status to better understand his new partner. Pokémon, Beedrill, Shiny. Level, 17. Gender, male. Height, 3 feet 3 inches. Weight, 65 pounds. Ability, Sniper, Hidden Ability, Moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Twineedle, Fury Attack, Rage, Pursuit. A Hidden Ability Sniper. Ryan was thrilled by this discovery. The Sniper ability increased damage when landing critical hits, making it incredibly valuable for competitive battles. He made a mental note to save up for a scope lens from the system shop, which would increase critical hit ratios. Combined with focus energy, which Beedrill would learn at level 20, the critical hit potential would be devastating. Unfortunately, like Mega Stones, most competitive items in the shop were priced at 10,000 Pokedollars each. After 2 days of battles, he'd only earned about 3,000 Pokedollars, still a long way to go. The Bug-type Pokémon only began to disperse after all 3 of Ryan's Pokémon had finished sharing the honey. He packed up his supplies, recalled Charmeleon and Beedrill to their Pokeballs, and left Eevee out to walk with him. Using his Bond Phenomenon ability, he began slowly nurturing their connection, hoping to trigger her evolution into Sylveon soon. With Eevee perched comfortably on his shoulder, Ryan opened his Pokenav to search for any bodies of water within Viridian Forest. If he could find a lake or a river, the super rod he'd just purchased would finally see some use. After extensive searching, he couldn't find any blue water symbols on the map. Ryan resigned himself to challenging the Pewter City Gym with his current team of 3 Pokémon. He'd already activated his double EXP cheat, so his priority was rapidly leveling up his partners. He turned toward the direction the Butterfree swarm had retreated and began pursuit. Why didn't he head toward Beedrill territory instead? He wasn't stupid. While he could handle 1 or 2 Beedrill, their territory housed hundreds, possibly thousands of them. Even a pseudo-legendary Pokémon would struggle against such numbers. Butterfree, on the other hand, were much more docile. Even in large groups, they rarely attacked intruders in their territory. He could easily pick them off one by one for training. Furthermore, fully evolved Butterfree gave substantial experience points, so with some dedicated grinding he should be able to reach Reach level 30 with his team. Butterfree somewhere in the forest. I have something to say about this strategy, and I absolutely must object. Ryan's enhanced movement speed from his double movement speed cheat caught even him off guard. The ability had fully integrated with his body, significantly strengthening his leg muscles and coordination. This made Ryan reconsider other abilities he had previously dismissed, such as enhanced vision range, obstacle penetration, and others. What would happen if he activated those as well? But when he thought about the massive number of fame points required, well, he'd take it slow. Rome wasn't built in a day, and eventually he'd have access to all the abilities he needed. Early in the morning, Ryan yawned as he arrived in Pewter City. After battling wild Pokémon until midnight the previous night, Charmeleon and his team were completely exhausted. He checked his Pokegear and decided to head to the Pokémon Center first to let his team recover before challenging the Pewter Gym. Upon arriving at the Pokémon Center, he handed his 3 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy, then headed to the cafeteria for a hearty breakfast. On his way out, he stopped at the center's vending machine and inserted some coins. A can of Pecha Berry juice dropped down with a satisfying clunk. He pulled the tab, and suddenly 3 words appeared on the can: Grand Prize. It was then that Ryan remembered he had activated the lucky vending machine cheat that guaranteed rare prizes. What he thought was just another drink had actually won him the grand prize. After finishing his juice, he brought the winning tab to Nurse Joy, who made a phone call on his behalf. A short while later, a middle-aged man in a business suit arrived at the Pokémon Center. He congratulated Ryan enthusiastically and presented him with his grand prize: 2 round-trip airline tickets and a luxury resort package for 3 days and 2 nights. Ryan examined his ticket and saw it was for the Royal Dome Resort on Akala Island in the Alola region. His eyes widened in amazement. This was a 5-star resort with all meals and accommodations included for the 3-day getaway. Unfortunately, he had to use the tickets within a week, and the dates couldn't be changed. Otherwise, a vacation after the Indigo League Championship would have been perfect timing. He consulted with Nurse Joy, who informed him there was a small regional airport in Pewter City with direct flights to Akala Island. Ryan also checked his PokeNav and decided to head straight to Alola after his gym battle, giving his 3 Pokémon a well-deserved break. From there, he'd fly directly to Saffron City, then travel to Cerulean City, and finally to Vermilion City. After making his decision, Ryan remembered that Ash and his friends had seemingly headed straight to Vermilion City after defeating the Cerulean Gym. Looking at Saffron City, which was so close to Cerulean City, and Vermilion City, which was only accessible through Saffron, Ryan was impressed by Ash's group's ability to navigate. Despite all their detours and getting lost, they somehow always managed to find their way eventually. After retrieving his 3 Pokeballs from Nurse Joy, Ryan followed her directions to the Pewter Gym. As soon as he opened the door, he was drenched by the gym's fire suppression system activating. Resigned to watching the scene unfold, Ryan coughed loudly to draw everyone's attention. "I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. Is the gym battle over? I'd like to request a challenge." Brock recalled his Onix and replied, "It just finished, actually. But if you want to have a gym battle, you'll need to wait a bit. I have to take my Onix to the Pokémon Center for healing first." Brock's younger siblings climbed down from around Ash and looked at the new challenger with curiosity. Before Ryan could respond, a voice called out from outside the entrance, "No need for that. I'll handle this gym battle myself." As soon as he finished speaking, a man wearing a hat and fake beard entered the gym. Ash asked curiously, "Flint, why are you here?" "Because even an irresponsible father wants to do something for his children," he said, removing his hat and the fake beard. Brock and his siblings immediately recognized their father. After all, those distinctive squinting eyes were a family trait. What followed was an emotional family reunion scene that left Ryan feeling somewhat awkward as an outsider. After the heartfelt reunion, Flint took over gym leader duties, allowing Brock to pursue his dream of becoming a Pokémon breeder. Then it was Ryan's turn for his gym battle. Ash and his friends decided to stay and cheer Ryan on. After all, they were all from Pallet Town. Brock volunteered to serve as the temporary referee. This gym battle will be between Ryan from Pallet Town and gym leader Flint. Each trainer may use up to 2 Pokémon. The challenger may substitute Pokémon freely, but the gym leader cannot substitute until both Pokémon are unable to battle. Are the rules understood? Brock announced from the sidelines. Crystal clear, Ryan replied confidently. Since you're the challenger, you send out first. Go, Graveler. Flint sent out his first Pokémon. You're a new trainer, so I won't go too hard on you. I just caught this Pokémon recently, let's test your skills. Haha, prepare to be surprised. Eevee, I choose you. Ryan called out with a grin. Ash immediately pulled out his Pokédex to scan the evolution Pokémon, while Misty leaned in to get a better look at the readout. Eevee, the evolution Pokémon. The reason behind Eevee's unstable genetic makeup is unknown. It possesses genes that are easily influenced by its environment, allowing it to evolve into various forms. No additional data available on evolution conditions. Uh-oh, that puts Ryan at a type disadvantage, Ash commented with concern. Eevee, start with Yawn. Ryan wasn't about to be careless. Since he had the first move advantage, he decided to set up a status condition immediately. Eevee opened her mouth wide and yawned adorably, sending waves of drowsy energy across the rocky battlefield. Flint frowned. This was problematic. He'd only recently caught this Graveler, so it didn't know sleep talk or snore to work around sleep status. However, Ryan's tactical use of status moves right from the start showed he wasn't to be underestimated. Flint immediately commanded, Graveler, fire punch before you fall asleep. Counter with quick attack. Ryan's eyes lit up with excitement. Eevee dodged Graveler's fire punch with a burst of speed, and moments later, Graveler succumbed to the drowsiness effect and fell into a deep sleep. Ryan knew he had the advantage now. Eevee, keep using Tail Whip while Graveler's asleep. When it wakes up, follow up with Swift. Flint could only watch helplessly as Eevee repeatedly used Tail Whip, steadily lowering Graveler's defense stat. After several turns, Graveler finally woke up, only to be immediately pelted by a barrage of golden stars from Eevee's swift attack. Unable to dodge the unavoidable move, Graveler collapsed to the ground, knocked out. Brock raised his hand and announced, Graveler is unable to battle. Eevee wins. Gym leader, please send out your next Pokémon. Just as Brock finished speaking, a brilliant white light suddenly emanated from Eevee's body. The evolution light gradually intensified, and when it finally faded, a pink and white Pokémon stood in Eevee's place. It had 2 ribbon-like bows, one on its left ear and another around its neck. 4 additional ribbon-like appendages waved gracefully, and one of them affectionately wrapped around Ryan's arm. It's so cute! Misty couldn't help but exclaim in delight. No data available. Unknown Pokémon, came the mechanical voice of Ash's Pokédex. Ryan knelt down happily and gently stroked his newly evolved partner's head. You did amazing and you finally evolved. Look at you, Sylveon, you're absolutely beautiful. He then pulled out a small compact mirror and let Sylveon admire her new form. Sylveon examined her reflection from various angles and nodded with complete satisfaction. She was indeed a beautiful Pokémon, and this new form perfectly matched her aesthetic preferences. SYLV, she cried out happily, nuzzling against Ryan's hand with her ribbon-like feelers. Pokémon, Sylveon. Level, 29. Gender, female. Height, 100 centimeters. Weight, 23.5 kilograms. Ability, cute charm moves. Yawn, inherited, helping hand, growl, tackle, tail whip, sand attack, baby doll eyes, quick attack, fairy wind, draining kiss, skill swap, misty terrain. This was Sylveon's current status, but it was more than enough for the moment. Furthermore, after reaching level 29 and learning Misty Terrain, it became impossible to inflict status conditions for 5 turns, and Dragon-type moves were weakened by half. Seeing Flint's Vibrava, Ryan almost laughed out loud. After all, Fairy-type hadn't been officially recognized yet, and no one knew that Fairy-type Pokémon were immune to Dragon-type moves. Flint recalled his Graveler and sent out Vibrava, saying, "Kid, you have a strong understanding of battle tactics and are excellent at training Pokémon. Your skills are quite impressive. I need to get serious now. This Pokémon I captured during my travels in the Hoenn region is very powerful. Even if you had 2 Pokémon left, this one could handle them both. But since you've impressed me, let's see what you've got. You attack first." Seeing Flint's expression of supreme confidence, Ryan smirked and said, "Then let's show everyone your true strength, Sylveon. Use Misty Terrain." Sylveon stomped the ground, and a burst of fairy energy instantly dyed the entire rocky battlefield pink. Flint was confused about the effect of this move and commanded, "Vibrava, use Dragon Breath." "Counter with skill swap," Ryan said with a knowing smile. Vibrava was a dragon and ground type with the Levitate ability. Fairy-type moves were super effective against dragon types, while Levitate made it immune to ground-type attacks. It was safe to say that Sylveon had completely neutralized both of Vibrava's main offensive capabilities. Even if Vibrava had other moves, it would be nearly impossible to instantly defeat Sylveon. With its health-recovering move-draining Kiss, Sylveon was practically invincible. As Ryan had anticipated, after skill swap, Sylveon gained Vibrava's Levitate ability, forcing Flint to completely abandon any ground-type strategies. Seeing Sylveon take Dragon Breath with minimal damage, Flint instinctively assumed Sylveon had high defensive stats. Sonic Boom was also negated by the Misty Terrain, leaving him with only Dragon Breath and Rock Slide to try and wear down Sylveon's health. However, Sylveon, relying on Draining Kiss to recover health, effectively drained Vibrava's stamina while maintaining her own. Vibrava is unable to battle. The winner of this gym challenge is Ryan from Pallet Town. Brock announced the results. Flint's face flushed red with embarrassment. With a dry cough, Flint said, "Well, congratulations on your victory, Ryan. This boulder badge is yours. By the way, can you tell me more about this Sylveon? It's quite a remarkable Pokémon." Ryan took the badge and put it in his backpack. He knelt down and patted Sylveon's head. Sylveon is an evolved form of Eevee, a new type I call Fairy type. Fairy types are completely immune to Dragon-type moves and deal super effective damage against them. I'll report this information to Professor Oak later. Hopefully, he can help me apply for some research funding from the Pokémon League. Hearing that Fairy types were immune to Dragon types, Flint felt like spitting blood. Thinking back to the previous battle, he realized his defeat was sealed the moment he sent out Vibrava. Fairy types with Levitate couldn't be instantly defeated, but they could easily wear down Vibrava. Flint shook his head, suddenly feeling his age. Ash and his friends excitedly came over to ask questions, which Ryan patiently answered. Ash invited Ryan to travel with them, but Ryan immediately declined. He waved his plane ticket and said, "Thanks, but I won the grand prize from that vending machine. I'm going to call Professor Oak and then fly straight to the Alola region for a vacation. Maybe we'll meet again sometime." He then promptly left. Honestly, traveling with Ash's group meant encountering rare Pokémon would increase, but so would the trouble. It was best to avoid that chaos whenever possible. Back at the Pokémon Center to let Sylveon rest, Ryan called Professor Oak to explain about Sylveon and the Fairy-type discovery. He also hoped that Professor Oak could apply for research grants from the Pokémon League, at least enough to renovate the rundown starter home the League had provided in Pallet Town. Professor Oak readily agreed, and even suggested that Ryan send Sylveon to him for research purposes. Ryan said he'd take his team on vacation first, and they could discuss it when he returned. He took several photos of Sylveon and sent them to the professor. He also mentioned several potential Fairy-type Pokémon he'd observed in the Kanto region, letting Oak research them independently. At noon, he grabbed lunch at the Pokémon Center. Afterward, Ryan headed to the airport. After boarding his plane, it took off for the Alola region. The next morning, the plane landed at Akala Island's airport, where a luxury shuttle took Ryan to the Royal Dome Resort. He checked into the top-floor presidential suite and released his 3 eager Pokémon. The spacious suite allowed them to stretch out after being confined in their Pokeballs. He changed into swim shorts and stepped onto the beach, immediately drawing attention from many vacationers. Of course, it wasn't Ryan they were looking at, but Sylveon. Her adorable appearance immediately captivated the crowd. As he watched the bustling groups of beachgoers gather around his Pokémon, Ryan secretly gave Sylveon a thumbs up. He let his team roam freely. Beedrill and Sylveon found beach chairs to bask in the sun. Sylveon was adorable, and Beedrill's shiny coloration also earned plenty of attention. Only Charmeleon, wearing a small beach vest, stayed close to Ryan. Ryan patted Charmeleon's head affectionately. After all, it was his starter Pokémon, so their bond was special. He went to the Lapra's rental station to experience Alola's unique poke ride system. He also brought his super rod. The Alola region's waters were known to be rich with Pokémon, making his fishing rod quite useful. Riding Lapras a short distance from the beach, Charmeleon spotted a school of fish swimming below and playfully reached out toward them. The fish scattered at the sight of Charmeleon's claws. Ryan, seeing they were just ordinary fish, ignored them. Even in the Pokémon world, regular animals existed alongside Pokémon. After all, people had to eat something, and most Pokémon were too intelligent to be considered food sources. He attached Pokémon food to the Super Rod's special lure. This lure wasn't shaped like an ordinary fishing hook, but designed to attract Pokémon specifically by mimicking their preferred food sources. He cast the line into the water, and within 10 seconds, the fishing line went taut. Ryan immediately began reeling, and a wishiwashi was pulled up. Ryan shook his head, carefully removed the small fish, and released it back into the ocean. Wishiwashi had strong schooling abilities, but individually they were quite weak. Large numbers of Wishiwashi had to gather together to form their powerful school form. A single one couldn't accomplish much on its own. He attached fresh Pokémon food to the lure, cast it back into the water, and waited to see what the next catch would be. Countless rare water-type Pokémon had been caught throughout the day, including Lantern, Corsola, Clamperl, Pyakumuku, and Lovedisk. Almost all of them had above-average potential, with a few having exceptional talent, but there were practically no weak ones. However, Ryan hadn't captured a single one. After rapidly training his 3 Pokémon through intense battles, he discovered the difference between top-tier and high-tier Pokémon potential. Beedrill was even faster than Charmeleon and the others in terms of move learning and power development. Not to mention average potential Pokémon, which were even more limiting. So unless it was a top-tier potential Pokémon or a high-tier one he really wanted to capture, he wouldn't bother with lesser specimens. High-tier Pokémon could theoretically reach top-tier levels with enough training and rare items, but the resources required were enormous. Average potential Pokémon would need even more investment to reach that level, a wasteful endeavor. He'd also caught several high-tier water types earlier, but none of them were what Ryan truly wanted, so he had to release them. After all, he had a personal goal: to assemble a team of 6 exceptional Pokémon to compete in the Indigo League Championship. He cast his line again and waited for a Pokémon to take the bait. This continued fishing had attracted quite a few tourists, especially those amazed by his rapid catch rate. The occasional exclamations of surprise from onlookers boosted Ryan's confidence. "Hey there, young man. Are you visiting Akala Island? You're quite the skilled angler," a mature woman's voice called out. Ryan looked back, stunned, and said, "You're Kahuna Olivia." Behind him was a tanned woman riding a Sharpedo, her beach attire revealing her athletic figure. Olivia smiled at him. "Looks like you know about the Alola region, young man." "I'm Olivia, the Kahuna of Akala Island." "What's your name?" "I'm Ryan from Pallet Town." "You can just call me Ryan," Ryan said, reeling in his line and releasing an average potential Krabby back into the sea. "Well, Ryan, are you some kind of fishing prodigy?" "Your speed is truly remarkable," Olivia said, having Sharpedo swim up to Lapras. With a graceful leap, she landed on Lapras's back and patted Charmeleon's head. "It's just natural talent, I guess," Ryan said with a grin. "By the way, shouldn't a Kahuna be busy with island challenge duties? Taking time for a beach vacation." "Haha. I'm still a person, you know. Everyone needs a break now and then," Olivia laughed. "Ryan, you've caught so many Pokémon, aren't you going to keep any of them?" "I'm pretty selective about my team members. They have to have strong potential, but more importantly, It's about the connection I feel with them. If we click, I'll catch them. If not, I let them return to the sea. After all, forcing a partnership never works out well, Ryan said thoughtfully. That's a wonderful philosophy, Ryan. I respect that approach, Olivia said with an approving smile. They were chatting casually when Ryan's fishing rod suddenly bent dramatically. He quickly began reeling in his line, excitement building. As soon as the Pokémon emerged from the water, Ryan was overjoyed. He'd finally found what he'd been waiting for. A blue, frog-like Pokémon landed on Lapras's back. It was a Froakie, and from what Ryan could sense, it had exceptional potential. While it wasn't quite top tier, thinking of its final evolution and Greninja's unique bond phenomenon ability, Ryan couldn't contain his excitement. His water-type ace had finally arrived. Charmeleon, use Dragon Rage to weaken it, Ryan commanded. He could gauge the Pokémon's strength and roughly estimate its level. Froakie was only about level 10, and a single Dragon Rage from Charmeleon at level 28 would be enough to bring it to critical health without causing serious harm. Froakie had just been pulled from the water when Dragon Rage struck, leaving it weakened but not severely injured. Ryan happily took out a Pokeball and captured Froakie. He high-fived Charmeleon and said, "Olivia, I've found the Pokémon I was looking for. I should head back now." Lapras, thank you for the ride. Olivia congratulated Ryan and leaped back onto Sharpedo. Ryan patted Lapras's head and fed it the remaining Pokémon food as a thank you. Just as he and Olivia were about to part ways, a haunting cry echoed from the ocean depths. Olivia's expression grew serious, and she exclaimed, "That's Tapu Fini. What's it doing near Akala Island?" As soon as she finished speaking, a massive water spout suddenly erupted from the seabed into the sky. A purple Pokémon appeared before them, resembling an ornate shell with a dark, mystical beauty housed within its purple exterior. It was Tapu Fini. At the same time, a melodic cry echoed from the depths of Akala Island. A pink light quickly approached the surface, leaving a trail of glittering scales in the air. It was Tapu Lele, the psychic guardian deity resembling a butterfly fairy. Ryan looked at the shimmering scales and immediately released Froakie. The newly caught Pokémon's injuries instantly healed upon contact with Tapu Lele's life-dew ability. Froakie bowed respectfully before Tapu Lele in gratitude. Then, turning back to Ryan who had captured it, Froakie leaped onto his shoulder in a gesture of acceptance and partnership. Olivia watched Tapu Fini and Tapu Lele in amazement. The two guardian deities exchanged what seemed like conversation, and Tapu Fini tossed a crystalline stone through the air to Ryan. After regarding him with an inscrutable look, it dove back into the sea and disappeared. Tapu Lele, however, circled Ryan with obvious interest. Then, with a playful gesture, it lightly tapped Charmeleon on Lapras's back, causing the fire type to suddenly feel overwhelmed with psychic energy. With what seemed like a mischievous giggle, Tapu Lele sprinkled healing scales to restore Charmeleon's energy before quickly departing. Charmeleon, now standing proudly on Lapras's back, instinctively breathed a powerful stream of fire into the sky. It had somehow learned Flamethrower, a signature move of its evolutionary line. Ryan patted Charmeleon's head and said, "Feeling frustrated about being toyed with? Don't worry, I'll train you to become incredibly strong. Maybe someday we'll have a proper battle with that Tapu Lele." Charmeleon turned to meet Ryan's determined eyes, nodding and clenching its claws with renewed resolve. It trusted Ryan completely as a trainer. After all, his training methods allowed for rapid growth, and Charmeleon believed wholeheartedly in Ryan's promises. Olivia watched the determined trainer and Pokémon, speechless. "Do you really think legendary Pokémon are so easy to challenge?" she wondered silently. Glancing at the stone Tapu Fini had given Ryan, Olivia's eyes widened with recognition. "Ryan, could I examine that stone? I'll take it back to my workshop and return it to you tomorrow with some modifications." Ryan nodded and handed the stone to Olivia. He had already recognized it as a sparkling stone used to craft earrings. Since he didn't know how to work with such materials, he decided to leave it to an expert. After parting ways with Olivia at the beach, Ryan suddenly remembered something important and called out mentally, "System. I just encountered." 2 legendary Pokémon. Where's my bonus reward? Ding. The Pokédex can currently only record Pokémon from the Kanto region. Pokémon from other regions will be unlocked in subsequent story arcs. So no rewards until I officially explore the Alola region later? Correct. Ryan sighed in mild frustration, but his mood quickly lifted as Froakie croaked happily on his shoulder. At least he'd found his water-type partner. After resting for a while on beach chairs, Sylveon and Beedrill returned from their explorations, curious about their new teammate. Ryan also opened Froakie's status screen to check its information. Pokémon, Froakie. Level, 15. Gender, male. Height, 30 centimeters. Weight, 7 kilograms. Ability, Torrent. Moves, Toxic Spikes, Egg Move, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse. Ryan remembered that after Froakie evolved into Greninja, there was a chance its ability could become Battle Bond. When their bond reached its peak, Greninja could transform into its Bond Greninja form after defeating an opponent. However, that was only in the games. He had no idea how it would work in reality. He quickly asked his system for clarification, and it immediately provided an answer. The host possesses bond power and can directly use it to help Greninja achieve its Battle Bond transformation. The specifics are left for the host to discover. Ryan nodded, finding this acceptable. Reclining on beach chairs and enjoying the sun, his 4 Pokémon gathered together and began bonding with each other. While they were enjoying their peaceful moment, a scream pierced the air. Ryan immediately sat up and looked around. He saw a girl surrounded by several Pyakumuku. The sea cucumber Pokémon seemed to be trying to get close to the girl, but she appeared terrified, sitting on the sand and backing away repeatedly. Ding. Side quest triggered. Help Lily overcome her fear of Pokémon. Reward, special training items, rare berries, bond enhancement. Ryan touched his chin thoughtfully. It was the heroine from the Alola games. No wonder she looked familiar. However, helping Lily overcome her fear of Pokémon would require addressing the psychological trauma from her childhood. But first, he needed to deal with these Pyakumuku. Beedrill, use Twin Needle. Gently move these Pokémon back to the sea. Beedrill obeyed, quickly flying in front of Lily and using its stingers to carefully guide all the Pyakumuka back into the ocean. It wasn't that these Pokémon were dangerous, but their defensive ability, innards out, was simply problematic. When knocked out, they would expel their internal organs at the opponent. Given the situation, it was better to handle this diplomatically. Ryan walked over, extended his hand to Lily, and said, "Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you?" "Yes, I'm fine." I was just startled. Lily took Ryan's hand and stood up. "Hello, my name is Lily. I'm Ryan from Pallet Town." "Nice to meet you," Ryan said, noting the softness of her hand and reluctantly letting go. "Pallet Town? Are you here on vacation?" Lily asked. Ryan took in Lily's pure white swimsuit and innocent, beautiful face, feeling his heart skip a beat. He nodded and said, "Yeah. I won a grand prize from a vending machine, and it turned out to be this amazing resort trip." "Then you're really lucky." As Lily spoke, his other 3 Pokémon approached. Sylveon's ribbon feelers accidentally brushed against Lily, and she felt a sudden shock, her words becoming stuttered. "Lily, are you afraid of Pokémon?" Ryan asked with concern. Lily took a few steps back, away from Sylveon. "Yes. I don't know what happened. I loved Pokémon as a child, but somehow one day, I started to fear them." Lily's expression grew somber. After all, this change must have been very painful for her. Ryan had played the Sun and Moon games before, so he understood the whole story. But he didn't have psychic powers, so he couldn't break the mental barriers himself. Speaking of psychic powers, Ryan thought of someone, Sabrina, the gym leader of Saffron City. If Sabrina were to break the seal, it would be simple. Ryan could also potentially learn psychic abilities through intense training, but that would take far too long and might not even work. Looking at his limited resources, he decided to try convincing Lily to accompany him to Saffron City. After choosing his words carefully, Ryan said, "Would you like me to take a look? I have some unique abilities and I might be able to help you figure out what's affecting you. Really? Is that possible? Lily said hopefully. I can only try. I can't guarantee a solution, but I think we might be able to identify the cause, Ryan said honestly. Okay, please try. I wish I could interact with Pokémon like I did as a child. After all, I love Pokémon, Lily said excitedly. Ryan nodded and led Lily to his beach chair, where he had her sit down. He placed his hands gently on her temples and then focused his bond power. After all, even if he was improvising, he had to make it look convincing. However, as his bond power touched Lily's mind, Ryan sensed a powerful psychic force sealing a portion of her memories. He tried to use his bond power to break the seal, but it remained unmoved. Releasing his focus, Ryan shook his head and said, I'm sorry, I can't help directly. But there's a powerful psychic barrier in your mind that's blocked off some of your memories. That's definitely the cause. Oh, thank you, Ryan. It's okay. After all these years, I've gotten used to it. Lily tried to sound upbeat, but the disappointment on her face was obvious. Seeing Lily's crestfallen expression, Ryan felt a pang of sympathy. He couldn't help but say, even though I can't solve it, that doesn't mean others can't. You could actually ask a powerful psychic-type Pokémon to help break the seal, but the fact that you can't touch Pokémon is the main obstacle. Whoever did this to you really wanted to make sure these memories stayed buried. Lily's expression grew even more downcast. Ryan quickly continued, but I have another idea. The Saffron Gym in Saffron City in the Kanto region has an incredibly powerful psychic trainer. If you ask her for help, she should be able to break that seal easily. Lily's eyes immediately lit up, and she grabbed Ryan's hand eagerly. Really? Absolutely. There's no reason for me to lie to you about this. The only question is whether you'd be able to make the trip. I'm vacationing here for 3 days and 2 nights, then I'm flying to Saffron City. I'm planning to challenge the gym there and prepare for the Indigo League Championship. If you want to come along, we could travel together in 3 days, Ryan said seriously. Yes, that sounds perfect. I'll go back and discuss it with my family, and we'll meet here again tomorrow. Please wait for me. With that, she hurried away. Ryan watched her graceful figure running farther and farther away until she disappeared from sight, wondering what tomorrow would bring. 3 days passed quickly, and a plane landed safely at the airport in the bustling metropolis of Saffron City. Ryan escorted Lily off the plane. She was dressed in pure white casual clothes, her long hair now tied in a ponytail. In her arms, she clutched a snow-white Pokémon egg. The egg was contained in a temperature-controlled incubator, which allowed Lily to hold it without fear. This Pokémon egg had been entrusted to Professor Oak by Lily's mother and the Ether Foundation. Ryan suspected it was an Alolan Vulpix egg, a reversal of the typical situation where Kanto Pokémon were sent to Alola for research. The Ice-type Vulpix was destined to be Lily's starter Pokémon. After all, Ryan wouldn't make another trip to Pallet Town just for a Pokémon egg delivery. At worst, he could take the already hatched Vulpix to Professor Oak later. He didn't believe Oak would take a young girl's first Pokémon. After flying for most of the day, everyone was exhausted. Ryan first took Lily to the Pokémon Center to rest and have their Pokémon and the egg checked, then they both took a well-deserved nap. Once fully rested, Ryan immediately took Lily to the Saffron Gym. Arriving at the massive psychic-type gym, Ryan didn't see any sign of Sabrina's father or the gym's usual assistants. He knew what was going on and wasn't intimidated by Sabrina's psychic abilities. Even during their vacation, he'd encountered several trainers who enjoyed battling. After 3 days of sporadic battles, all 4 of his Pokémon were in their mid-30s level-wise. Charmeleon was on the verge of evolving into Charizard, and Froakie had already evolved into Frogadier. It was unfortunate that Frogadier was only level 31, too early for its final evolution. Otherwise, Greninja's Water/Dark typing would have easily defeated Sabrina's psychic types. However, both Charmeleon and Beedrill were high-damage attackers, and given the typically frail nature of psychic types, they could potentially score quick knockouts. Pushing open the gym's doors, Ryan and Lily spotted several people sitting in meditation poses, practicing telekinesis on spoons and other objects. Lily watched with fascination, while Ryan remained unimpressed. Such basic psychic displays couldn't compare to his bond power. A gym trainer approached and asked, "Are you here to challenge the gym? Do either of you possess psychic abilities?" "I don't, but Ryan does. He wants to challenge the gym, and we need a favor from your gym leader," Lily said directly. Upon hearing that Ryan possessed special abilities, the trainer nodded and said, "Follow me. I'll take you to gym leader Sabrina." He led Ryan and Lily deeper into the gym. They arrived at a large battle arena with an elevated platform. Spotlights illuminated the arena, revealing Sabrina sitting regally on a high chair, holding an ornate doll. Seeing them enter the arena, the doll in her arms spoke in Sabrina's voice through telepathy. "You are the challengers. I am Sabrina. If you win, I will give you the Marsh badge, but if you lose, you must stay here and become part of my collection." Lily immediately whispered to Ryan curiously, "Is that really Sabrina? Why is the doll talking?" "Yeah, it's just psychic ventriloquism. She's projecting her voice through the doll using telepathy," Ryan explained, then addressed Sabrina directly. "Gym leader Sabrina, I accept your conditions, but if I win, I want to ask you for a favor. This is Lily, and there's a psychic seal in her mind blocking her memories. If I win, please help remove that seal." I can sense the seal. It's powerful but not impossible to break. I accept your terms. Let the battle begin. We'll settle this in a single round. Go, Kadabra." The doll spoke as Sabrina used her psychic powers to float a Pokeball to the center of the field, releasing her psychic-type Pokémon. "It's a deal. Go, Charmeleon." Ryan sent out his fire-type. "Charmeleon, use Flamethrower." Charmeleon immediately launched a stream of fire at Kadabra. The psychic type vanished from the spot using teleport, reappearing on the opposite side of the field. Ryan suddenly felt uneasy about this development. Teleport in real battles was far more problematic than in the games. This instant repositioning ability, unless countered by specific moves or abilities, would make tracking Kadabra incredibly difficult. Furthermore, he suspected Sabrina was enhancing Kadabra's abilities with her own psychic powers. Ryan glanced at the stoic Sabrina. He knew she was definitely using her psychic abilities to assist Kadabra, but calling her out would be pointless. He came up with a desperate strategy and shouted, "Charmeleon, use smokescreen," then flame burst. Black smoke instantly filled the battlefield, followed by multiple fireballs exploding throughout the arena, creating a spectacular but dangerous display that shook the entire Saffron Gym. When the smoke cleared, Charmeleon stood panting heavily in the center. Kadabra was surrounded by a pale blue psychic barrier, completely unharmed. However, a glance at Sabrina's slightly pale complexion revealed that maintaining such a powerful reflect barrier had cost her significant energy. The high-risk, high-reward strategy had worked partially. Ryan could see Charmeleon's health was down to about a quarter, making this battle extremely precarious. Charmeleon roared in determination, the flame on its tail blazing fiercely as its blaze ability activated. Then, a brilliant white light enveloped its body. When the evolution light faded, a magnificent Charizard stood on the battlefield. Kadabra's psychic barrier disappeared, and it too began glowing with evolutionary light. When the light faded, an Alakazam holding 2 spoons appeared across from Charizard. "Charizard, use Wing Attack," Ryan commanded. Evolving into Charizard had significantly boosted its speed, and aerial combat was much more advantageous than ground-based fighting. Alakazam dodged the wing attack using teleport, raised its spoons, and with blue light emanating from its eyes, used Psychic to try restraining Charizard. Charizard struggled against the telekinetic hold, broke free with raw strength, and immediately countered with Flamethrower, successfully striking the momentarily focused Alakazam. The Fire-type attack left Alakazam with only a sliver of health remaining. Ryan grinned, "Charizard, finish it with another Flamethrower." Charizard roared and unleashed another flame attack. Alakazam attempted to teleport away, but was still clipped by the flames. As it materialized on the side of the arena, it collapsed, unable to battle further. Ryan ran over to Charizard and gave it a congratulatory embrace. This battle had been incredibly challenging, highlighting his current team's main weakness: limited type coverage and move diversity. Ryan decided he needed to focus on expanding his Pokémon's movesets and possibly catching team members with different typing to handle various situations more effectively. At that moment, a golden badge floated through the air toward Ryan using psychic power. Sabrina stepped down from her platform and spoke in her own calm voice. "You have won. Here is the Marsh badge, and I will honor our agreement." She walked over to Lily, gently placed her finger on the girl's forehead, and closed her eyes in concentration. After a moment of psychic energy swirling around Lily's head, Sabrina nodded and walked back into the depths of the gym without another word. Ryan stared in amazement. That was it? The seal was broken just like that? Lily blinked several times, then her eyes widened as suppressed memories began flooding back. I remember now. Nebby and Mother. Tears began forming in her eyes, but for the first time in years, she wasn't afraid when Charizard approached to check on her. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the side quest, helping Lily overcome her fear of Pokémon. Reward: rare candies, technical machines, bond enhancement items. The system's notification confirmed that Lily was completely healed, which also made Ryan marvel at Sabrina's incredible psychic abilities. Lily closed her eyes, carefully examining her restored memories, tears streaming down her face. After a long moment, Lily opened her eyes, wiped away her tears, and said to Ryan gratefully, "Ryan, thank you for bringing me to Kanto and helping me recover my sealed memories." She then took the initiative to hug Charizard and said with a genuine smile, "This is wonderful. I can interact with Pokémon again. I'll have to properly thank Cosmog when I return to Alola." "Lily, are you planning to go back soon?" Ryan asked, feeling a sudden pang of disappointment. "Well, I probably won't be returning for a while. After all, I still need to deliver this Pokémon egg to Professor Oak, and I'd also like to explore the Kanto region." Lily shook her head thoughtfully. "Ryan, would it be okay if I traveled with you?" "I'd be honored to have you join me," Ryan said with a warm smile, extending his hand toward Lily, who shook it enthusiastically. The two left the Saffron Gym, and Ryan decided they should rest in Saffron City that night before departing for Cerulean City tomorrow. It would be a perfect opportunity to show Lily around the metropolitan city. While shopping with Lily, Ryan mentally called out to his system, "Are there any quick ways to earn resources? I'm running really low on everything. Evolution stones, held items, TMs, I need so much but have so little." Patience, host. Building a solid foundation is key to long-term success. I understand the importance of a solid foundation, but your main quest requirements are incredibly demanding. High-potential Pokémon are so rare, and the resources needed are expensive. I've only caught 2 Pokémon that meet the criteria so far. How can I not feel pressured? Ding. Special challenge issued. Host, please visit the game corner and achieve the highest score record. Time limit: 10 p.m. tonight. Rewards: premium items, rare evolution materials, advanced training resources. Ryan was stunned. Was the system being unusually generous? Checking his watch, it was only 3 p.m. Ryan immediately took Lily to Saffron City's famous game corner. Entering the establishment, they saw the current high score was over 300,000 points, apparently achieved after an entire day of dedicated gaming. Ryan finally understood there was no such thing as easy rewards. But for such valuable prizes, he was willing to go all out. He exchanged 300 Pokédollars for game tokens at a rate of 1 Pokédollar for 10 tokens. He gave Lily 1,000 tokens so she could enjoy the games too, then sat down at a slot machine and began playing. After an hour of mixed wins and losses, he'd barely managed to double his tokens, accumulating about 5,000. Looking over at Lily, Ryan's jaw dropped. She had 3 entire baskets full of tokens. As expected, protagonists always seemed to have incredible luck. Ryan simply handed his remaining tokens to Lily and let her continue playing. Host, this seems like cheating, the system commented. Which part of this is cheating? Lily and I are sharing the tokens I purchased. That's called teamwork. Ryan replied smugly. You have no shame. Shame doesn't help me build a strong team. For rare items. For evolution stones. For training resources. I'm willing to do whatever it takes. Ryan declared shamelessly. With Lily's incredible fortune at the machines, they successfully broke the high score record well before 10 p.m. Under the Game Corner owner's incredulous stare, they began redeeming their massive token haul for prizes. Opening each prize Pokeball and examining the Pokémon inside, Ryan couldn't help but be impressed by the variety and quality available in a major city's Game Corner. Suddenly, his eyes lit up as he discovered a pair of Nidoran male sign and Nidoran female sign with exceptional potential. He considered taking both, but since they had similar stats and movesets, having both would be redundant on his team. After careful consideration, Ryan decided to save the Nidoran female sign for Lily. After all, she'd contributed significantly to their success. He then selected a high-potential Clefairy for her as well. He remembered that Lily's mother had a Clefable as a companion, and this Clefairy would be perfect for her once she was ready. After examining nearly 200 Pokémon, Ryan discovered a top-tier Oddish. 3 exceptional Pokémon in one trip was incredible. With such variety available, he'd made significant progress toward completing his team-building goals. He also selected over 20 high and moderate potential rare Pokémon to send to Professor Oak for research purposes. Since Oak was helping with Pokémon storage and care, contributing to his research seemed like a fair exchange. He kept the exceptional Nidoran male sign and Oddish with him, bringing his active team to 6 Pokémon. He asked his system to store Nidoran female sign and Clefairy, deciding to wait until Lily's Ice-type Vulpix hatched and became her starter before giving her the others. Lily was browsing the clothing and accessory section. Ryan simply requested a year's supply of premium Pokémon food, Pokeblocks that were far more nutritious than standard Pokémon food. After Lily finished selecting her items, supplies, and accessories, they both left the Game Corner satisfied, leaving the owner to contemplate his massive payout. That evening, Ryan excitedly collected his system rewards, then opened the shop interface to browse available items. In the held items section, he purchased a focus lens without hesitation. He discovered an interesting system feature. Purchased items could be integrated into Pokémon in ways that real-world items couldn't, while Mega Evolution items could be worn normally. This meant that Pokémon capable of Mega Evolution could potentially benefit from both integrated and worn items, a unique advantage of his system. Next, he considered TMs and Mega Evolution stones. Mega Evolution sets came with both the Pokémon-specific stone and a keystone for the trainer. The cheapest sets were quite expensive, with legendary Pokémon stones costing even more. After some deliberation, Ryan decided to focus on TMs first. Expanding his Pokémon's move coverage was more immediately practical than Mega Evolution, which could make them targets for focus strategies. Without diverse movesets as a foundation, even the strongest Mega Evolution would have exploitable weaknesses. The TMs were expensive but permanently taught moves to compatible Pokémon, making them worthwhile investments for building a versatile team. After much deliberation among the technical machines in the shop, Ryan first selected Sleep Talk, which all Pokémon can learn. Then he chose Protect, a move that provides complete damage immunity. Next came the weather moves: Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Hail, and Sandstorm. Finally, he selected 2 incredibly powerful TMs, Hyper Beam and Giga Impact, for a total of 8 TMs. It wasn't that he didn't want others, but these would suffice for now. Ryan decided to spend his remaining points on personal skills. After all, they were traveling together now, and they couldn't just rely on convenience store food and energy bars like before. Without hesitation, he spent points on character abilities. First, cooking and first aid. Both nutrition and medical care are crucial in the wilderness, so these 2 skills were essential purchases. They were also reasonably priced at 200 points each, compared to Pokémon items that often cost tens of thousands. The comparison was painful to his wallet. Next was Transportation Mastery, costing 600 points. While expensive, it included proficiency with all necessary vehicles. Cars, planes, boats, give Ryan a rocket, and he could even pilot it to space. He spent 1,000 points on Pokémon communication, allowing him to understand Pokémon speech and making communication and training much easier. He'd keep the remaining 280 points for emergency purchases. As for his battle points, he'd accumulated over 14,000. He spent 12,000 to unlock the ability modifier, something Ryan had always wanted. Some Pokémon have truly problematic abilities, and being able to change them would be incredible. However, after purchasing it, he was somewhat disappointed. He could only modify his own Pokémon's abilities, not change them to completely different ones. But thinking about it, being able to grant any ability would be absurdly overpowered. For instance, pairing Shadow Tag with Wonder Guard would create an invincible Pokémon. After consideration, he decided Charizard's ability didn't need changing. While Solar Power delivered explosive damage, the constant HP drain in sunlight was problematic. He changed Sylveon's ability to Pixelate, allowing normal-type moves to become Fairy-type. Greninja was switched to Protean for more flexible type coverage. Beedrill, Nidoran Male Sign, and Oddish didn't need changes, their current abilities were optimal. After completing the modifications, he summoned his Pokémon and had them learn their new moves. Then Ryan checked his team's updated status. Pokémon, Charizard. Level, 36. Gender, male. Height, 200 centimeters. Weight, 98 kilograms. Ability, Blaze moves, Dragon Rush, Egg Move, Scratch, Growl, Ember, Smokescreen, Dragon Rage, Flamethrower, Scary Face, Fire Fong, Fire Spin, Slash, Wing Attack, Sunny Day, Sleep Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokémon, Sylveon. Level, 35. Gender, female. Height, 30 centimeters. Weight, 6.5 kilograms. Ability, Pixelate moves, Yawn, Egg Move, Helping Hand, Tackle, Tail Whip, Sand Attack, Baby Doll Eyes, Quick Attack, Fairy Wind, Draining Kiss, Skill Swap, Misty Terrain, Light Screen, Moonblast, Swift, Calm Mind, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Sleep Talk. Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokémon, Beedrill, Shiny. Level, 38. Gender, male. Height, 100 centimeters. Weight, 29.5 kilograms. Ability, Sniper moves, Poison Sting, String Shot, Harden, Fury Attack, Twine Needle, Rage, Pursuit, Focus Energy, Venoshock, Assurance, Toxic Spikes, Agility, Endeavor, Fell Stinger, Sunny Day, Sleep Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokémon, Frogadier. Level, 34. Gender, male. Height, 30 centimeters. Weight, 7 kilograms. Ability, Protean moves, Toxic Spikes, Egg Move, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Round, U-Turn, Substitute, Bounce, Shadow Clone, Hydro Pump, Rain Dance, Sleep Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact. Pokémon, Nidoran Male Sign. Level 5. Gender, male. Height, 50 centimeters. Weight, 9 kilograms. Ability, Poison Point moves, Sucker Punch, Egg Move, Leer, Peck, Poison Sting, Horn Attack, Sunny Day, Rain Dance, Sleep Talk, Protect. Pokémon, Oddish. Level 5. Gender, female. Height, 50 centimeters. Weight, 5.4 kilograms. Ability, Chlorophyll moves, Teeter Dance, Egg Move, Absorb, Growth, Sweet Scent, Sunny Day, Sleep Talk, Protect. After some thought, he decided to teach Nidoran Male Sign and Oddish just Sleep Talk and Protect for now, since they were intended as gifts for Lily and shouldn't be overtrained. Just as he finished storing his Pokémon, there was a knock at his door. Ryan immediately got up to answer it. Lily stood there in white pajamas, clutching the Pokémon egg with a panicked expression. Ryan! The egg just started glowing. The Pokémon egg in her arms flashed white again, then dimmed. Drawing on his extensive experience with Pokémon media, Ryan immediately said, "Come in quickly. The egg is about to hatch." Lily hurried into the room and placed the egg on Ryan's desk. Ryan closed the door and turned back to see the egg glowing again, this time staying illuminated. Ryan knew the little one inside couldn't wait to enter the world. He quickly moved to sit beside the desk with Lily to witness the birth. The white light gradually intensified. Lily nervously gripped Ryan's pajama sleeve. Then, with a soft crack, the light faded. A small, fluffy white creature appeared before them. As Ryan had suspected, it was an Alolan Vulpix, an Ice-type regional variant. The Pokémon opened its eyes, sat up, and looked back and forth between Ryan and Lily, wondering who would be its trainer. Ryan stood up and stepped back slightly. The Ice-type Vulpix immediately approached Lily, calling out softly while nuzzling its small head against her cheek. Lily happily embraced the Vulpix, stroking its soft fur and smiling. "You're so cool and beautiful. From now on, I'll call you Snowy." Snowy closed its eyes contentedly, accepting the name with a pleased expression. Seeing this, Ryan retrieved a Pokeball from his bag and handed it to Lily. "Lily, since Snowy has hatched and bonded with you, you should catch it. This will be your starter Pokémon." Lily hesitated, not taking the Pokeball. "I'm not sure that's right. This is the Pokémon that Professor Kukui asked me to deliver to Professor Oak." "It's fine. Besides, I already discussed this possibility with Professor Oak beforehand, and he's not unreasonable. He simply wants to study regional variants. You can just stay at Oak's lab a bit longer for research." Ryan placed the Pokeball directly in Lily's hands. "Besides, you should consider Snowy's feelings. Maybe it wants to travel with you more than anything." Lily was persuaded by his reasoning. She held the Pokeball in front of Snowy and asked Snowy, "Are you willing to travel with me and become my partner Pokémon?" Snowy nodded enthusiastically, gently touching the ball's button with its nose, transforming into red light as it was captured. Lily hugged the Pokeball happily. "This is wonderful." Seeing this, Ryan also placed the Pokeballs containing Nidoran female sign and Clefairy in Lily's hands. When she looked at him questioningly, Ryan blushed slightly and said, "Well, to celebrate you becoming a Pokémon trainer. These are 2 Pokémon I selected for you at the game corner. I hope you like them." "Thank you so much, Ryan." Lily gave him a warm hug, wished him good night, and left his room. That hug kept Ryan smiling until he fell asleep. Sylvian, who served as his pillow, shook her head with amusement. Her trainer seemed very happy indeed. Early the next morning, Ryan and Lily called Professor Oak to inform him that the Pokémon egg had hatched and that Vulpix had become Lily's starter Pokémon. Professor Oak was understanding, allowing Lily to stay at the Oak Research Institute for a few days so he could study the Alolan Vulpix's unique ice-type properties. "By the way, Ryan, the report on fairy type has been submitted to the Pokémon League, and they're taking it very seriously. We've also received your research grant and housing allowance. It's 200,000 Pokedollars total, plus construction costs," Professor Oak said. Only 200,000? Ryan said helplessly. With all the expenses for Pokémon care, training supplies, and equipment, it felt like a drop in the bucket compared to what he needed for his ambitious team-building goals. "You brat. 200,000 is substantial. You're still young, why do you need so much?" Professor Oak said with exasperation. Only when managing his own expenses did Ryan realize how costly proper Pokémon training could be. Ryan's eyes lit up with an idea, and he smiled mischievously. "Professor Oak, regarding the renovation of that house, can I rebuild it according to my own design?" "Yes, the League has agreed to that. You provide the blueprints, and they'll handle construction," Professor Oak replied. "Excellent. Don't blame me for this," Ryan grinned, contacting his system to design an elaborate beachfront facility. The system quickly designed a massive oceanfront complex and sent the blueprints to his bag. Ryan pulled them out and faxed them to Professor Oak. Upon seeing the plans, Professor Oak nearly choked on his coffee, roaring, "Are you trying to bankrupt the League? Are you building a house or a marine research facility?" Indeed, the old house the system had provided Ryan was located in the most remote part of Pallet Town, right by the ocean. Since it was virtually uninhabited, the available land was vast. The system's design showed a complex with a ground floor, courtyard, and pathways totaling over 10,000 square meters. The first floor was converted into a massive aquarium and marine habitat, perfect for breeding and training water-type Pokémon. After all, he had that super rod from the system, so he might as well put it to good use. He could even charge admission for tours, and the Pokémon could help guard the facility. The second floor featured luxury living quarters, a seaside villa with balconies overlooking the ocean, facing the sea with ocean breezes. As for the details, let the League handle them. Who told them to provide such a modest budget? He'd be doing them a disservice if he didn't make full use of their offer. They told me to provide my own blueprints and they'd build it. I didn't force anyone, Ryan said with mock innocence, grinning. Professor Oak hung up in frustration, rubbing his temples. Suddenly, Pokeballs began materializing from the transfer machine. Professor Oak examined them. They were the 20 or so rare Pokémon that Ryan had sent him from the game corner. Seeing these valuable specimens, Professor Oak felt much better and smiled somewhat helplessly. What a troublesome kid. Well, I don't need to worry about it. Let the League handle that headache. I'll focus on my research. After transferring the Pokémon, Ryan took Lily to the shipping center to send a large batch of clothes and accessories that Lily had selected back to the Alola region. Then, the two set out for Cerulean City. Along the way, they released Oddish and Nidoran Male Sign, letting them engage in battles to familiarize themselves with combat rhythm. Oddish was diligent, carefully following Ryan's instructions, but Nidoran Male Sign seemed distracted, constantly glancing in Lily's direction. Puzzled, Ryan had Lily release her Nidoran Female Sign. Sure enough, the moment she appeared, Nidoran Male Sign ran straight to her, constantly showing off and flaunting his moves. But Nidoran Female Sign was somewhat haughty. After all, female Nidoran were rarer in the wild than males. A male Nidoran wanting to win over a female would have to prove himself against other suitors. A Nidoran Male Sign without impressive strength would be better off staying single. Nidoran Female Sign barked dismissively at Nidoran Male Sign a few times, causing his entire demeanor to deflate with a look of despair. Ryan smacked Nidoran Male Sign's head in annoyance, saying, "If you don't train seriously now, who's going to be impressed by weakness?" Didn't you hear what she said? She only respects powerful Nidoking. Nidoran Male Sign's eyes welled up with tears as he barked at Ryan pleadingly. Ryan nodded and said, "Yes, I understand. She likes strong Nidoking. Listen to me, train hard, and we'll win the Indigo League Conference together. Then you'll evolve into Nidoking, and after that, you'll be the most powerful Nidoking around. Then come back and win her heart properly." Nidoran Male Sign nodded enthusiastically, barking determinedly, essentially saying, "Big brother, I'm counting on you. Train me hard, don't go easy on me." He then ran over to Nidoran Female Sign and called out earnestly. She nodded in acknowledgement. Watching the now motivated Nidoran Male Sign, Ryan couldn't help but sigh, the power of young love. Inspired by romance, Nidoran Male Sign's progress was remarkable. Combined with his exceptional potential and Ryan's system providing double experience gains, he reached level 16 in just one morning, evolving into Nidorino. Even Nidoran Female Sign, watching from the sidelines, seemed impressed. But a promise was a promise. He would need to return victorious, crowned as champion, before properly courting her. Nidorino thought with newfound determination. Lily, meanwhile, was fascinated by Ryan's ability to understand Pokémon language and his training methods. She peppered him with questions, and Ryan answered them all. Lily absorbed every piece of knowledge, things that Pokémon School could never teach. Pokémon School was mostly theoretical. To truly become stronger, trainers had to travel and experience the world firsthand. Both strength and knowledge would grow through real adventures. This was the path of true Pokémon Masters, unlike those who relied purely on academic study. But Ryan suddenly thought of something important. He'd heard stories of trainers who seemed to travel endlessly without aging. "I won't be stuck at this age forever, will I? Host, don't worry. The originally stagnant timeline has been corrected," the system suddenly interjected. "What do you mean?" Ryan asked. "In other words, both you and other trainers will age normally now. Furthermore, Certain trainers are favored by this world's natural energy, and fate itself will not prevent them from growing stronger. Some trainers may not match your current abilities, but as the world favors them, they will become increasingly powerful. The system can confirm that such individuals may become your greatest rivals in achieving Pokémon Master status, the system explained quietly. Ryan's mouth twitched as he thought, system users versus natural prodigies. This would be the ultimate clash of different paths to power. Ugh. Ryan leaned against the ferry's railing, feeling somewhat deflated. Don't be so down. You didn't want the badge I offered you for free anyway, Lily said, hugging Snowy and patting Ryan on the back consolingly. You haven't decided on your trainer path yet, so you don't understand how frustrating it is to not be able to battle at full strength, Ryan said glumly. Well, maybe you just haven't had enough challenging battles. This ferry is quite large, and it takes 3 days to reach Vermilion City. They're hosting a small doubles tournament on board. You should enter. I heard there's an evolution stone for first place, Lily suggested. Hearing about the competition and prizes, Ryan perked up immediately. His system also issued a quest for claiming victory, offering substantial battle points and rare items. This instantly reignited Ryan's enthusiasm. They were currently aboard a ferry from Cerulean City's harbor, bound for Vermilion City. Having already obtained the Cascade badge from Cerulean Gym, Ryan had admittedly found the challenge underwhelming. The 3 Waterflower sisters running the gym were easily defeated by his level 36 Frogadier. This Cerulean Gym was undoubtedly the weakest in Kanto. Perhaps only when Misty returned from her travels and took over would the Cerulean Gym truly become formidable. It had been 3 days since leaving Saffron City. Given how often Ash and his group got lost, they might encounter each other in Vermilion City, though there was no guarantee. Ever since hearing the system's assessment of naturally gifted trainers, Ryan had been craving a serious match to gauge his current abilities. However, there was no point dwelling on that now. The prize was appealing, and since it was a doubles match, Ryan convinced Lily to register as his partner. Lily was excited. This would be her first official Pokémon battle. After registering, they received competitor badges numbered 3 and headed to the ferry's open deck. A large crowd had already gathered around the spacious battle arena. The captain emerged to give opening remarks, and the matches began. Being a small, private tournament, there weren't many participants, just 8 teams total. Team 1 faced Team 2, Team 3 faced Team 4, and so forth. Team 1 consisted of twin brothers using Pidgeotto and Hypno. Team 2 was a young couple using Magneton and Golem. Ryan glanced over and quickly lost interest. The level and potential differences were too stark. The couple would clearly win. As expected, they won, though with some difficulty. Ryan shook his head, remembering that a trainer's strategic commands and predictions were crucial factors. Raw power wasn't everything. In the second match, Ryan and Lily took the field, sending out Frogadier and Snowy respectively. Their opponents were 2 male friends fielding Rhydon and Venusaur. Ryan's eyes lit up. Both opponents had impressive levels and potential. This would be entertaining. Hail! Ryan commanded. Against a Rhydon and Venusaur, both weak to Ice-type moves, this weather condition was perfect. Frogadier called out to the heavens, and dark clouds gathered overhead. Ice crystals and snow began falling, dealing continuous damage to non-ice types. Rhydon, use Rock Slide. Target that Vulpix. Venusaur, Razor Leaf. Attack the Vulpix too. Both opponents immediately had their Pokémon counterattack, focusing fire on Snowy. Lily hesitated momentarily, then called, Snowy, use Powder Snow. Don't worry about Snowy, Lily. Frogadier, use Protect. Shield both of them, Ryan instructed calmly. Frogadier leaped in front of Snowy, creating a translucent green barrier that completely blocked the Rock Slide and Razor Leaf attacks. Meanwhile, Snowy's Powder Snow, boosted by the hail weather, dealt significant damage to both opponents, with ice beginning to form around Rhydon's feet. Frogadier, finish Rhydon with Hydro Pump. Ryan commanded immediately. Venusaur, help Rhydon. Block that attack. The opponent reacted quickly, positioning Venusaur in front of the immobilized Rhydon. The massive water blast struck Venusaur directly. Though incredibly powerful, Venusaur's grass typing reduced the water-type damage by half, allowing it to endure the hit. "Snowy, keep using powder snow," Lily called out. "Venusaur, use Razor Leaf again. Ride on, break free from that ice." Both opponents were growing increasingly desperate. Ryan laughed and said, "Stop struggling. Frogadier, finish this with Giga Impact." Frogadier roared, building tremendous momentum as it blasted through the Razor Leaf attack and slammed into Venusaur with devastating force, sending it crashing into the ship's wall and knocking it unconscious. Frogadier entered the typical recharge state after using Giga Impact. However, Rhydon remained frozen solid, unable to move. The opponent smiled ruefully and said, "We forfeit." He knew full well that a single frozen Rhydon couldn't defeat two healthy opponents. Moreover, that blue frog appeared to be water-type with powerful moves like Hydro Pump. He decided to spare Rhydon unnecessary suffering. Having won this match, Ryan felt unsatisfied. It had been too easy. Lily, however, jumped excitedly, hugging Snowy in celebration. The next two matches proceeded similarly, though one trainer's Arbok impressed Ryan with its effective use of various poison techniques and status effects. Still, he felt no pressure. Frogadier alone would suffice, though he wanted to push Frogadier harder. After all, it was already level 36 and ready to reach its full potential. He'd been wanting to explore Frogadier Bond evolution for some time, and he was tantalizingly close to unlocking it. In the semi-final against the couple, Snowy barely needed to participate, just sending out occasional powder snow while Frogadier dismantled both opponents with ease. Ryan gradually became more familiar with Frogadier Protean ability. Protean. Each time the Pokémon uses a move, its type changes to match that move's type. Undeniably, with this ability, Frogadier became the most versatile Pokémon on his team. With access to moves of different types, Frogadier could adapt to virtually any situation and always gain stab, same type attack bonus. In the other semi-final, the trainer Ryan had noticed also won. His Weezing performed brilliantly, combining various poison-type techniques with impressive strategy. Ryan stroked his chin thoughtfully. This guy's clearly specializing in poison types. If Koga ever steps down as Fuchsia City's gym leader, this trainer might be a strong candidate for the position. The final round was about to begin. The captain appeared personally and presented the winning prizes, 2 moonstones. Perfect for both him and Lily, they could help evolve Nidorino and Nidorina into their final forms, Nidoking and Nidoqueen. Ryan sent out Frogadier again. Lily hesitated briefly, then chose Clefairy instead. After all, Snowy was getting tired, and she didn't want to overwork her starter. The opposing trainer sent out Arbok, while his partner chose Wartortle. Both sides exchanged respectful nods and immediately began the final battle. Frogadier, Thunderbolt. Ryan struck first, targeting Wartortle. The boy commanding Arbok also focused on eliminating the weaker opponent first, having Arbok use Poison Fang on Clefairy. Both Clefairy and Wartortle were caught off guard and collapsed. Ryan and the opposing trainer exchanged knowing smiles. Each recognized the other as the real threat. Their partners were essentially support. Eliminating the weaker links first would allow for a more exciting one-on-one duel. Arbok, use Toxic, the boy called out. Frogadier, use Protect, Ryan responded with a laugh. After observing several battles, he'd noticed this trainer's habit, always opening with Toxic to poison opponents before wearing them down with other moves. The protective barrier blocked the poison attack completely. The young trainer frowned and said, Arbok, use Toxic again. I don't believe he can keep protecting forever. Ryan shook his head. Protect wasn't a permanent solution. The more it was used consecutively, the lower its success rate became. However, if this trainer couldn't adapt beyond his opening Toxic strategy, his growth would be limited. He'd never reach Elite 4 level with such predictable tactics. Rain Dance, Ryan commanded. Frogadier summoned the rainfall, and heavy drops began falling across the battlefield. However, Arbok's second Toxic attempt succeeded this time, and purple toxin coursed through Frogadier's body. Ryan anticipated the next moves. He'll follow up with Wrap, then Poison Fang. As Ryan predicted, the trainer shouted, Arbok, use wrap, then follow up with poison fong. Double team, then hydro pump, Ryan said calmly. Frogadier immediately split into multiple copies. Arbok's wrap missed completely, and then a powerful water blast from one of the copies sent it flying across the deck. Arbok, get up. Use pin missile to hit all the copies, the trainer called desperately. Arbok struggled to its feet and unleashed a barrage of needle-like projectiles, striking the Frogadier copies one by one. But when the last copy vanished, the trainer looked around frantically. Where did the real Frogadier go? Frogadier, finish this with bounce, Ryan said, slightly disappointed by his opponent's limited adaptability. The trainer suddenly realized what had happened. Frogadier came crashing down from high above, delivering a devastating aerial attack that slammed Arbok into the deck, knocking it unconscious. Ryan shook his head. He'd simply had Frogadier use double team as cover, then bounce to leap high into the air for a surprise finishing blow against the weakened Arbok. The captain announced their victory, and suddenly Frogadier began glowing with brilliant white light. The falling rain seemed drawn to it, forming a swirling waterspout around the evolving Pokémon. When the water column dispersed, a magnificent Greninja stood before them, one hand held in a ninja seal across its chest, the other raised high, creating a truly impressive sight. Ryan walked over and embraced Greninja, smiling warmly. Finally evolved, partner. Greninja nodded coolly and clenched its fist, extremely satisfied with its new form. Ryan quickly administered a Pecha Berry to cure Greninja's poisoning. Just then, the opposing trainer approached and extended his hand. I'm Akira from Fuchsia City. Nice battle, can we talk for a moment? After helping Greninja recover, Ryan reached out and shook the offered hand. Hello, I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. Good match. I'm Lily, and I'm traveling with Ryan, Lily added as she joined them. Nice to meet you both. Ryan, how long have you been on your journey? You're incredibly skilled, Akira asked with genuine curiosity. I only started my journey recently. I got my starter Pokémon this year, Ryan replied. But I'm already 13, so I have a bit more experience than most new trainers. I see. You're planning to compete in the Indigo League conference too, right? Let's have a rematch there, Akira said with renewed determination. Absolutely. But I hope you'll work on diversifying your strategy. If you keep relying on the same opening moves like today, you'll keep losing. I'm looking forward to more challenging battles with you, Ryan said constructively. After that, he and Lily went to collect their prizes from the captain, 2 beautiful moonstones. Ryan didn't immediately just evolve Nidorino into Nidoking though. There were several important moves that Nidoking couldn't learn but Nidorino could master first. With Nidorino's exceptional potential, it could easily learn these techniques before evolving. Akira listened thoughtfully to Ryan's advice, his eyes growing more determined. Over the next 2 days, Ryan spent his free time fishing for water-type Pokémon while dedicating the rest to mastering Bond Evolution. The key was maximizing his connection with Greninja, achieving complete synchronization of body and spirit. Moving in perfect harmony, Ryan practiced various training poses alongside Greninja, their movements mirroring each other. Lily watched with fascination from the sidelines, cradling a Horsia that Ryan had recently caught. Snowy, however, looked at the new water type with a hint of jealousy. After all, that spot in Lily's arms used to belong to her. As their bond deepened, streams of water began enveloping Greninja, forming a rapidly swirling column around it. When the water dispersed, a Bond Evolution Greninja stood before Ryan. He immediately and excitedly checked Greninja's enhanced status. Pokémon, Greninja, Bond Evolution, Level 36, Gender, Male Height, 150 centimeters, Weight, 40 kilograms Ability, Bond Evolution Moves, Toxic Spikes, Egg Move, Pound, Growl, Bubble, Quick Attack, Lick, Water Pulse, Smokescreen, Round, U-Turn, Substitute, Bounce, Double Team, Hydro Pump, Rain Dance, Sleep Talk, Protect, Hyper Beam, Giga Impact, Shadow Sneak, Spikes, Sucker Punch, Water Shuriken, Extrasensory. Visually, it looked similar to regular Greninja, but with enhanced features and a large water shuriken on its back. After testing, Ryan found that Bond Evolution provided moderate improvements to all of Greninja's capabilities, though not dramatically so. He consulted his system for clarification. The bond requires deeper development. The stronger your connection becomes, the more your own attributes enhance Greninja's power. Ryan's expression darkened. So basically, you want me to invest in my own stats to make this form more effective. Correct. Damn. You're not even trying to hide it anymore. This system prioritizes honesty with the host. You've really changed, system. Negative. This system's primary objective remains helping the host achieve Pokémon Master status. Deception serves no purpose. That stings, buddy. During his conversation with the system, Greninja couldn't maintain its bond evolution state and reverted to normal form. As the system had indicated, his bond with Greninja had barely reached the minimum threshold for transformation. More training and stat investment would be necessary. Meanwhile, the expensive stat enhancement options loomed before Ryan once again. I'm so broke. Ryan sighed heavily. As he wallowed in his financial woes, the harbor came into view ahead. Vermilion City was finally within sight. After disembarking, Ryan, Lily, and Akira arrived at the Pokémon Center. Upon entering, they were immediately met with a chaotic scene. Injured Pokémon with electrical burns were everywhere, receiving emergency treatment. Seeing this, Ryan knew Lieutenant Surge must be responsible. However, with Nurse Joy so busy treating patients, it seemed she wouldn't have time to heal their Pokémon anytime soon. Ryan didn't mind, none of his 6 Pokémon were injured anyway. Besides, Lieutenant Surge's Raichu, whose moveset lacked proper refinement, should be easily handled by Ryan's current team. However, Akira's Pokémon weren't in good condition, so he had no choice but to wait. Ryan took Lily to challenge the gym. When they arrived, they saw someone frantically running toward the Pokémon Center carrying an unconscious Raticate. Looking at the low-level Raticate and recalling the other weak Pokémon he'd seen at the center, Ryan felt a mix of understanding and disapproval toward Lieutenant Surge. While he could sympathize with the gym leader's frustration at facing inexperienced trainers all day, he strongly disagreed with such extreme methods. Though his current life in the Pokémon world was facilitated by his system, and he had few human connections, his Pokémon had always been by his side, traveling, eating, and living together. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them family. Therefore, he deeply despised any unnecessary harm to Pokémon, and Lieutenant Surge's actions had crossed a serious line. Suppressing his anger, Ryan led Lily into the gym. Lieutenant Surge, dressed in military fatigues, stood at one end of the battlefield, flanked by 4 subordinates with a large Raichu positioned in front of him. Seeing Ryan and Lily enter, he sneered, 2 more little babies. Who's going first? Neither. I'm challenging the gym alone. I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. What's the battle format? Ryan replied calmly. Huh. Confident, are we? I like that attitude, kid, Lieutenant Surge said, stroking his chin. Standard 2-on-2 battle. My first Pokémon will be Raichu. Go, Beedrill. Ryan called, releasing his shiny Beedrill. Ooh, a shiny Pokémon. But Bug-type are still weak to my electric attacks, Lieutenant Surge boasted. Only if you can hit Beedrill, Ryan said calmly. Honestly, Lieutenant Surge, I understand your frustration with weak challengers, but your methods are excessive. If you don't want to battle beginners, you could have your subordinates screen challengers first, selecting only the strongest. Huh. Seems like you get it, kid. I'll consider your suggestion, but don't expect me to go easy on you. Lieutenant Surge laughed. Then don't blame me for what happens next. Beedrill, focus energy. Ryan commanded. Beedrill concentrated its power, dramatically increasing its critical hit ratio. Lieutenant Surge responded, Raichu, let's start with Thundershock. Raichu launched an electrical attack at Beedrill. Ryan gave Beedrill a subtle signal, and it immediately used agility to dodge the Thundershock while boosting its speed. Ryan called out, too slow. Beedrill, fell stinger. Beedrill's twin stingers glowed ominously as it rushed toward Raichu at incredible speed. Lieutenant Surge shouted, "Don't back down, Raichu. Use Mega Punch to counter." Naive, Ryan thought. Beedrill's speed was far too great for Raichu to react properly. It easily sidestepped Raichu's Mega Punch and drove both stingers into Raichu's side. Raichu screamed in agony as it was sent flying, crashing hard into the gym wall. When it hit the ground, it was already unconscious. Lieutenant Surge gasped, "That much damage from one hit?" Ryan understood why. Beedrill's attack stat was naturally high, and with focus energy increasing critical hit rate, plus the focus lens he'd given it, Stinger had an excellent chance of hitting vital points. Combined with Beedrill's sniper ability, landing a critical hit against the frail Raichu resulted in devastating damage. Recalling his Raichu, Lieutenant Surge took a deep breath and said, "I underestimated you, kid. Time to get serious. Go, Magneton." Seeing Magneton enter the battlefield, Ryan recalled Beedrill. Steel and electric types completely countered Beedrill. Keeping it out would be suicidal. Sending in Charizard was the optimal choice. Charizard immediately used Sunny Day upon entering, intensifying the battlefield lighting. Lieutenant Surge launched his counterattack, Magneton, Thunderbolt. "Protect, then Flamethrower," Ryan commanded. The protective barrier blocked the electrical attack, then Charizard unleashed a powerful stream of fire at Magneton. Lieutenant Surge gritted his teeth and shouted, "Lock on," then Zap Cannon. Ryan's blood ran cold. Lock on guaranteed the next move would hit with perfect accuracy, and Zap Cannon was one of the most powerful electric-type attacks available. Charizard, use Protect. Ryan could only hope for luck and successful protection. The flamethrower successfully struck Magneton, dealing massive damage and reducing its HP by nearly 90%. However, it didn't faint, and judging by Lieutenant Surge's confidence in Magneton's durability, Ryan knew it must have impressive defensive stats. Data streams flashed across Magneton's optical sensors before it aimed forward, unleashing a devastating electromagnetic cannon blast at Charizard. Charizard attempted to use Protect, but before the barrier could form, the Zap Cannon connected. Charizard shrieked as electricity coursed through its body, leaving it charred and occasionally sparking with residual current. Ryan realized with dread that not only had Protect failed, but Charizard was now paralyzed as well. "Magneton, finish it with Thunderbolt," Lieutenant Surge commanded. This frustrated Ryan immensely. That was usually his finishing line. In desperation, Ryan shouted, "Charizard, use Protect, then Outrage." He had no choice but to gamble everything. Success would turn the tide completely, but failure would mean certain defeat. Even with Beedrill as backup, losing Charizard here would be devastating. Unconsciously, Ryan extended his bond powers toward Charizard. The connection allowed Charizard to execute Protect just a fraction faster, successfully blocking the Thunderbolt. Then, Dragon Energy erupted violently as Charizard slammed into Magneton with overwhelming force, defeating it in one devastating blow. TCH. "Just luck," Lieutenant Surge said reluctantly, recalling his Magneton. He walked over to Ryan and handed him the Thunder Badge. "Kid, you got lucky there. Otherwise, this battle could have gone either way." "Yeah, you're right," Ryan admitted without arguing. It had been his mistake. He hadn't expected Magneton to no lock-on, which led to the dangerous situation. He patted Charizard's back apologetically. "Sorry, buddy. That was my error. Won't happen again." Charizard snorted and lightly punched Ryan's shoulder with its claw. "Be more careful next time." Ryan and Lily left the gym and returned to the Pokémon Center. After all, they still needed to heal their Pokémon. Lieutenant Surge wasn't accepting any more challenges, and he agreed with Ryan's suggestion, planning to close the gym for renovations. This greatly reduced the pressure on the Pokémon Center. However, Akira was speechless when he heard the gym would be closed for several days. He hadn't even challenged a gym yet. Ryan ignored Akira's complaints. He hadn't collected all the badges yet, and he was still 2 Pokémon short of completing his team. He had already set his sights on 2 Pokémon, the massive Onix and Giovanni's Mutwo. Since the giant Onix had caught the attention of Elite 4-member Bruno, it must be incredibly powerful. All he had to do was reach MT Hideaway before Bruno did. As for Mutwo, That was a bigger problem, but if he could capture it, the league championship would be guaranteed. The question was whether it would follow his commands. If he couldn't convince Mutwo before it escaped, there would be little he could do once it fled. After all, his current team was no match for a legendary Pokémon, especially one of the most powerful. But if he captured Mutwo, Team Rocket would definitely not let him go. At the very least, their future would be fraught with danger, unless he never used Mutwo in battles. He knew his limits. Reaching the semifinals with his current Pokémon wasn't a problem, but beyond that, every opponent would be formidable. Using such a limited roster would undoubtedly make him a target. Without Mutwo, his chances of winning the championship were slim. But with Mutwo, unless his opponent also had a legendary Pokémon, losing was practically impossible. But overthinking was pointless, continuous training was the key. Without strength, even encountering Mutwo would be meaningless. After healing his Pokémon, Ryan and Lily prepared to head to Celadon City. After checking the map, they found two routes. One was the direct cycling road, which could be traveled in a day if they hurried. The other was through a forest known as the Viridian Forest's darker region, which was said to be home to numerous rare Pokémon. The name suggested an abundance of ghost-type Pokémon. Ryan's eyes lit up. He didn't have any ghost types yet, so catching one would fill that gap in his team. He discussed it with Lily, who nodded. Ryan, I think the forest route is best. First, you can encounter a variety of Pokémon. Second, we're on a journey, and constantly using public transportation wouldn't allow us to fully experience the adventure of traveling. Ryan nodded, deciding to take the forest route. He then took Lily to the Pokemart to buy some potions and provisions, then set off for the dark forest. According to his knowledge of the region, there should be a Diglett's cave in this forest leading to Pewter City. He wondered if they might encounter it. Even if they did, it wouldn't be possible for them to reach Pewter City through that route. After all, their destination was Celadon City, not Pewter City. Entering the dark forest, Ryan and Lily discovered that, just as described, there was a vast variety of Pokémon. Lily's attention was drawn to a Pikachu, and she said eagerly, "Ryan, I want to catch that Pikachu." Ryan nodded and said, "Go for it. I'll help if you need it." Lily immediately ran over and called out to the Pikachu eating berries in the tree, "Pikachu, I want to catch you. Come and battle with me." Ryan watched this and smiled approvingly. As they say, you become like those you spend time with. During their travels together, Lily had gradually developed a passion for battling since that tag battle. Although her skills weren't advanced yet, she was steadily improving. For her favorite Pokémon, she wouldn't rely on Ryan to catch them like she had with Horsia before. This time, she would do it herself. "Pika?" Pikachu tilted its head and called out in confusion. Ryan smiled and explained, "Pikachu, she wants to battle you. She wants to become your trainer." The Pikachu was quite young and didn't understand much about battles, so Ryan clarified. Pikachu immediately perked up, shook its head playfully, and bounded away. "Wait. Battle me." Lily, having finally decided to catch a Pokémon herself, wasn't about to give up so easily. She immediately gave chase, Pokeball in hand. Ryan's momentary distraction caused both Pikachu and Lily to slip out of his sight. With a helpless smile, he immediately pursued them. After running for a while, Ryan heard Lily, who had been running ahead of him, suddenly disappear with a scream. Looking around, he saw a large hole in the ground. He immediately crouched at the opening and peered down into the darkness. Ryan called into the cave, "Lily, are you okay?" "I'm alive, but I can't move my foot," Lily's voice echoed faintly from below, sounding pained. She must have injured her ankle. "Hold on. I'm coming down to get you," Ryan called back. He pulled a rope from his backpack, tied one end to a sturdy tree, and secured the other around his waist. He tugged it, testing its strength. Then he positioned himself at the cave entrance, gripped the rope tightly, and slowly rappelled down. At the bottom, Ryan pulled out his camping lantern, illuminating the depths with its glow. By its light, he found Lily sitting on the ground, cradling her right foot with both hands. Seeing Ryan, she said painfully, "Ryan, I think my ankle is dislocated." I can't move it at all. Let me take a look. Ryan set the lantern on the ground and, by its light, examined Lily's foot. With his knowledge of first aid, he could tell it was indeed dislocated. Ryan said, "Lily, tell me about your favorite Pokémon type." Huh? What? Lily hadn't processed the question when Ryan quickly snapped her bone back into place. Wiping sweat from his forehead, Ryan said, "Okay, but you can't walk on that foot for now. I'll carry you." He then crouched down and offered her a piggyback ride. Having Lily hold the lantern, Ryan supported her legs with both hands, wondering how they would get out. Only then did Lily realize Ryan's question had been meant to distract her so he could reset the bone immediately. But thinking about his sudden question, Lily couldn't help but blush. She instinctively raised the lantern to look around and said with mild surprise, "Ryan, look around us. This seems to be an abandoned underground facility." Ryan also surveyed their surroundings. They were now in a metal corridor. Sand and debris covered the ground, likely brought down when Lily fell. Broken glass fragments and scattered papers were everywhere. It looked like an underground laboratory. "Let's explore inside first and see if there's another exit," Ryan said. Generally, underground facilities must have multiple exits, but this one appeared abandoned. He wondered if the exits were sealed. If not, that would be ideal. After all, climbing back up through the cave entrance would likely re-injure Lily's ankle. A second injury could cause permanent damage and serious complications. Lily nodded, and the two began exploring the underground base to see if they could find an exit. System, activate emergency mode. Something incredible has happened. Ryan was stunned by the scene before him. He had been searching for an exit in this underground facility when he stumbled upon a large R symbol on a wall. He had already guessed this was one of Team Rocket's abandoned laboratories. He had no idea what experiments had been conducted inside, but his curiosity got the better of him. He inspected each room until he reached a massive research chamber. He couldn't believe his eyes. There were about 24 cylindrical incubation tanks filled with bizarre small Pokémon, all resembling Mutwo. Could this be where Team Rocket had been researching and creating Mutwo? Ding! Scan completed. The incubation chambers contain what appear to be failed Mutwo prototypes. All are genetically unstable and currently deceased. Their bodies are only being preserved in the culture solution. Once the solution degrades, they'll likely dissolve completely. Ryan remained silent, filled with rage at those mad scientists and chilled by their methods. Ding! Mutwo genetic data has been successfully integrated into the system database. Now issuing bonus rewards. Option 1. The system will revive one of the failed Mutwo prototypes, restoring it to life. However, its power will be significantly greater than the host's, and the host may face hostility. This option is not recommended. Option 2. The system will extract the genetic material from all failed prototypes and synthesize them into a Pokémon egg, hatching a new Mutwo. However, its initial power will be minimal, requiring training from the beginning. Please choose. Was this an incredible stroke of luck? Ryan couldn't believe what he was hearing. Did I hear that correctly? It can create a living Mutwo. However, the system presented him with a choice: a high-level but potentially disobedient Mutwo, or a level 1, completely loyal Mutwo. Ryan figured anyone in their right mind would choose the second option, so he selected it. Immediately, under Lily's astonished gaze, the Mutwo remains from the incubation tanks rapidly dissolved, transforming into streams of silver-white energy. These streams converged in the air and gradually merged, forming into a silvery white Pokémon egg. Ryan supported Lily with his right arm and reached out with his left to catch the Pokémon egg. Following the system's guidance, he channeled his bond power into the egg, forming a connection with the small Mutwo inside. The eggshell then glowed with brilliant white light, and before Ryan and Lily appeared a young Mutwo. Then, a voice echoed telepathically in their minds: "Father. Mother." Ryan and Lily's faces went completely red, though Ryan accepted the little Mutwo's acknowledgement. Looking at the small Mutwo before him, he couldn't help but think, just like that, I have a legendary Pokémon. It wasn't until Ryan communicated with the little Mutwo, allowing it to enter a Master Ball, that he realized this wasn't a dream. The ball stopped shaking immediately, confirming the capture was successful. Of course, he also had to convince Lily, attributing the incident to his latent psychic abilities. Mutwo's telepathy had also revealed to Lily that it was a psychic-type Pokémon, so she accepted the explanation. After all, the Pokémon world is vast, and there are many phenomena that humans can't fully understand, right? Pokémon, Mutwo, baby. Level 1. Gender, male. Height, 50 centimeters, adult, 200 centimeters. Weight, 35 kilograms, adult, 122 kilograms. Ability, pressure. Moves, pound, confusion, disable, barrier, psychic. Ryan hadn't anticipated discovering Team Rocket's underground laboratory within the Dark Forest. There are many different versions of Mutwo's origin story, with the manga and anime presenting completely different narratives. In the Pokémon Adventures manga, Blaine assisted Team Rocket in their research and contributed his own DNA to Mutwo, creating a unique bond between them. However, the anime presents a different story. Mutwo strikes back, and related media provide extensive background on Mutwo's tragic origins. The story reveals how Dr. Fuji's research was funded by Giovanni to create the ultimate Pokémon weapon. It tells of Amber, Dr. Fuji's deceased daughter, whose consciousness was briefly recreated alongside Mutwo's development, and how Mutwo's growth was shaped by loss, loneliness, and fragmented memories, gradually transforming from an innocent being into a creature consumed by rage and vengeance. Regardless of the version, Mutwo's story is deeply tragic. Now, thanks to the system's intervention, another Mutwo has been born, but compared to the one under Giovanni's control, this one should have a much happier existence. Furthermore, its acquisition doesn't count as a system-gifted Pokémon, meaning Ryan only needs to capture one more high-quality Pokémon to compete in the Indigo League and complete his quest. While Ryan couldn't assess the little Mutwo's individual potential, a legendary Pokémon's inherent capabilities were undoubtedly no less than perfect. However, adding the little Mutwo brought Ryan's team to 7 Pokémon, forcing him to send one back to Professor Oak's laboratory. After much deliberation, he reluctantly decided to send back Sylveon. Professor Oak had been asking about his progress several times, and Ryan could already imagine the professor's excitement upon receiving Sylveon. Although he felt reluctant, both Celadon and Fuchsia gyms specialized in poison types, giving Sylveon limited opportunities to shine, so he had little choice. Carrying Lily on his back, he continued searching for an exit while investigating the facility further. Even after thorough exploration, he found nothing else of value. This was understandable, as the place had been abandoned and almost everything worthwhile had been removed. Even the Mutwo remains in the incubation tanks would have degraded once removed from their preservation medium, making them worthless for study. The exit was sealed, but not too heavily. He released Charizard, Greninja, and Beedrill. Together, the 3 Pokémon used Hyper Beam to successfully blast the door open. As they emerged from the facility, they were confronted by a group of hostile Geodude and Graveler glaring at them. Ryan's eye twitched as he said, "I swear we didn't mean to disturb you. Do you believe me?" In response, various rock-type attacks came flying their way. Ryan was forced to release all his Pokémon and use Protect to shield himself and Lily during their retreat. Mutwo, staying close to Ryan, saw the rock-types attacking his father. With a casual wave of his hand, he used powerful Psychic to instantly repel most of the Pokémon. He clenched his small fists, creating a telekinetic barrier that blocked their continued assault. Then, exhausted from the effort, he collapsed and was caught by Charizard. They quickly fled from the cave where the rock-type Pokémon had gathered. Once outside, Charizard fired a Hyper Beam, collapsing the entrance and sealing it, temporarily stopping their pursuers. Ryan finally breathed a sigh of relief. As for whether the Geodude and others would be trapped inside, there was no need to worry. These Pokémon all had rock and ground typing, so digging tunnels was their natural talent. They wouldn't remain trapped for long. 10 days passed in a flash, and Ryan and Lily, riding Nidorina, arrived in Celadon City. The journey, originally supposed to take 3 days, was extended to a full week. The reason was simply Lily's obsession. She absolutely had to capture that Pikachu that had caused her injury. A girl's determination is truly formidable, even if she's still young. After a week of searching, they finally encountered the wild Pikachu again. Then, with Ryan feeling exasperated, all 6 of his Pokémon surrounded Pikachu from every angle. Finally, with his team preventing Pikachu's escape, the electric type reluctantly succumbed to their overwhelming numbers, and Lily easily captured it with her Pokeball. Meanwhile, with Ryan's guidance, Nidoran female sign evolved into Nidorina. At 1.6 meters tall, Nidorina could easily carry Lily's weight, and Ryan was finally freed from his 10-day role as her mount. Although initially, carrying Lily on his back had created some intimate and awkward moments full of tension, over time, being the transportation for a girl so focused on revenge wouldn't create any romantic atmosphere. It was just exhausting being used as a ride. After capturing Pikachu, Lily rode Nidorina and followed Ryan out of the forest. However, these days of training had paid off. With the exception of Mutwo, his other 5 Pokémon had all reached level 40, and Mutwo had also reached level 28. Only a few rare items remained to complete his Pokédex collection quest. 10,000 battle points, a random set of Mega Evolution Stones, and 2 system upgrade permissions unlocked. A bright future awaited. With these happy thoughts in mind, Celadon City came into view. Entering Celadon City, Ryan and Lily rushed to the Pokémon Center, where they enjoyed hot showers and a hearty meal. Lily also had Nurse Joy examine her ankle. After diagnosis, Nurse Joy changed the bandages and told her the injury was healing well. She expected to be able to walk normally again in 2 or 3 days. After a day of rest at the Pokémon Center, the two arrived at the Celadon gym early the next morning to challenge it. Upon entering the gym, they saw a group of women tending to grass-type Pokémon in what looked like a greenhouse paradise. After Ryan explained his purpose, one of the women led them into the gym's official battle arena. Meeting the gym leader, Erica, Ryan said, "I'm Ryan from Pallet Town, and I've come to challenge the Celadon gym." "Welcome. I'm Erica, the gym leader." "I accept your challenge," Erica, dressed in an elegant kimono, said gracefully before sending out a Bellsprout. Ryan hesitated for a moment, then sent out Mutwo. Erica looked at the small Mutwo and exclaimed softly, "What an unusual Pokémon. I've never seen one like this before. But seeing how small it is, it must have hatched only recently, right?" Ryan gently patted little Mutwo's head and said, "Yes, it's only been with us for about 2 weeks. But gym leader Erica, you'll be at a disadvantage if you underestimate it. After all, when it reaches maturity, its strength will be comparable to that of a legendary Pokémon." "Comparable to a legendary Pokémon?" Erica asked skeptically. "We'll see about that after we battle. This will be a 3-on-3 match. If all 3 Pokémon are unable to battle, the match ends. You may attack first." Seeing Erica's disbelief and the look of doubt in her eyes, Ryan smiled and said, "Mutwo, it seems we're being underestimated. Let's send a psychic greeting first." Little Mutwo nodded and pointed at Bellsprout. It instantly used Psychic to lift Bellsprout into the air and hold it suspended. With a flick of its finger, Bellsprout slammed hard into the ground, instantly losing its ability to fight. "Bellsprout, return." Erica recalled her Bellsprout with a distressed expression. "It seems I did underestimate you, but I won't make that mistake again. Go, Weepinbell." "Weepinbell, use Razor Leaf." Erica didn't give Ryan the first move, launching her attack immediately. "Psybeam," Ryan commanded. With a wave of its hand, Mutwo fired a psychic beam that tore through the Razor Leaf attack and struck Weepinbell, instantly defeating it before Erica's astonished gaze. Ryan nodded and said, "Gym leader Erica, please bring out your ace Pokémon. I want to see Mutwo's true limits. After all, even my starter Charizard would lose to Mutwo if I didn't take the battle seriously, let alone the Pokémon you use to test beginning trainers." "I see. It seems your claim that Mutwo could become a legendary Pokémon wasn't just boasting. I apologize for my skepticism, and I'll send out my strongest partner. Go, Vileplume," Erica said with newfound respect. With that, a magnificent Vileplume appeared on the field. Ryan took one look and drew a sharp breath, a Vileplume with perfect individual values, and judging by its presence, at least level 70 or higher. Vileplume, sunny day, Erica commanded. Vileplume launched a sphere of energy into the sky, and the sunlight suddenly intensified throughout the gym. Ryan wasn't about to let her control the weather advantage. He immediately shouted, "Mutwo, hail." Heavy snow began falling throughout the arena, dealing chip damage to both Pokémon each turn. Erica didn't bother trying to change the weather again, knowing Ryan would just counter it. Vileplume, sleep powder. Light screen. Ryan refused to give ground, directly negating the status condition attempt. What a thorough strategist. Vileplume, petal dance. Erica unleashed her ultimate move, hoping to quickly eliminate Mutwo. After all, she had already revealed her ace. Losing now would be embarrassing. Protect, then focus energy, Ryan commanded. The protective barrier shielded Mutwo, blocking the powerful grass-type attack, while Mutwo concentrated its energy to dramatically increase its critical hit ratio for the next attack. Erica immediately had Vileplume continue with Petal Dance. Mutwo, not daring to underestimate the attack, had already prepared its counter-strategy. The subsequent Petal Dance successfully connected with Mutwo, directly reducing it to critically low HP. Ryan steeled himself and called, Psybeam, full power. Mutwo used the last of its strength and fired a concentrated Psybeam at Vileplume. At the same time, Vileplume's final Petal Dance struck Mutwo. There was a brilliant flash of light as both attacks connected. Mutwo collapsed, unable to continue battling, while Vileplume staggered, having lost about 1/5 of its remaining health. Return, Mutwo. You did amazing, Ryan recalled his fallen partner and sent out his next Pokémon. It's your turn, Charizard. Use Flamethrower. Vileplume, caught in the confusion from Petal Dance's side effects, failed to dodge the fire-type attack. After just one Flamethrower, Vileplume was reduced to half health. Ryan was pleased and shouted, keep the pressure on. Don't let up. Vileplume, Giga Drain. Erica called out nervously. Charizard's Flamethrower barrage continued relentlessly, while Vileplume retaliated with Giga Drain to restore some health. However, the type advantage was overwhelming. By the time the exchange ended, Vileplume was hanging on by a thread. One final Petal Dance. Erica was somewhat frustrated. The confusion status had lasted longer than expected. Otherwise, she might have been able to defeat Charizard and force a decisive third round. Finish it with Flamethrower. Charizard was only level 43, no match for Vileplume's level 70+. Just 2 Giga Drains during the exchange had already severely weakened Charizard. This was only possible due to Fire-type's advantage over Grass-type. Otherwise, a single Giga Drain would likely have defeated any of Ryan's other Pokémon. Both attacks launched simultaneously. The Flamethrower and Petal Dance collided in midair before both struck their targets. Both Pokémon collapsed at the same moment, ending the gym battle in a dramatic double knockout. That was an incredible battle, Erica said, walking over with a smile. Your Mutwo truly is remarkable. I can see why you believe it will become legendary. Please accept this rainbow badge as proof of your victory. Ryan accepted the badge gratefully. Thank you, Erica. That Vileplume of yours is incredibly strong. This battle taught me a lot about strategy and never underestimating an opponent. Looking at the two Pokémon that had collapsed on the battlefield, both trainers recalled their partners. Erica sighed and said, that was my mistake. If I hadn't relied on Petal Dance so heavily, I probably wouldn't have let you win so easily. Lily approached Riding Knight Arena and said in surprise, I had no idea gym leaders were so powerful. I used to see you winning easily, Ryan, and I thought they weren't very strong. Ryan patted Lily's head with mild exasperation and explained, who told you that? A gym leader is one of the most powerful trainers in their city. Not only do they help the Pokémon League govern the region, but they also protect the town from dangerous wild Pokémon. As for gym challenges to obtain badges, gym leaders don't use their main teams. The gym challenge system is designed to identify talented trainers for the league. If all gym leaders used their full strength, very few trainers would ever earn a badge. I'm impressed you understand the system so well, Erica said, glancing at Ryan approvingly. Just as Ryan explained, don't underestimate gym leaders, Lily. But congratulations on your victory, Ryan. I suspect that if your Mutwo grows a little stronger, you could very well become champion. Ryan accepted the rainbow badge and placed it in his badge case. Curiously, he asked, are you saying that with my current strength, it would be difficult to win the Indigo League? Lily's interest was piqued as she asked, are there really trainers stronger than Ryan? Indeed there are. I'll be honest with you, you've heard of Elite Four-member Lance, haven't you? Erica said after a moment's hesitation. Yes, I know of him, Ryan replied, thinking to himself, though he's more of a flying-type specialist than a pure dragon-type trainer. Lance has a cousin named Claire, who's a gym leader in the Johto region. He also has a younger cousin named Draco, who's about 13 years old and has been competing in league tournaments. Lance will soon be transferred to Johto to take the champion position, and Draco will likely claim a vacant Elite Four spot. While not as strong as Lance, he's still among the very best. He'll also be participating in this year's Indigo League. I've battled against him before, and he's incredibly strong, even stronger than you currently are, Ryan, Erica said carefully. Interesting, Ryan said, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After obtaining Mutwo, I thought this tournament would be too easy, but I didn't expect another formidable opponent to emerge. I'm genuinely excited. During his time in the Pokémon world, Ryan had gradually noticed significant changes in himself. Back on Earth, he had been just an ordinary person living a mundane life. But in the Pokémon world, despite the system's guidance, he had truly integrated into this reality, and some previously hidden aspects of his personality had begun to emerge. Cheerful yet competitive, with a deep love for Pokémon and an insatiable hunger for battles, this was Ryan's current personality. He wasn't afraid of powerful opponents. On the contrary, he was thrilled to have a rival who could challenge him and show him new heights to reach. After bidding farewell to Erica, he also received a discount coupon for her perfume shop. While Ryan wasn't particularly interested in fragrances, Lily was quite excited. After all, it's natural for girls to enjoy such things. Lily bought some perfume to send to her mother, arranged for delivery, and they rested in Celadon City for another day. The next morning, after purchasing supplies, Ryan and Lily set out for Fuchsia City. Instead of taking the route Ash had taken in the anime, Ryan chose a more direct path that passed through 3 small towns before reaching Fuchsia City. They had expected a smooth journey, but unexpectedly, problems arose on the very first day. In the evening, Ryan and Lily set up camp beside a clear stream. He prepared dinner while Lily, still recovering from her ankle injury, sat by the water with her fishing rod, hoping to catch something fresh to supplement their meal. The Pokémon were allowed to roam freely, and those with energy practiced their moves. Little Mutwo was diligently training its psychic powers. With such a dedicated example among the younger generation, Charizard and the other veteran Pokémon felt immense pressure. After all, Little Mutwo wasn't even level 30 yet, but it could battle these level 40-plus Pokémon on equal terms. If they didn't work hard and were surpassed by a newcomer, they would lose face as experienced team members. Ryan smiled silently as he watched. He hadn't told Charizard and the others that Mutwo was a legendary Pokémon. Ryan was delighted that his team was being motivated by Little Mutwo's example to continuously improve. If Charizard and the others could consistently match or even suppress Mutwo's growth, then by the time Mutwo matured into a true legendary Pokémon, his veteran team members, even if they weren't legendary themselves, would possess power rivaling that level. As the sky gradually darkened, Ryan had prepared a large pot of hearty stew, which, along with the bread they'd purchased, would satisfy everyone's hunger. He served a bowl to each Pokémon along with their specialized Pokeblocks. Just as they were about to begin eating, a chittering sound rose from the horizon, rapidly approaching. Ryan looked up and his face went pale. It was a massive swarm of Zubat and Golbat, conservatively estimated at nearly 1,000 strong. Get in the tent. Don't provoke them. Ryan immediately scooped Lily up in his arms and rushed into their tent. He quickly recalled all his Pokémon except for Mutwo, who he positioned to guard the tent entrance. Wild Zubat and Golbat were known to drain blood from their victims. While a few wouldn't be dangerous, this many could easily prove fatal. Even with the tent flaps secured, the relentless battering continued, and the outer fabric began to tear under the assault. Ryan frowned and had Mutwo use Psychic to reinforce the tent structure, preventing it from collapsing under the impacts. Lily clung to Ryan's arm in terror, unsure how to react to this unprecedented situation. "It's okay, I'm here," Ryan tried to reassure her, though his own trembling hands betrayed his inner panic. They say that even ants can kill an elephant through sheer numbers, and that was absolutely true here. Ryan figured that even a legendary Pokémon wouldn't casually provoke an attack from so many wild Pokémon. Numbers could make all the difference in the world. Only after the sounds outside finally died down did Ryan and Lily venture out of their tent. Looking at the devastated campsite, Ryan smiled grimly and said, "Well, at least they didn't touch our food supplies. Everyone's safe, that's what matters." Lily nodded shakily. This had been her first experience with the raw power of a Pokémon swarm. After a quick meal of what remained edible, Ryan and Lily immediately packed up and continued traveling through the night. They obviously couldn't remain there any longer. Who knew if those Zubat and Golbat would return for another attack? If they did, the next encounter might not end so fortunately. They traveled rapidly through the darkness and finally reached the town marked on their map near dawn. Entering the settlement, they found the Pokémon Center. After knocking persistently, a sleepy Chansey finally opened the door. After explaining their situation, the Pokémon Center staff let them inside. Once Ryan and Lily were safely inside the Pokémon Center, they finally allowed themselves to relax. This had been the most dangerous situation they'd encountered during their entire journey. Physically and mentally exhausted, both travelers fell into deep, much-needed sleep. Ryan and Lily slept until noon before finally waking up. They went to the Pokémon Center cafeteria for a bite to eat and asked Nurse Joy about the Zubat and Golbat swarms from the night before. "Oh, you mean those Zubat and Golbat? I know about that. They used to live in a cave in the eastern forest, but for some reason, they've all fled recently, causing panic among the townspeople," Nurse Joy said after a moment's thought. Ryan frowned. This wasn't a good sign. These Zubat and Golbat had abandoned their home territory and were now flying around desperately searching for food. If they were allowed to run wild like this, the consequences would be disastrous. The Pokémon League would definitely send someone to deal with this situation, and they wouldn't use gentle measures. System alert. Side quest triggered. Explore the Batcave. Investigate the reason why Zubat and Golbat cannot return to their cave and resolve the issue. Reward: 1,000 Pokédollars, rare items, and significant experience points. Wait, system, are you sure about those rewards? That seems like a lot for what appears to be a minor quest, Ryan thought, surprised by the generous compensation. Alert: Pokémon Gratitude and Successful Ecosystem Restoration provide substantial experience bonuses. Understood. I'll take it. Ryan accepted the quest. He immediately turned to Nurse Joy and asked, "Do you have a detailed map of the area? I'm planning to investigate. We can't let these Zubat and Golbat continue terrorizing the region." "Yes, I do have one. Thank you so much for offering to help. If you can find the cause, please return immediately and let me know so I can report it to the Pokémon League," Nurse Joy said gratefully. She rummaged through her desk and found a dusty, well-worn map. Ryan took the map and carefully brushed off the dust. He studied it briefly, then turned to Lily. "Lily, please wait here at the Pokémon Center. Your ankle injury isn't completely healed yet. I'll investigate and be back this afternoon." Lily nodded with concern. "Be careful going alone. If anything dangerous happens, don't try to be a hero, just run." Ryan nodded and headed toward the cave with the map and his fully recovered Pokémon team. After walking through the forest for almost an hour, Ryan finally located the cave marked on the map. He noticed that the surrounding forest was abundant with berry trees. No wonder it could support such a large colony of Zubat and Golbat. Perhaps some powerful Pokémon had invaded their territory, driving the bat Pokémon away and forcing them to seek food elsewhere. Ryan took a deep breath and released all his Pokémon. With his team protecting him, they entered the cave together. The interior was pitch black, so Ryan lit his camping lantern while Charizard raised its tail, the flame providing additional illumination. After exploring for quite some time, there was no sign of any Pokémon, not even a single dropping or scratch mark on the walls. Had his theory been wrong? Ryan began to doubt his reasoning. As they ventured deeper, he faintly heard crashing sounds echoing through the cave, like something repeatedly striking the rock walls. The sounds were muffled and distant, making it difficult to determine exactly what was causing them. However, the presence of these sounds definitely meant they were related to the Zubat situation. Ryan quickened his pace, following the noise. After navigating several winding passages, he finally saw light ahead. Ryan hurried forward and gasped at what he discovered. Instead of the group of invading Pokémon he had imagined, there was only one person and a massive Steel-type Pokémon. Although Ryan recognized the young man immediately, he could hardly believe his eyes. "Is that Steven Stone, Hoenn's champion?" he asked aloud. The young man turned at the sound of his voice, and indeed, it was exactly as Ryan had suspected. Steven Stone, champion of the Hoenn region. The Pokémon beside him was unmistakably his signature shiny Metagross. "Who are you?" Steven asked curiously. "I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. I'm on a journey preparing for the upcoming Indigo League Championship," Ryan explained. "I came here to investigate why the Zubat and Golbat abandoned this cave and have been attacking travelers." "Ah, I see," Steven said with understanding. "I apologize for the trouble I've caused. I discovered this cave connects to a small rare stone deposit. The Zubat and Golbat wouldn't allow me access, so I had to battle them. I suppose I frightened them badly enough that they fled entirely. I've nearly finished collecting the specimens I need and will be leaving soon. I'll contact the League and arrange for the Zubat and Golbat to be safely guided back to their home." Ryan's jaw dropped. "Are you telling me you single-handedly defeated that entire swarm of Zubat and Golbat?" "Well, I only battled a few hundred directly. My Metagross intimidated the rest into fleeing. There were still quite a lot of them, so it was certainly challenging," Steven said with a modest smile, clearly not considering it a particularly impressive feat. Feeling somewhat overwhelmed, Ryan pressed further. "With just one Metagross?" "Of course. Metagross is my ace Pokémon," Steven replied, affectionately patting one of the shiny Metagross's metallic legs. Ryan felt humbled. He had initially assumed that even legendary Pokémon would avoid confronting nearly 1,000 Zubat, yet here was a single champion-level pseudo-legendary that had routed hundreds of them. Ryan realized he had been like a frog in a well, unable to comprehend the true power possessed by elite trainers, despite his growing confidence in his own abilities. However, recognizing his limitations only strengthened Ryan's determination and hunger for greater power. Steven noticed this quality and nodded approvingly. Here was a promising young trainer with real potential. Ryan approached Steven, bowed respectfully, and said, "Mr. Steven, I humbly request that you battle me once we leave this cave. I want to witness a champion's strength firsthand and understand what I still lack." "Please." Steven nodded, recalled his Metagross, picked up his bag of rare stones, and replied, "Certainly. I'd be happy to provide guidance to a dedicated junior trainer." With that, they walked out of the cave together and found a relatively spacious clearing. Steven released his Metagross again and said, "Send out all 6 of your Pokémon one by one. We'll have a series of one-on-one battles, so I can evaluate your current strength and provide proper guidance." "Yes, sir," Ryan said seriously. He didn't find Steven's words condescending, rather, he recognized that Steven truly possessed the strength to back up his offer. Furthermore, the fact that Steven was using his ace Pokémon showed he was genuinely committed to helping Ryan improve. "Charizard, you're my lead Pokémon. You'll battle first," Ryan said with determination. "Give it everything you have. This is an incredible learning opportunity." Charizard nodded, took flight, and regarded Metagross with intense focus. It could already sense its opponent's overwhelming power, strength that far exceeded its current capabilities. All it could do was see how long it could endure against such a formidable foe. "Charizard, Sunny Day, then Flamethrower," Ryan commanded. Charizard launched an energy orb into the sky, and the sunlight suddenly intensified. Just as it was about to unleash Flamethrower, Metagross's steel claws slammed into Charizard's abdomen, sending it flying backward. It was Metagross's bullet punch. Don't waste time setting up weather effects unless you're preparing for an extended battle strategy. Also, your move execution is too slow. That needs improvement, Steven said calmly. Right. Charizard, Smokescreen, then Dragon Rush. Ryan called out seriously. Charizard exhaled countless clouds of smoke, enveloping Metagross in a thick haze. Then, surging with draconic energy, it charged toward Metagross with tremendous force. Psychic, Steven said calmly. His Metagross caught Charizard's Dragon Rush with telekinetic force, stopping the attack completely. Don't always rely on high-powered moves. Sometimes basic or mid-level techniques can be surprisingly effective. Your Charizard is strong overall, but you need to address its weaknesses. Let's finish this. Psychic Slam. With a flicker of psychic energy, Metagross slammed Charizard into the ground, rendering it unable to battle. Ryan remained silent, a glint of understanding in his eyes. He then sent out Beedrill. Beedrill agility, then Drill Run. Ryan commanded. Excellent speed coordination, but you're underestimating a champion's reflexes. Psychic, Steven said. The psychic barrier instantly formed, completely blocking Beedrill's charge. Ryan gritted his teeth. Keep attacking with Drill Run. Psychic again, then Bullet Punch, Steven said. Moves aren't just about memorizing patterns. I'll tell you seriously, my Metagross's Psychic has never failed to connect. As for move application, that's something you need to understand through experience. The psychic barrier once again blocked the attack, and a single bullet punch took down Beedrill. Steven observed, based on your Beedrill's performance, you focused entirely on attack power, but its defensive capabilities are far too low. That's an extreme approach. Remember, a chain is only as strong as its weakest link. Next. Nidorino, time to evolve, Ryan said, pulling a moonstone from his backpack and offering it to Nidorino. Nidorino accepted the moonstone, and with a flash of evolutionary light, it successfully evolved into Nidoking. Ryan had deliberately kept Nidorino from evolving because it could learn Horn Drill, a one-hit knockout move that only Nidorino could master. Nidoking couldn't learn this technique, which is why Ryan had delayed the evolution. Even so, he had wanted to polish Nidorino's skills further, but facing Steven required his absolute best effort. Half measures would be useless. Ryan's eyes blazed with determination as he declared, Nidoking Earth Power. Nidoking stomped heavily on the ground, sending earthen waves surging toward Metagross like a tsunami. Steven spoke calmly, Magnet Rise. Metagross levitated into the air, rendering Earth Power completely ineffective. Ryan called out, Nidoking Swagger. Bullet Punch will end this, Steven said, frowning slightly. Ryan, it seems you struggle with type disadvantages. When your opponent's Pokémon has a clear advantage over yours, you must consider broader battle strategies and expand your move pool diversity. Otherwise, being hard countered means certain defeat. Ryan recalled Nidoking, nodded thoughtfully, and sent out Gloom. Steven shook his head, reached into his stone collection bag, and tossed 2 evolution stones to Ryan. Ryan caught the 2 stones, a leaf stone and a sunstone. He gave the sunstone to Gloom and tossed the leaf stone back to Steven, saying, Thank you, sir. Evolutionary light appeared once more, and a petite, beautiful flower Pokémon emerged. Ryan commanded, Bellossom, Quiver Dance. Good move selection and timing, but don't become overly fixated on setting up stat boosts, Steven advised. Ice Punch. I understand now. Switch tactics, Magical Leaf. Ryan smiled. Ice Punch knocked out Bellossom, but not before Magical Leaf connected with Metagross, finally dealing some damage. Steven smiled approvingly. Not bad, you're learning quickly. Of course. With such excellent instruction, I'd be disappointing if I didn't improve. Greninja, show the champion our true potential. Battle Bond Transformation. Ryan and Greninja struck identical poses simultaneously. Torrents of water enveloped Greninja, and when they dissipated, Mega Greninja stood on the battlefield. Ryan gestured dramatically. Water Shuriken. Greninja drew two massive water shurikens from its back and hurled them at Metagross with incredible speed. Steven's eyes widened with genuine interest. I've never witnessed this form of evolution before. Truly remarkable. Metagross Psychic. The twin water shurikens struck Metagross successfully, while Metagross's psychic energy enveloped Greninja, who broke free with surprising ease. Ryan charged forward in sync with his Pokémon, and Greninja landed a solid Dark-type strike on Metagross. Dark-type immunity to psychic attacks, Steven laughed appreciatively. Clever. Metagross, Hammer Arm. Night Slash. Ryan formed hand signs as Greninja mirrored his movements, launching a devastating Dark-type attack. Metagross's Hammer Arm connected simultaneously, though its effectiveness was reduced due to type disadvantage. Impressive that it's still standing. Is that due to the transformation boosting its stats? Steven mused. Bullet Punch. Ryan called out desperately as Greninja fired a final Hydro Pump, but Bullet Punch connected first, knocking out his transformed Pokémon. Greninja reverted to its normal form as it fainted. Fascinating phenomenon. However, you still need to strengthen your fundamental training. I sense both its speed and attack power have significant room for improvement, Steven noted. Right. Finally, Mutwo, show him what you can do. Guard Split. Ryan said with utmost seriousness. A mysterious energy swapped Mutwo's and Metagross's defensive capabilities. Steven smiled knowingly. Shadow Ball. Ryan winced. Future Sight. But wait, how did you know Mutwo has psychic typing? Mutwo launched its psychic energy into the temporal void while Shadow Ball connected directly. Fortunately, Metagross's high defense prevented a one-shot knockout. Steven smiled. Don't forget, my Metagross is also part psychic type. Recognizing your Mutwo's psychic abilities was elementary. Another Shadow Ball. Recover. Disable. Ryan attempted to seal away Shadow Ball. Too slow. Meteor Mash for the finish, Steven declared. Recover restored some HP and Disable successfully hit Metagross, sealing Shadow Ball, but Metagross simply ignored the restriction and flattened Mutwo with a devastating Meteor Mash. The exhibition battle concluded, and Ryan recalled Mutwo. Steven stroked his chin thoughtfully. I'm not certain what species your Mutwo actually is, but I can tell it possesses the greatest potential among all your Pokémon. Train it diligently. If you can reach my level of expertise, Mutwo's power should eventually surpass even my Metagross. Steven didn't elaborate further, though he had his suspicions. His Metagross was a pseudo-legendary, and above that tier existed only legendary Pokémon. But he kept this observation to himself. Everyone deserved to discover their own path and opportunities. Ryan nodded gratefully and bid farewell to Steven. The champion leaped onto Metagross's back, and the Steel-type Pokémon carried him soaring into the sky, soon disappearing beyond the horizon. Ryan watched Steven's departure with mixed emotions. This battle against a champion had provided invaluable lessons while simultaneously revealing just how much he still needed to grow. Taking a deep breath, he headed back toward the Pokémon Center. After all, Lily was still waiting for his return. Ryan returned to town and handed 6 Pokeballs to Nurse Joy for recovery. He then told her about his encounter with the Hoenn region's champion in the cave. Upon hearing it was Champion Steven, Nurse Joy was somewhat concerned, but she nonetheless contacted the Pokémon League, informing them of the situation and requesting they quickly return the Zubat and Golbat to their original location. Lily, in turn, envied Ryan for meeting the champion and receiving his guidance. Ryan smiled without comment. After the 6 Pokémon recovered, he and Lily left the town, heading for their next destination, the supposedly unique town. They encountered no further incidents, and Lily's leg injury healed completely, allowing her to walk normally again. After a day and a half of traveling, Ryan and his companions arrived at this unique town. Upon entering, the temperature rose several degrees, and they immediately understood why this place was so special. Charmander, Charmeleon, Charizard, Vulpix, Ninetales, Growlithe, Arcanine, Ponyta, Rapidash, and countless other fire-type Pokémon from various regions could be seen throughout the town. Ryan asked the townspeople about the dormant volcano nearby, which had attracted a large number of fire-type Pokémon to settle in the area. The locals had also developed natural hot springs there, giving the town some regional fame. However, due to its relatively small size, it wasn't as well known as Cinnabar Island and remained a hidden gem. But because of the hot springs and the abundance of fire-type Pokémon, it had earned its reputation as a premier fire-type destination. Ryan also heard about a kind owner at the local hot springs resort who would teach fire-type Pokémon the ultimate fire-type move, Flame Charge, completely free of charge. The two, already eager to experience the famous hot springs, immediately decided to visit. Following the townspeople's directions, Ryan and Lily arrived at the traditional-style hot springs resort. The owners were an elderly couple who ran the establishment with obvious pride. When the grandfather heard that Ryan wanted to learn Flame Charge, he patted his chest confidently and promised he could teach the technique. Then, with a mischievous grin, he added, "Our hot spring allows both trainers and Pokémon to bathe together. It's one of our special features." Ryan rolled his eyes at the old man's enthusiasm, thinking he was quite the character. Even so, the therapeutic benefits were well documented. After paying the fee and changing into swim trunks, Ryan and his 6 Pokémon eagerly entered the hot spring. The water had a faint sulfur scent, but it wasn't overwhelming. Natural hot springs typically contain various beneficial trace minerals and maintain temperatures above 86 degrees Fahrenheit. These mineral-rich warm springs are known to help with various conditions including muscle tension, joint stiffness, stress relief, and minor skin irritations. Moderate temperature springs, around 100 degrees Fahrenheit to 104 degrees Fahrenheit, have a calming effect on the body and offer benefits for stress, insomnia, mild circulation issues, and muscle soreness. Higher temperature springs, above 109 degrees Fahrenheit, have a more stimulating effect and can help improve overall physical conditioning, boost immune function, and provide general wellness benefits. Lily also brought her Pokémon to the springs, wearing a modest white one-piece swimsuit with a towel wrap. Her Pokémon also soaked in the mineral-rich water, closing their eyes in obvious comfort. Only Charizard had to rest his tail flame outside the spring to keep it from being extinguished, a minor inconvenience he bore with good humor. After their relaxing soak, the resort provided complimentary hot spring bread and fresh milk. Following dinner at the inn, Ryan and Lily made their way to the back of the resort, where a professional Pokémon battlefield had been constructed. A Charizard, smaller than Ryan's own Charizard, but radiating obvious power and experience, was already waiting there. Ryan's Charizard approached the field and began communicating with the resident Charizard. The elderly man's Charizard began explaining the mechanics of Flame Charge, then demonstrated the technique with practiced precision. Taking advantage of this rare learning opportunity, Ryan also had Mutwo and Nidoking, both capable of learning fire-type techniques, observe closely to pick up Fire Punch, Flamethrower, and Fire Blast. He also encouraged Lily to send out her Nidorina and Clefairy to learn alongside them. While these moves typically require technical machines to learn efficiently, they can be mastered through direct instruction from experienced Pokémon. The process is slower and less convenient than using TMs, and success depends heavily on the student Pokémon's natural aptitude and intelligence. This wasn't a concern, however, as Lily's Nidorina and Clefairy showed solid potential, while Ryan's team consisted of exceptionally gifted Pokémon with remarkable learning capabilities. After explaining his intentions, the kind old man generously sent out his experienced Charmeleon to serve as an additional instructor. Within just 20 minutes, Mutwo had mastered all 3 fire-type techniques. Then, tugging at Ryan's shirt, he communicated telepathically, "Trainer, I want to learn other moves too." Ryan considered for a moment, then sent out Greninja to teach Mutwo Water Pulse. In just 4 minutes, Mutwo had mastered that technique as well. By the time Charizard had finally learned Flame Charge, Mutwo had already absorbed every compatible move from Greninja, Bellossom, and Beedrill. Charizard's solid performance filled Ryan with pride. At the same time, he sensed a deep conflict within his starter Pokémon. This newer team member was rapidly surpassing him in versatility and power. But Charizard's determination burned brighter than ever. As Ryan's first Pokémon, he refused to be left behind. Charizard then approached the elderly man's Charizard for guidance on Heat Wave and Inferno. Under Ryan's careful supervision, Mutwo began focusing on refining his move execution speed and reducing lag time, while using his psychic abilities to maintain aerial positioning and enhance his fundamental battle conditioning. They continued intensive training until nightfall. After dinner and another therapeutic soak in the hot springs to ease their fatigue, everyone settled in for the night. Later, Charizard opened his eyes and looked toward Mutwo, who was floating in meditative rest. Sensing the attention, Mutwo opened his eyes and met Charizard's gaze. Charizard gestured toward the door, and Mutwo nodded in understanding, teleporting them both silently out of the bedroom. Ryan lay with his back to his Pokémon and sighed quietly. Charizard was incredibly proud and stubborn. While he would never voice complaints to his trainer, Ryan could sense his growing concern about his role on the team. After all, Charizard was Ryan's very first Pokémon. While he didn't obsess over maintaining his position as team leader, watching Mutwo grow from a tiny, newly hatched Pokémon into a powerhouse of comparable, and now superior, strength was clearly weighing on him. Charizard worried about being unable to keep pace with the team's evolution, and his anxiety was becoming increasingly visible. Although Ryan didn't play favorites among his team, he recognized that Charizard had reached a personal crossroads that only he could navigate. Ryan couldn't intervene directly. Charizard had his own fierce pride, and any obvious attempt to address the situation would only make things worse. "Come on, Charizard," Ryan murmured as he settled into bed. "Don't lose to your own doubts." Mutwo teleported with Charizard to a forest far from town. Charizard nodded and called out, "Fight me." "Senpai, is this really the way?" Mutwo asked hesitantly. A jet of flame responded. Mutwo sighed and, with a gentle wave of his hand, redirected the flame jet back toward Charizard. Charizard's eyes narrowed. This isn't a technique, it's simply an application of psychic power. But don't think you're the only one who can improve. I'm constantly getting stronger too, Charizard declared. Flames ignited around his claws. It was Fire Punch, but the technique evolved, becoming two giant flaming talons. With a swipe, Charizard shattered the reflected flame jet. With a powerful wing beat, he struck at Mutwo with his blazing claws, his entire body engulfed in the newly learned flame charge. He concentrated all the intense flames onto his right claw and struck Mutwo's protective barrier. "Don't underestimate me," Charizard roared, shattering the psychic shield and sending Mutwo flying. Mutwo flew backward, using his psychic powers to remain airborne. A flash of white light washed over him as he used Recover to restore his strength. Mutwo sighed and said, "Senpai, Ryan said sparring is fine, but going all out isn't. You've lost your way." At the same time, he reached into the air, and a massive spoon materialized in Mutwo's grasp. It wasn't a physical object, but a weapon conjured from pure psychic energy, a manifestation of his psychic-type power. Mutwo dodged as the psychic spoon collided with Charizard's flaming claws. Charizard flapped his wings, sending a scorching heat wave toward Mutwo. Mutwo focused intently and used his telekinesis to disrupt Charizard's attack. Meanwhile, the psychic spoon and Charizard's blazing claws had already clashed dozens of times. Nidoking, Crobat, Golbat, Hyper Beam, a voice commanded, and 3 destructive beams simultaneously struck the distracted Charizard and Mutwo. An explosion echoed through the forest, and both Charizard and Mutwo crashed to the ground, battered and bruised. Mutwo looked at the masked figure approaching, the R emblazoned on his uniform, and for some reason felt an overwhelming urge to destroy him completely. Suppressing his destructive impulses, Mutwo used Recover to restore his strength while telepathically communicating. "Who are you? Why are you attacking us?" "Haha. I didn't expect the Pokémon created by that fool Giovanni would escape Team Rocket. But now that I've found you, I'll capture you myself. With this shadow ball to empower me, I'm the real boss now," the masked man laughed, throwing 2 strange black Pokeballs at Mutwo and Charizard. Mutwo stood up and, with a swipe of his psychic spoon, sent the dark balls flying. With a surge of powerful telekinesis, the two corrupted Pokeballs exploded and were completely destroyed. Damn it. You're asking for death, the masked man roared. Nidoking, Crobat, Golbat, destroy them. The three Pokémon launched a barrage of hyper beams, blasting Mutwo and Charizard back repeatedly. Mutwo, protecting Charizard, teleported out of harm's way, but seeing the three Pokémon continuously unleashing their ultimate attack without pause, Mutwo raged, shouting, "Stop. You're draining their life force. They're just expendable tools. What does it matter if they die? I'll destroy you even if it kills them," the masked man shouted. "Increase your power, you worthless creatures." Mutwo fell silent, his fury building. Born and raised with Ryan and Lily, he had witnessed the world's purest kindness. Now he encountered its evil counterpart. The masked man's cruel actions only intensified his desire for destruction. With a wave of his hands, countless psycho cuts lashed out at the three Pokémon, instantly rendering them unable to battle. With a single gesture, he detonated the four remaining shadow balls embedded in the masked man's belt. Just as the Team Rocket member was about to flee, Mutwo gestured, causing his legs to twist unnaturally. A scream of agony echoed throughout the forest. Seeing the masked man still trying to crawl away, Mutwo swept his arms, instantly crippling his movement. Watching the Team Rocket grunt still writhing on the ground, Mutwo's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He pointed a finger at the man's head, ready to finish him with a focused psychic attack. "Enough," Charizard said, grabbing Mutwo's arm. "Don't let evil consume your heart. Your trainer will be heartbroken." Charizard's words successfully dispelled Mutwo's destructive urges. Glancing at Charizard, he nodded, then used his telekinesis to bind the masked man with forest vines like a cocoon, sealing his mouth with a ball of mud. Charizard gently patted Mutwo's head and said, "Your power has far surpassed mine, but your mind is still developing. Be more careful in the future." "Yes, I understand. Senpai, no matter how powerful I become, you are still my senior, and I will always remember the care you all showed me when I was just hatched." Mutwo nodded. Although he had grown stronger, he always remembered that when he was born, it was Ryan who introduced him to the world, and his senior teammates who had tenderly cared for him. This bond was a lifelong treasure, something he would never forget. Seeing Mutwo's sincere expression, Charizard chuckled to himself. "It seems I really was overthinking things. Even if my strength is surpassed by my junior, so what? I'm still Ryan's original Pokémon, and Ryan would never abandon any of his team." Having reached this understanding, Charizard felt a great weight lifted from his heart, and everything became clearer. In that moment of clarity, Charizard felt his bond with Ryan had strengthened significantly, and his comprehension and execution of techniques had become even sharper. "Let's head back. Ryan will probably be worried if he notices we're gone," Charizard said. "Bring this criminal with us. He's clearly up to no good. Let Ryan decide what to do with him." Mutwo nodded and teleported everything away in an instant, including the three unconscious Pokémon and the shattered remains of the 6 Dark Balls. Ryan felt 2 familiar presences return behind him and settle onto the floor without making a sound. Although he didn't know whether the two had resolved their issues, he felt relieved that they had returned safely. He took a deep breath as waves of drowsiness washed over him. Ryan finally surrendered to sleep, falling into a peaceful slumber. But what he didn't know is that the next morning would bring a big surprise, maybe more than one. Tomorrow would definitely be full of unexpected developments for Ryan. "What's this? Team Rocket's vicious," Ryan exclaimed in surprise, looking at the masked man hanging from the tree. The next morning, Mutwo woke Ryan and told him about the previous night's events. Based on Mutwo's explanation and the appearance of the masked man suspended from the tree, Ryan guessed that this was one of Team Rocket's high-ranking executives who had appeared in various incidents across the regions. He notified Nurse Joy to contact the Pokémon League and request they handle the matter. As the parties involved, they were required to stay and wait for League officials to arrive. Ryan looked at the 3 Pokémon trapped in makeshift cages. He knew they were beyond help, their life force had been severely depleted, and their minds had been corrupted by the Shadow Ball's dark energy surge. Ryan felt a pang of sorrow, but still hoped the League could somehow save them. The League was efficient, and by noon, a group of officials arrived in the town. Leading them was an elegant woman with burgundy hair and stylish glasses, her professional demeanor immediately commanding respect. Ryan swallowed nervously and asked, "Why is Lorelei, one of the Elite Four, here personally?" "You know me, young trainer?" Lorelei asked gently. "Are you the one who captured this Team Rocket executive?" "Well, not exactly me, it was my Pokémon who did it," Ryan scratched his head and said. "I'm Ryan from Pallet Town, and this is my traveling companion, Lily." "Hello, I'm Lily." Lily introduced herself to Lorelei, but as she looked at the Elite Four members' confident bearing, she couldn't help but feel a mix of admiration and slight intimidation. "Pleased to meet you both," Lorelei replied. At the same time, she noticed the unusual Pokémon beside Lily and asked curiously, "Is that a Vulpix? Why does it have that form? It looks like an ice type." "Yes, that's Snowy. She's an Alolan Vulpix." When Kanto Pokémon were introduced to the Alola region, some species adapted to the local environment and developed regional variants. Not only Vulpix, but Alolan Sandshrew also became ice types, Ryan explained. "Since you're the Ice-type Elite Four member, Lorelei, you might find the Alola region fascinating to visit." "Indeed, I'm quite interested in discovering new Ice-type Pokémon. I'll definitely consider visiting during my next vacation," Lorelei said with a smile. "By the way, you said your name is Ryan from Pallet Town. You wouldn't happen to be the same Ryan who creatively negotiated that impressive villa construction with the League, would you?" I suppose that would be me. After all, I earned that reward through legitimate means, right?" Ryan blinked innocently at Lorelei. Lorelei was momentarily speechless, then said, "Well, it wasn't my budget anyway. But I'm sure the League executives have quite an impression of you now. You'd better hope they're feeling generous. I heard your villa is nearly completed. I might drop by sometime. I'm curious to see what kind of place could motivate such a substantial League investment." "Hee, I won't disappoint you," Ryan smiled. "But I'm impressed the League works so quickly. It's almost finished already." Lorelei rolled her eyes at him and said, "Let's focus on the matter at hand first. Vicious is a high-ranking Team Rocket executive with considerable power. For your Pokémon to defeat him shows remarkable strength. Mind if I take a look?" Ryan hesitated, glanced back at Mutwo, then nodded. "All right. Mutwo, come here." Mutwo floated over as Ryan recalled his other Pokémon and asked Lily to do the same. Ryan then looked at Lorelei, who understood and led her team away with their prisoner. Once they were alone, Ryan spoke seriously. "I didn't want to reveal this, but please keep it confidential. Mutwo, this concerns your origins too." Both Mutwo and Lily nodded, and Lorelei listened intently. Ryan took a deep breath and said, "The truth is, Mutwo isn't a naturally occurring Pokémon. He's an artificial creation made by Team Rocket using Mew's DNA combined with genetic material from various other Pokémon." Lorelei's eyes widened in shock. "An artificial Pokémon? And they succeeded. Does this mean they could mass-produce them?" Lily was equally stunned. "Artificially created. Poor Mutwo. Mass production is impossible. They only managed to create one successful specimen, which is currently with Team Rocket's boss. My Mutwo hatched from an egg formed by combining failed experiments with my psychic abilities at an abandoned research facility." Ryan shook his head. "Even though they succeeded in creating one, Team Rocket's methods make it impossible for them to truly control a legendary Pokémon. Even if they could manage some control, I believe it would escape at the first opportunity. What worries me most isn't Team Rocket using their Mutwo for evil purposes, but what might happen if it escapes and develops hatred toward all humans." Lorelei considered this seriously, then asked, "Do you have any evidence to support these claims?" "No concrete proof," Ryan admitted. "I'm basing this on psychic impressions from the failed experiments, combined with logical deduction. I can only say the possibility is very high. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. But I want to warn you, if you can avoid making an enemy of Mutwo, please do so. A fully mature Mutwo ranks among the most powerful legendary Pokémon. Lorelei was quiet for a moment, then said, "This is a serious matter. I'll report it to the League Champion and the other Elite Four members. I'll also pass along your warning. I hope your predictions don't come to pass. However, don't underestimate the League. Even legendary Pokémon aren't invincible from our perspective." Ryan remained silent, knowing she was probably right. The strength of champion-level trainers had already shattered his expectations. If the League claimed no connection to legendary Pokémon, Ryan wouldn't believe it himself. The League had maintained order in this world for decades without being overthrown by criminal organizations. Even groups like Team Rocket focused primarily on capturing legendary Pokémon rather than direct confrontation. These facts clearly demonstrated the League's true power. Also, continue training your Mutwo at your own pace. If Team Rocket comes looking for trouble, contact the League immediately, Lorelei said calmly. Well, that covers everything. I'll report back to League headquarters. Let's meet again at your villa sometime. With that, she turned and left. Ryan chuckled and said, "It's refreshing to talk with intelligent people." "What do you mean by that?" Lily asked, looking confused. Ryan patted Lily's head and smiled. "I love how genuine you are. Never change." Lily immediately exploded, shouting, "Ryan, what's that supposed to mean? Explain yourself. Don't you dare run away. Stop right there." Ryan quickly escaped with Mutwo's help via teleportation. Mutwo, having learned about his origins, didn't seem particularly troubled. He felt deep gratitude to Ryan for bringing him into this world and allowing him to experience genuine emotions and relationships. This was his greatest treasure. At the same time, learning about the other Mutwo solidified his resolve. He must rescue that other Mutwo and show it that beautiful things still exist in the world. He couldn't let it sink into despair and hatred. To do that, he must become stronger than even that original Mutwo. "Is the Fuchsia Gym really hidden in this forest?" Lily asked, somewhat dejectedly. For days after leaving town, Ryan and his companions arrived in Fuchsia City, only to be told that the Fuchsia Gym wasn't in the city proper, but deep in the surrounding forest. The gym leader, Koga, was training there and was reportedly quite formidable. Ryan smirked. None of the gym leaders are pushovers, well, except maybe the Cerulean Gym. In the anime, Koga's performance wasn't particularly impressive, even losing to a Charmander once. But in the manga, Koga was definitely Elite Four material, with tremendous potential for growth. Ryan remembered that the Fuchsia Gym was supposed to be near a deep ravine, but after searching the forest extensively without success, he had no choice but to send out Charizard to carry him and Lily through the sky. However, during their flight, Charizard nearly crashed them into a tree. Flying with passengers was clearly a specialized skill. He made a mental note to find a fly TM later. As a field move in the games, it should help with aerial navigation. Having arranged for Charizard's flight training, Ryan switched to Mutwo. Mutwo's psychic abilities allowed them to float effortlessly through the air. After an extensive aerial search, they finally located the Fuchsia Gym, a sprawling traditional Japanese compound. Landing in the courtyard, a girl dressed as a kunoichi emerged and said, "Who are you? Why did you enter without permission?" "Hello, I'm Ryan from Pallet Town. I'm here to challenge the Fuchsia Gym. This is my traveling companion, Lily," Ryan said respectfully. "Hello, I'm Lily," Lily said politely. "We approached from the sky, so we couldn't exactly knock. Sorry about that." From the sky? The girl looked bewildered, but knowing Ryan was a challenger, she straightened up. "You'll have to get past me first. I'm Janine. Only if you defeat me can you face the gym leader. Go, Venonat." Looking at the Venonat that appeared before them, Ryan said, "All right, but don't take it too hard. Come on, Greninja, let's have a proper ninja battle." Greninja materialized on the battlefield, looked at the opposing Venonat, and turned to Ryan with a questioning croak. The opponent seemed rather underwhelming. Ryan nodded and said, "Yeah, take it easy." "Wow, what an amazing ninja frog. That's a Greninja, right? Hey, want to trade your Greninja for my Venonat?" Janine said excitedly. "Absolutely not. Are we battling or not?" Ryan said with a frown. "Lily, watching from the sidelines, was speechless. Who suggests trading Pokémon immediately after meeting? Besides, that Venonat looked so low-level. How could she be so confident someone would trade a clearly superior Pokémon? Really? What a shame. I'll attack first then. Venonat, sleep powder. Janine said disappointedly, but launched into battle. Water Shuriken, Ryan commanded. Venonat released sleep powder from its fur, but the amount was pitifully small. No wonder Ash's Bulbasaur could blow it away with a single gust. Greninja flicked the shuriken-shaped marks on its thighs and launched 5 water shurikens from different angles, instantly knocking out Venonat. My Venonat. Janine cried out, hugging her fallen Pokémon, then glared resentfully at Ryan and Greninja. I guess it was a critical hit, Ryan said awkwardly. Greninja, maybe you overdid it. GRE Ninja, how was I supposed to know? Greninja looked equally perplexed. A smoke bomb suddenly exploded on the field. When the smoke cleared, a man in traditional ninja garb appeared. Greetings. I am Koga, leader of the Fuchsia Gym. My daughter has caused you trouble. He briefly scolded Janine before turning to Ryan. You must be Ryan from Pallet Town. The league has high expectations for your abilities, so this challenge will be at an elevated difficulty. One-on-one battle, winner takes all. I'll be using my Crobat. Then I'll stick with Greninja, Ryan replied. A sleek Crobat appeared on the field. Ryan quickly assessed it. Fortunately, it was a high-quality specimen in the mid-50s level range, not too far above his team's capabilities. These days, Greninja and the others had barely reached level 50, but their leveling had slowed considerably since then. He had over 20,000 fame points stored. Once he reached 30,000, he could activate the enhancement that granted quadruple experience, allowing for faster leveling again. Since this is a decisive match, let's go all out, Ryan said, forming hand seals. Greninja was instantly enveloped in a torrent of water, transforming into its Bond phenomenon form, Bond Greninja. Then we'll strike first, Ryan declared, clasping his hands behind his back before swinging them forward. Greninja immediately manifested 5 massive water shurikens on its back, spinning them rapidly and launching a barrage of aquatic projectiles at Crobat from multiple angles. Use Dig to evade, Koga commanded. What a fascinating evolution method. It makes me want to capture a Greninja myself. Could you tell me where you found yours? I caught it while fishing in the Alola region, but it was originally a Froakie from the Kalos region. Gym leader Koga, if you're interested in catching one, the Kalos region would be your best bet. As he spoke, Ryan suddenly leaped upward, and Greninja used acrobatics to launch itself skyward as well. Crobat emerged from underground just as Greninja descended from above, wielding a massive water shuriken and slamming it down onto Crobat's head. Crobat shrieked in pain, its eyes flashing with malevolent energy as it used hypnosis to paralyze Greninja. Feeling the paralysis effect through their bond, Ryan knew he had to end this quickly. This wasn't just a simple status condition like in the games. If his instincts were correct, the next attack would involve poison. The combination of paralysis and poison would gradually wear Greninja down. He formed another hand seal, and multiple Greninja appeared across the battlefield using double team. Koga frowned and commanded, Crobat, clear the field with Pin Missile. Ryan chuckled, forming a different seal and placing his hand on his forehead. Suddenly, a powerful psychic force enveloped Crobat, battering it relentlessly with Psychic. After unleashing his supernatural attack, he changed hand seals again, and when Pin Missile swept the field, all the Greninja copies vanished. Above you, Thunder Fong. Gym leader Koga called out calmly, spotting Greninja's shadow in the sky. Ryan gestured, and Greninja dove down with Thunder Fong crackling around its mouth. Crobat bit into Greninja's body with electrified fangs, but Greninja endured the attack. Just as it was about to counterattack, an electric surge interrupted Greninja's movement. Ryan felt deeply frustrated. If he had used Hydro Pump instead, the battle would have been over. No significant damage? Use Toxic, Koga observed curiously. Toxic spikes, Ryan commanded, struggling with the paralysis affecting their bond. Greninja attempted to use toxic spikes, but another electric discharge caused the attack to fail. The potent poison from Crobat's toxic drenched Greninja from head to toe, creating exactly the situation Ryan had feared most. Feeling their connection stabilize momentarily, Ryan charged forward with Greninja using Aqua Jet, sending Crobat flying, but Greninja immediately succumbed to paralysis again. Finishing move, Poison Fang. Koga shouted. Final attack, Hydro Pump. Ryan called out. Poison Fang bit deep into Greninja while Greninja's Hydro Pump blasted Crobat backward with tremendous force. The two Pokémon locked eyes for a moment before collapsing simultaneously. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon, the battle ending in a draw. Impressive, Koga said, approaching Ryan. Your bond with Greninja transcends typical trainer-Pokémon relationships. You've earned this, the Soul Badge. He handed Ryan the distinctive pink badge. That transformation ability. I've never seen anything like it. You two have great potential. Ryan accepted the badge gratefully. Thank you, Gym Leader Koga. That was an incredible battle. As they prepared to leave the hidden gym, Ryan couldn't help but reflect on how much stronger the gym leaders were compared to their anime portrayals. This was definitely going to make his journey more challenging and more exciting. A draw? Lily said in surprise. No, I won. Look, Greninja hasn't exited its bond form yet. Ryan shook his head. As Ryan had predicted, Greninja stirred, struggled to stand up, then reverted to its normal form and sat on the ground, breathing heavily. Ryan walked over, patted Greninja's shoulder, and said, You did incredibly well, Greninja. Let me heal you right away. He pulled out an antidote, paralyze heal, and super potion from his backpack and administered them to Greninja. Koga also recalled his Crobat and walked over. He retrieved a scroll from his chest and opened it, handing the pink soul badge to Ryan. You're truly formidable, and Greninja's performance was exceptional. I'm even more determined to capture one myself now. I might visit the Kalos region later to see if I can find a Froakie. Thank you for the badge, Gym Leader Koga. But I also want to thank you for not using your main team. If you had, I probably would have been completely outmatched, Ryan said. Could you tell me where that Crobat ranks in your team? I'd like to gauge my current strength. Haha, even if I had lost, I would have given you the badge based on your performance, Koga said without hesitation. As for this Crobat, to be honest, I only caught it recently, but it has tremendous potential and will be part of my main team eventually. Right now, it's probably around my 20th strongest. Ryan was somewhat shocked by this revelation, but it only reinforced how much stronger he needed to become. After healing Greninja, Ryan and Lily bid farewell to Koga and Janine and headed toward the Safari Zone. Dad, you're not being entirely truthful. That Crobat is clearly worthy of your second team, and its strength is at least in your top 10. While it's not quite elite level, it's hardly weak either, Janine said curiously after watching them leave. Why didn't you tell Ryan the truth? You're too young to understand the bigger picture, Koga said, patting Janine's head. Ryan possesses a legendary Pokémon, making him a key focus for the league. It's been ages since the Kanto and Johto regions produced a champion. Lance is almost ready and will soon head to Johto to claim that title, but Kanto still lacks a champion. This young trainer is improving rapidly, and the league intends to groom him for that position. Janine fell silent, shocked by this revelation. Then she said seriously, I want to get stronger too. After you join the Elite Four, I'll take over this gym. Koga patted Janine's shoulder with satisfaction. Then prepare yourself for intensive training. You're my daughter, you can't afford to slack off. Yes, Janine replied earnestly. Meanwhile, as Koga and Janine made their plans, Ryan and Lily entered the protected wildlife preserve. Pokémon capture was forbidden in this conservation area. After a day's journey, they finally reached the Laramie Ranch in the preserve, but unfortunately their timing was off, and they couldn't participate in any of the Ponyta races. After spending the night at the Laramie Ranch, they hurried to the Safari Zone the next day. Although Ryan had no particular interest in the Dragonair and Dratini rumored to inhabit the Safari Zone, he needed to gather information about them to complete his research. As soon as they approached the Safari Zone entrance, Two gun barrels pointed directly at Ryan and Lily, startling them both. An older man wielding the weapons demanded, "Who are you? What's your business here?" "Hey now, don't point those at us. We're not criminals," Ryan said with a shrug. "Besides, if we were bad guys, you'd already be in serious trouble." He gestured behind him where Mutwo had appeared, holding a psychic spoon menacingly close to the man's head. Ryan told Mutwo to stand down and said, "Sir, please lower your weapons first. We're just ordinary Pokémon trainers here to catch some Pokémon and conduct research." "Yes, sir. We really aren't bad people," Lily added. "All right, understood. I'm Baoba, the Safari Zone Warden." "Come with me," the old man said, putting away his weapons. Walking into the facility, he provided them with 30 safari balls and a fishing rod, saying, "You can only use safari balls within the safari zone. If I catch you breaking the rules, I'll ban you permanently." Yes, understood," Ryan said. "By the way, I have my own super rod. Is it okay to use that instead?" "Well, as long as you only use safari balls to capture Pokémon, that's fine," Baoba replied. Ryan then took Lily into the safari zone proper. As soon as they entered, a large herd of toros thundered past them. Ryan couldn't help but think of the 30 toros that Ash had famously caught here. Shaking his head to dismiss the amusing thought, he handed 15 safari balls to Lily. "Here you go, Lily. If you see any Pokémon you like, just use these to catch them." "Thanks. Let's have a contest to see who can catch 15 Pokémon first," Lily said excitedly. "But no following me around. After we each catch 15, we'll meet back at Warden Baoba's station." Ryan nodded, saying with mild concern, "Just be careful and don't get hurt." Lily said she understood, released her Alolan Vulpix to accompany her, picked a direction and ran off. Ryan shook his head, released Charizard, climbed onto his back, and began searching for the location known as Dragon Valley from the anime. After an hour of searching, Ryan finally found the secluded area and had Charizard land beside the lake in the small canyon. He recalled Charizard, found a flat rock to use as a seat, took out his super rod and some poke blocks, and began his fishing expedition. Since he was planning to install an aquarium on the first floor of his villa, he wanted to catch some water-type Pokémon. This seemed like the perfect opportunity to fill all 15 safari balls. Ryan was quite selective though, ignoring average quality Pokémon and only catching those with exceptional or premium stats. He attached a poke block to his hook and cast his line into the lake. Soon, the line went taut, and Ryan pulled up a blue and white serpentine Pokémon from the water. He took a closer look and hesitated. A Dratini, and a premium quality one at that. Ryan didn't know what to think. He hadn't intended to catch the mother and child duo from the anime, but the quality of this specimen was truly enviable. Splash! There was a sound of breaking water, and a longer, more mature blue and white Pokémon emerged before Ryan. A Dragonair, top-tier quality. Ryan gave a rueful smile. "Well, I caught the little one, and now here comes the parent." He gently set Dratini down, took out several poke blocks, and offered them to the young dragon type, saying, "Your mother is here. Go home safely." Ryan's heart ached as he said this. A top-tier Pokémon. And he was just letting it go. But he knew it was the right thing to do. Some bonds between Pokémon and their families were more important than any trainer's ambitions. After Dratini finished eating the poke block, it called out to Ryan. Ryan said, "I don't have any more poke blocks. I still need to go fishing. You and your mother should go home." Dragonair also landed beside Ryan and called out a few times. Ryan said, "Yes, I can understand Pokémon speech. It's not easy for you to live here, so I won't catch you. Go back quickly, don't get caught by the bad guys. I need to catch some other Pokémon." Dragonair shook its head and called out again. Ryan had no choice but to let them stay. He tied another poke block to the fishing rod and cast it into the water. After a while, he felt a huge pull. Ryan quickly reeled in the line, and then a massive Gyarados burst out of the water. Ryan looked at it and was immediately delighted. He said, "Is today my lucky day?" Gyarados, premium quality. Without hesitation, he threw a safari ball at it, but it quickly broke free and burst out. Ryan frowned and said, "Mutwo, subdue it." Mutwo emerged from its Pokeball, its powerful psychic energy beginning to overwhelm Gyarados. After a full 3 minutes, Gyarados, with a look of terror on its face, allowed itself to be caught by the Safari Ball, never wanting to face that psychic assault again. Ryan picked up the Safari Ball and examined it. Pokémon, Gyarados. Level, 24. Gender, male. Height, 6.5 meters. Weight, 235 kilograms. Ability, Intimidate. Moves, Splash, Tackle, Bite, Rage, Leer, Twister, Ice Fang, Aqua Tail. It was a healthy Gyarados and quite powerful. With a good start, Ryan immediately baited his hook with another poke block and began fishing again. Dragonair stared in amazement at Mutwo floating in the air. From it, Dragonair sensed an overwhelming sense of danger. And judging by how it had just dominated Gyarados, it seemed like it hadn't even used much strength. Dragonair knew this mysterious Pokémon was one it couldn't afford to cross. But the fact that it was this human's Pokémon, how powerful must this human be? Dragonair suddenly felt the urge to travel with this human. After all, it also wanted to live freely, not be confined to this small lake. Dragonair looked at Dratini, who was watching Ryan with curiosity, and felt a little conflicted. But it knew this was an opportunity. If it missed it, it might have to wait a long time for another trainer like this. While Dragonair was struggling with its decision, Ryan successfully recorded Dragonair and Dratini's data in his Pokédex. He also caught a few more Pokémon, but didn't continue his initial success, as they were all average-quality Pokémon, and Ryan immediately lost his desire to capture them. He released several average-quality Pokémon in quick succession, then caught a premium-quality Krabby. Without hesitation, he captured it. He also released an average-quality Goldeen, an average-quality Poliwag, and an average-quality Shelder. He then captured 6 more premium-quality Pokémon, bringing his total to 8. With the exception of the premium Gyarados, all were premium quality. After that, almost no Pokémon took the bait. Ryan realized that all the rare Pokémon in the lake had been caught and wouldn't bite again. After packing up his things, Ryan prepared to leave. Just then, Dragonair called out to him urgently. He stopped, somewhat puzzled, and asked, "You want me to take Dratini?" Dragonair called out reluctantly, bringing Dratini to Ryan, nuzzling it softly with its head. Ryan shook his head and said, "It's no use deciding on your own. You should know Warden Bayoba, right? If you've decided to let Dratini follow me, come with me to see Warden Bayoba and explain everything to him." Dragonair nodded and flew after Ryan with Dratini. Ryan began searching for Pokémon suitable for his villa's security, such as Chansey, Scyther, and Growlithe. After searching around, he finally found the Pokémon he was looking for. Chansey was a rare Pokémon, and since he wouldn't be training them for battle, he'd just use them for healing support, so he didn't worry about their stats and immediately captured 2 average-quality Chansey, 1 average-quality Scyther, and 4 average-quality Growlithe. All 15 Safari Balls were used up. Afterwards, back in Warden Bayoba's office, Bayoba's eyes widened upon seeing Dragonair. After a brief exchange, Dragonair expressed its desire to let Dratini go out into the world with Ryan. After all, it didn't want its child to be trapped in this small sanctuary. They were pseudo-legendary Pokémon, and they needed to have the pride of a pseudo-legendary. Dragonair and Bayoba's bond was clear, although he hadn't caught it. The bond between them was genuine and sincere. So, Dragonair gave up on leaving and decided to stay with Warden Bayoba. After listening to Ryan's explanation of the situation and seeing the request in Dragonair's eyes, Warden Bayoba sighed and said, "Dragonair, this is your request, and I agree. After all, Dratini is your child, and I can't interfere too much. Young man, I'll entrust Dratini to your care, but I hope you'll take good care of it. I also hope it grows up to be a trainer of integrity." Ryan smiled. "I won't let you down. I'll be participating in this year's Indigo League, and Dratini might compete. Even if not, I'll be traveling to the Johto region after the tournament. Dratini will probably have evolved into Dragonite by then, so it'll definitely be competing in the Silver Conference. Remember to watch." With that, he walked over to Dratini within Pokeball and said, "Will you come with me on this journey?" Dratini looked at the human before it, then glanced back at its mother's encouraging gaze. It nodded gently, then touched the button on the Ultra Ball with its head and was absorbed into it as a streak of red light. Looking at the now still Ultra Ball, Ryan held it up and said, "All right, I've caught Dratini." "Congratulations, Ryan. It seems I lost our contest, but at least I didn't miss a good show," Lily said as she walked in from outside. "Yeah. Did you catch all 15 too?" Ryan asked. "Yes, I'll teleport them home later," Lily said. Then she showed Ryan the Pokémon she had captured. Tentacle, Oddish, Goldeen, Butterfree, Jigglypuff, 2, Pidgey, 3, Scyther, Psyduck, Vulpix, Charmander, Abra, and Kadabra. Her captures were quite diverse, but Ryan's were much simpler. Krabby, Magikarp, 6, Gyarados, Chansey, 2, Scyther, and Growlithe, 4. Yes, the 6 premium quality Pokémon he'd captured were all Magikarp. Ryan was helpless. The Safari Zone rules couldn't be broken. He sent the 15 Safari Balls to Professor Oak via the PC system. After some consideration, he discussed with the professor and sent back Beedrill and Butterfree in exchange for Alakazam, keeping Dratini. Lily also contacted Professor Kukui and sent back her Safari Balls, but she kept Vulpix. 1 Ice-type and 1 Fire-type were a good match. After bidding farewell to Warden Bayoba, Ryan headed for Fuchsia City and continued their journey. Pokémon, Dratini. Level, 16. Gender, male. Height, 1.8 meters. Weight, 3.3 kilograms. Ability, Shed Skin. Moves, Dragon Dance, Egg Move, Wrap, Leer, Thunder Wave, Dragon Rage. These are Dratini stats. While not particularly powerful yet, it possesses the qualities of a premium pseudo-legendary. With careful training, it'll definitely shine. Ryan decided to follow Ash and his friend's route to Cinnabar Island, then take a boat back to Cerulean City, head straight to Viridian City, and finally back to Pallet Town to prepare for the Indigo League. Ryan pondered this as he rode his bicycle. He and Lily were currently riding their rented bikes across the under-construction cycling road. Dratini sat comfortably in the front basket, with Alakazam's Pokeball secured on Ryan's belt. It had been ages since it had been outside Professor Oak's lab, and though it was comfortable there, it still wanted to travel with him. During their ride, they didn't encounter any bike-riding gangs, which didn't dampen Ryan and Lily's good mood. After returning the bikes, they passed through a forest populated by wild Pikachu and encountered a large herd of them. There were a few high-quality ones, but neither Ryan nor Lily had any desire to capture them. They quickly emerged from the forest, and before nightfall, they arrived at the mansion of the 4 EV brothers, who had made their fortune selling evolution stones. They decided to stay the night. The 3 brothers, dressed flamboyantly with dyed hair, excitedly said, "You're Ryan, the one who discovered that Eevee could evolve in other ways? Welcome, welcome. You can stay as long as you like." With their warm hospitality, Ryan and Lily settled into the mansion. The next morning, after a hearty breakfast, the 3 brothers brought their younger brother, Mikey, out. Then their eldest brother, Rainer, who owned a Vaporeon, said, "Ryan, I'd like you to teach us how to evolve Eevee into Sylveon. We'll also give you a substantial reward. What do you think?" "But brothers, I don't want Eevee to evolve," Mikey said somewhat defiantly, hugging his Eevee. "Don't be ridiculous," the 3 brothers said in unison. "Mikey, we're doing this for your own good. Eevee only becomes stronger if it evolves," said Pyro, the Flareon trainer. "That's right. Originally, we wanted your Eevee to choose one of our 3 evolutions, but since we know another Eevee evolution method, we'll let your Eevee evolve into Sylveon," said Sparky, the Jolteon trainer. "Exactly. Ryan, please help us. If the compensation isn't enough, we can increase it. How about we make it worth your while?" Rainer said. Ahem. Ryan coughed dryly and exchanged glances with Lily. He was desperately short of money, but after seeing Mikey's feelings from the anime, he felt a bit uncomfortable interfering in their family affairs. "Ryan, just help them. Besides, Mikey's situation is a bit pitiful," Lily said. "And they're just like Team Rocket, always forcing Pokémon evolution carelessly. So we have to help Mikey." Ryan said, "Okay, hold on a moment." Listen to me. Ryan, have you finally decided to help? Don't worry, we won't shortchange you. Just tell us what you need, Raynor said happily. Ryan shook his head and said, Mikey, are you sure you don't want to evolve Eevee? Yes. I want to be an Eevee trainer, not an evolution trainer, Mikey said seriously. That might be difficult, Ryan said. Eevee is a very adaptable Pokémon. Even if you don't use an evolution stone, it might evolve naturally if certain conditions are met. Huh? Is this how Sylveon evolves? Pyro asked. Yeah. Such a simple method, Sparky said. No, this is just one of the ways Eevee can evolve. Ryan shook his head and said, evolution is a natural way for Pokémon to grow. You don't need to force it either way. You have to consider the feelings of the Pokémon, right? Eevee, do you want to evolve? Mikey asked, somewhat convinced by Ryan's words. Eevee said softly, looking at Mikey. You two have a really strong bond, Ryan smiled after hearing this. I can understand Pokémon speech. Eevee just said that it will follow Mikey's decision in everything. Really? Eevee, then if you want to evolve, go ahead and evolve, but I hope it's not with an evolution stone, Mikey said seriously, and Eevee nodded at him. Seeing this, Ryan smiled and said, then I'll tell you how Eevee evolves naturally. If Eevee has a strong bond with its trainer, when their friendship reaches the required level, it will evolve into Espeon during the day or Umbreon at night. The way to evolve into Sylveon is for Eevee to learn a Fairy-type move, and then when the bond with the trainer reaches a certain level, it will evolve into Sylveon. The three Eevee brothers' eyes lit up after hearing this, and Raynor sighed. The world is really vast, and we know so little. Mikey, when you're ready, go out and travel like Ryan, so you can see more of what's out there. After that, he took out a checkbook. He quickly wrote down a figure, handed it to Ryan and said, Thank you, Ryan. Telling us these things has also helped Mikey make up his mind. Please don't refuse this small token of our appreciation. Ryan took the check, looked at it, and was stunned, saying, This is too much. It's fine, you can keep it. It's only 5 million Poke Dollars. You're a trainer, and you know that Pokemon-related items are sold at very high prices. We don't mind this small amount of money, Pyro said. As soon as these words left his mouth, they reeked of wealth. Ryan couldn't help but feel a pang of envy, lamenting the differences between people. At the same time, he thought, rich guys, let's be friends. He quickly secured the check and decided to deposit it later. He kept 1 million for future expenses and planned to invest the remaining 4 million wisely. Looking at his substantially increased funds, he sighed that he could finally afford some quality items. While he still needed many resources for training, at least he could buy some essentials. For example, some high-grade Pokémon food for his team, some powerful TMs, and the training equipment he'd been dreaming of. Now he could finally make some purchases. After bidding farewell to the 4 Eevee brothers, Raynor generously gifted each of them a set of evolution stones, a leaf stone, a fire stone, and a water stone. It wasn't a complete set, but it was definitely a thoughtful gesture. And if he didn't need them, he could always trade them for other valuable items, right? Ryan hummed a little tune and continued his journey towards Cinnabar Island with Lily, feeling much more optimistic about his financial situation. Mega Beedrill, Pin Missile, Ryan commanded. The Mega Beedrill, having recently achieved its Mega Evolution, brandished its 4 stingers, launching countless pin missiles at the opponent's Machamp. Its incredible speed prevented the opponent's Machamp from reacting, instantly rendering it unable to battle. Damn it, I lost. I'll remember this, the rough-looking trainer on the other side said reluctantly, recalling his Machamp and walking away without a backward glance. Why are the people in this town like this? Lily approached and asked. This is Neon Town, it never sleeps. With less sleep, everyone's naturally irritable. Okay, let's buy some supplies and head to Grandpa Canyon. There are Pokemon fossils there, Ryan explained. He then took Lily to buy some supplies and left the town. As for the town's problems, Ash would handle them, just like he had done in Dark City before. It had been a week since leaving the mansion of the 4 Eevee brothers. Ryan had used his prize money to purchase some items, including a Beedrill Megastone. He then switched out Greninja for Beedrill at the Pokémon Center and began practicing Mega Evolution. The Mega Stone had cost him a substantial amount of his winnings, but it was worth it. He'd also purchased several TMs to expand his team's movesets: Dig, Earthquake, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, Solar Beam, Surf, Fly, Toxic, Rock Slide, Ice Beam, Dragon Claw, and Shadow Claw. His training regimen had also intensified over the past week. Constant travel and bonding with his Pokémon had sharpened both his physical abilities and his understanding of Pokémon battles. The bond phenomenon, in particular, seemed to enhance his intuitive connection with his team. After another day of walking, Ryan and his companions finally reached Grandpa Canyon. How did Ryan know this? Because of the vast crowd of people digging for fossils in the archaeological site. Seeing the group of fossil hunters digging in the deep excavation site of Grandpa Canyon, Lily couldn't help but exclaim, "Ryan, let's go dig too. See if we can find any fossils." Ryan grabbed the excited Lily and pulled her away, saying, "What's so interesting about fossils? I'll take you to see some living fossil Pokémon." "Really?" Lily looked incredulous. "Just follow me," Ryan said. He then released Mutwo and Alakazam, saying, "Mutwo, use your psychic powers to sense if there are any caverns underground. If you find any, take us there. Alakazam, be ready to teleport us out if needed." Mutwo nodded and began to search. Alakazam looked at Ryan questioningly, wondering what exactly they were looking for. A moment later, Mutwo telepathically informed Ryan and Lily that it had found something. Using its psychic powers, it flew them to an empty section of the canyon and communicated telepathically, "There's a vast cavern system underground. It's enormous. And I sense signs of life. The rock layer is thinnest here. Allow me to create an entrance." With that, Mutwo raised its hands, and psychic energy gathered. It directed the power toward the ground, creating a controlled explosion that revealed a massive opening. Then, using its psychic abilities, Mutwo carefully moved the debris aside, creating a safe passage. Ryan was impressed, thinking, "Mutwo's control has improved significantly." That was perfectly executed. Lily stared in awe, thinking, "Is this the power of a legendary Pokémon? Incredible!" Mutwo used its psychic powers to safely lower everyone underground. With natural light filtering in from above, Ryan immediately had a clear view of the entire underground cavern. This was a limestone cave system, likely formed by water erosion over millennia, providing these ancient Pokémon with a safe haven, undisturbed by the outside world. However, Ryan and his companions' arrival today disrupted the underground Pokémon's peaceful existence. They stirred from their slumber, each one staring at Ryan's group with glowing eyes, ready to defend their territory. Ryan assessed the situation. These fossil Pokémon were truly living relics, each one around level 60 to 70. Unfortunately, they were mostly Omanite, Omastar, Kabuto, and Kabutops. There were no Aerodactyl. However, Ryan still intended to capture some of these fossil Pokémon. After all, they were very high level and had excellent potential. Most were premium quality, though none appeared to be top tier. Lily took 2 steps back, somewhat nervous. She tugged on Ryan's sleeve and said, "Ryan, maybe we should leave? It seems like we're disturbing them." "It's okay, I can handle this." Ryan patted Lily's shoulder to reassure her. "There are only about 25 Pokémon. We can manage them. Everyone, come out. Nidoking, use Thunderbolt. Dratini, Thunder Wave. Alakazam, Psychic. Charizard, use Dragon Claw. Beedrill, Toxic Spikes. Mutwo, coordinate our defense and protect everyone." These Pokémon were dual water/rock types, so electric and grass moves would be highly effective. Although these fossil Pokémon were high level, their sheltered lives had indeed reduced their battle instincts. After the opening barrage, they only began to organize a counterattack. Ancient power and water gun attacks came sporadically. Some Omanite used Withdraw while the Kabutops attempted slash attacks. But these scattered attacks were manageable against Mutwo's protective barriers and the team's coordinated strategy. Clefairy Metronome. Alolan Vulpix, Powder Snow. Butterfree Sleep Powder. Pidgeotto, Gust. Psyduck, Water Gun. Lily overcame her initial fear and sent out her Pokémon to help Ryan. Soon, All 25 fossil Pokémon were defeated. Ryan, having used most of his Pokeballs, purchased additional ones from his portable gear and captured several of the strongest specimens. The Pokeballs were then transmitted to Professor Oak via the PC system. Ryan turned and said, "Thank you, Lily, for helping me. These are rare discoveries. Since you helped capture them, you should choose one if you'd like." Lily thought for a moment and decided she'd like an Omanite, which would serve as a memento of their adventure. However, since the Pokémon had already been transferred to Oak's lab, they could discuss it later. At the Oak Research Laboratory, Professor Oak examined the newly arrived Pokeballs and smiled with delight. Although Ryan doesn't send back many Pokémon, they're always exceptional specimens. I didn't expect him to discover living fossil Pokémon. This will provide invaluable research opportunities. With that, he immediately began cataloging their data. Some of the fossil Pokémon initially showed resistance, but his Dratini appeared and calmly established order among the new arrivals. Although Ryan had captured many Pokémon and had entered their information into the Pokédex, he knew he couldn't find any remaining Aerodactyl anywhere else. He had to try his luck here. So Ryan had Lily recall her Pokémon, and then he did the same, leaving only Mutwo out. He had Mutwo carefully use its psychic powers to search for any Aerodactyl in the area. Then, the two of them slowed down their pace and began searching for the ancient flying type. After walking for nearly half an hour, they found no Aerodactyl. However, they did see many sleeping fossil Pokémon, but unfortunately, none of them were top-tier quality. Otherwise, Ryan wouldn't have hesitated to capture them. After walking for a while longer, Mutwo stopped and telepathically communicated, "Ryan, there's the Pokémon you mentioned beyond this rock wall. Should we break through?" Ryan hesitated, then looked at Lily and the sleeping fossil Pokémon nearby. "Lily, have Clefairy come out and use Sing to put all of them into a deeper sleep. Then we'll break through the rock wall and see if we can find the Aerodactyl." Lily nodded and sent Clefairy out. Clefairy began to sing its lullaby. Ryan quickly handed out earplugs to Lily and himself, while Mutwo used its psychic powers to block the sound. After Clefairy finished singing, Ryan walked over and gently nudged an Omanite. Seeing it didn't react, he nodded and said, "Mutwo, Aura Sphere. Break through the rock wall." Mutwo nodded and launched an Aura Sphere into the rock wall, creating a large opening. Suddenly, a swarm of fossil Pokémon began stirring on the other side. With a thunderous roar, a massive creature spread its wings and swooped toward Ryan's group. The fossil Pokémon that had been approaching Ryan's group suddenly stopped in their tracks. Ryan's eyes narrowed as he saw the Aerodactyl charging toward them. He shouted, "Mutwo, protect." This Aerodactyl was top-tier quality. Judging by its presence and power, it was definitely over level 80, probably around 90. This was going to be an extremely challenging battle. Mutwo used Protect to block the Aerodactyl's devastating ancient power attack. Then, without Ryan giving a command, it followed up with an ice beam aimed at the prehistoric predator. Before the Aerodactyl could fully recover, a future sight attack materialized and struck it with psychic energy. The Aerodactyl screeched in fury, and countless rocks rained down upon Mutwo, a rock slide attack. Ryan concentrated intensely, channeling his bond with Mutwo to strengthen their connection. Through their training together, he had discovered that their bond could provide additional protection and enhance their synchronization in battle. "Teleport behind it, then use Psyshock," Ryan called out. Mutwo teleported behind the Aerodactyl, psychic energy condensing in its hands. It struck hard against the Aerodactyl's head with a concentrated psychic blast, successfully dealing significant damage. The disoriented Aerodactyl flew erratically, crashing into the cave wall and inadvertently damaging itself while also clipping Mutwo with its wing. "Get some distance and use Recover. Then follow up with Ice Beam." Ryan wasn't going to give the Aerodactyl time to recover. After all, the level difference was substantial. After this series of attacks, he'd only reduced about a third of its health. Mutwo retreated from the Aerodactyl's reach, then used Recover to heal its injuries before firing another ice beam at the ancient Pokémon's wings. Mutwo was strategic enough to target the wings specifically. While hitting other areas would have been effective, Damaging the wings would significantly hamper the Aerodactyl's aerial advantage. Now used toxic, Ryan decided to wear the Aerodactyl down. After all, it had been dormant for so long that its movements and battle instincts were somewhat rusty. This was Ryan's best chance to defeat such a powerful opponent. Thunder Wave, Ryan commanded. A combination of poison and paralysis, he learned this strategy from his battle with Koga, was absolutely devastating. However, the Aerodactyl suddenly charged forward with incredible speed, landing a critical takedown attack that left Mutewo barely conscious. Recover, quickly. Ryan felt a moment of fear. The level difference was truly enormous. He had Mutewo heal immediately, or another attack would have finished it. Fortunately, while the Aerodactyl had shaken off its confusion, it was now paralyzed and couldn't move freely. The toxic poison was also taking its toll, causing the ancient Pokémon visible distress. Ice Beam, full power! Ryan shouted. The 4 times effective Ice Beam sent the Aerodactyl shuddering with cold, and it cried out with an ear-piercing supersonic attack. Safeguard! Ryan wouldn't give it any openings. Safeguard immediately protected against status conditions, and then the Aerodactyl tried to use Hyper Beam, but Mutewo easily avoided it with another teleport. Hail, then Ice Beam! Ryan commanded. Taking advantage of the Aerodactyl's paralysis, Mutewo summoned a hailstorm to inflict continuous damage. A subsequent Ice Beam was the final blow needed, partially freezing the Aerodactyl's wings and severely limiting its mobility. Ryan grinned, saying, "Keep up the Ice Beam barrage. This battle is ours." The Aerodactyl made one last desperate attempt, charging up a Hyper Beam and firing it at Mutewo. Mutewo narrowly dodged, and the final Ice Beam successfully struck the weakened Aerodactyl. Between the poison damage and the hail, the ancient predator finally collapsed in defeat. Ryan quickly took out an Pokeball and captured the Aerodactyl. Then, seeing the other fossil Pokémon beginning to stir restlessly, he called out, "Mutewo, get us out of here." Mutewo nodded, teleported Ryan and Lily back to their original entry point, then brought them to the surface. It used its psychic powers to carefully seal the large opening to prevent the fossil Pokémon from escaping and potentially causing problems for the archaeological teams. Ryan and Lily sat down, breathing heavily, and grinned at each other. That was incredible. What a rush. Pokémon, Aerodactyl. Level, 90. Gender, male. Height, 2.3 meters. Weight, 72.3 kilograms. Ability, Rock Head. Moves, Roost, Egg Move, Iron Head, Ice Fong, Fire Fong, Thunder Fong, Ancient Power, Rock Slide, Crunch, Hyper Beam, Takedown. Ryan nodded in satisfaction. This Aerodactyl, like his Charizard, was slightly larger than normal and at an exceptionally high level. With the exception of a few missing moves, it had an impressive moveset. It was fortunate that it was still essentially a wild Pokémon with unrefined battle tactics. Otherwise, even Mutewo would have struggled against such a formidable opponent. He used the PC system to send Nidoking back to Professor Oak's lab, keeping Aerodactyl with his active team. He released the newly caught Aerodactyl from its Ultra Ball. It looked at Ryan and ceased any hostile behavior, a sign of acknowledgement that he was now its trainer. Ryan quickly treated its remaining injuries with super potions and full heals. Lily curiously approached and gently touched the Aerodactyl's rocky hide, saying, "Hello, Aerodactyl. I'm Lily. Nice to meet you. I hope we can all get along during our journey." The Aerodactyl turned its head away with a proud expression. Ryan patted its head firmly and said, "Don't be stubborn. I'm Ryan, your trainer now. Lily is my traveling companion, and you should treat her with respect." The Aerodactyl growled to show it understood. Ryan shook his now aching hand and thought to himself, that rock head ability really lives up to its name. It's like hitting solid stone. After helping Aerodactyl recover, Ryan pulled his poke gear from his backpack and called Professor Oak. He'd only recently purchased this communication device with his prize money, otherwise, Ryan wouldn't have spent the funds on it. He then told Professor Oak about the discovery of living fossil Pokémon in Grandpa Canyon and asked him to notify the Pokémon League to protect them. Professor Oak said he understood and told him to focus on his journey before hanging up. A short while later, a group of League officials arrived at Grandpa Canyon, relocated the fossil hunters to a safe distance, and after a briefing with Ryan and his team, announced that Grandpa Canyon would soon be designated a Pokémon preserve. Ryan thought to himself, without the excitement of finding Aerodactyl, I wonder if Ash's Charmeleon will still evolve into Charizard during his visit here. Bidding farewell to the League officials, Ryan and Lily continued their journey. Their next destination was the Pokémon League admissions exam location, where trainers with at least one gym badge could take a qualifying test instead of collecting all 8 badges. After discussing this with Lily, she became interested and decided to give it a try. She knew she might not pass, but participating was what mattered most, right? Grandpa Canyon was quite expansive, and it wasn't until dark that Ryan and his companions finally reached the Pokémon Center on the outskirts of the canyon. After a night of rest, they set out again, passing through a small town where Lily bought some souvenirs and mailed them home. After 6 days of travel, they finally arrived at the Pokémon League certification exam site. Ryan and Lily registered, receiving numbers 12 and 16 respectively. After submitting their Pokédexes to the examiner for verification, they were led into the exam room. Ryan checked his seat and saw that he and Lily were quite far apart, obviously to prevent any collaboration between acquaintances. The first written exam tested general Pokémon knowledge, and Ryan was confident he had no trouble with it. After all those years of studying Pokémon weren't for nothing. The heaviest known Pokémon is Snorlax. True or false? Ryan paused momentarily. Was this referring to the Kanto region specifically, or all known regions? He knew there were heavier Pokémon in other regions, but if this was limited to commonly known Kanto Pokémon, Snorlax at 460 kilograms would indeed be the heaviest. After some thought, he chose false. After all, the exam was likely focused on well-documented Pokémon, not legendary or mythical ones. Lickitung's tongue is twice its body length. True or false? That was easy true. Hitmonlee's nickname is the Kicking Fiend. True or false? Easy false. Hitmonlee was known as the Kicking Pokémon, while Hitmonchan was the Punching Pokémon. The remaining questions weren't too unusual. They were all fairly standard. Anyone who had studied Pokémon seriously could probably answer them. After the first section, everyone faced what many considered the trickiest part, identifying Pokémon from silhouettes and partial images. The examiner showed the first picture, a spiral-shaped silhouette. Ryan looked closely and noticed it spiraled clockwise, so he wrote down Poliwrath. This question type had appeared in various Pokémon tests before. The key was knowing that clockwise spirals indicated Poliwrath, while counterclockwise indicated Poliwag or Poliwhirl. Then the answer was announced, Poliwrath. Next was an image of flames, and the examiner said it showed the tail flame of a fire-type Pokémon. Ryan studied it and wrote down, Charizard. Having trained with his own Charizard, he recognized the distinctive flame pattern. The answer was announced, Charizard. The questions that followed varied in difficulty. Ryan answered them all to the best of his ability, getting most right with a few wrong. He then left the exam room to wait for results. Lily found Ryan, looking somewhat dejected, and said, That was so difficult. I'm not sure how I did. Don't worry. Didn't you say it yourself? The most important thing is participating, Ryan said, patting Lily's shoulder encouragingly. A moment later, the results were announced. Ryan carefully checked the board. There were 3 columns, excellent, good, and poor. The poor column thankfully didn't contain Ryan or Lily's names. Then he checked the good column and found Lily's name, and she excitedly high-fived him in celebration. She'd passed the written test. Ryan then found his name in the excellent column. There was now a lunch break before the afternoon practical exam. After lunch, Ryan and Lily were led to individual battle stations, each displaying 3 Pokeballs on a belt. The next phase is a 3-on-3 battle exam. You'll use randomly assigned Pokémon, and you'll be scored based on your battle performance and strategy, the examiner explained. Both nodded in understanding, each selecting a belt, and were then led to the battle arena. Lily went first. Grabbing the first Pokeball, she called out, "Let's do our best." A flash of white light revealed a Venusaur. Lily excitedly exclaimed, "It's Venusaur." "This is great, Venusaur. Let's work together." "Very well, then here's my first Pokémon," the examiner said, releasing his own choice. To everyone's surprise, a Caterpie appeared on the field, leaving the examiner looking somewhat embarrassed. Ryan couldn't help but cover his face, thinking, talk about incredible luck. The battle was over quickly. A single vine whip decided it. However, in the second round, Lily sent out Blastoise and Ryan had an ominous feeling. As he expected, the examiner's Pokémon was a Wartortle. Everyone watching couldn't help but murmur among themselves, their faces showing envy. This is incredible luck. Why don't I get matchups like that? Again, a single water gun ended the battle decisively. After recalling his defeated Pokémon, the examiner couldn't help but comment, "This student certainly has good fortune, but luck is also a form of skill. Your battle instincts aren't bad either. Will you continue with the final match?" "Yes, let's see what happens," Lily replied. The examiner nodded, mentally giving her points for determination. Both released their third Pokémon. Lily's was, as expected, Charizard, one of the starter Pokémon, while the examiner's was a bug type, a Scyther. Ryan nodded approvingly. This time, the battle would be more legitimate. Lily had watched him train his Charizard extensively, so she was probably most familiar with Charizard's moves aside from her own Pokémon. As for the examiner, he had demonstrated that the exam wasn't rigged. Both examiner and student were using randomly selected Pokémon. The battle proceeded normally, and Lily passed. After all, Charizard's fire and flying types both had advantages against Scyther, and after watching Ryan's training sessions for so long, it would have been embarrassing if she'd lost. Clearly, Lily had grown stronger during their travels. While she wasn't at the top tier, she was definitely above average now. Lily finished her battle, and then it was Ryan's turn. Walking onto the field, Ryan prepared to send out his first randomly assigned Pokémon. "Go, Pokeball." Ryan sent out his first Pokémon. A dugong appeared on the field, but the examiner looked surprised. Was this an unfavorable matchup? The examiner's Pokémon was a Dragonite. Ryan quickly pulled out his Pokédex and recorded Dragonite's data. At the same time, he felt a surge of satisfaction. He'd finally encountered one of the Pokémon he'd been hoping to study. Ryan was thrilled. He hadn't expected to find a Dragonite during this exam. It was truly a case of finding what you're looking for when you least expect it. This encounter would complete his research on Dragon-type Pokémon evolution chains, giving him valuable data for future battles. He quickly analyzed his strategy. Dugong was an ice/water type, which gave it a significant advantage against the dragon/flying type Dragonite. Ice moves were super effective, and he had several powerful options. "Dugong, hail!" Ryan commanded. Dugong immediately summoned a hailstorm, with ice and snow pelting Dragonite and dealing continuous damage. At the same time, Ryan observed these exam Pokémon's limitations. They lacked the fluid combat instincts of well-trained partners, acting only on direct commands rather than adapting independently. Dragonite Thunderbolt. The examiner showed no mercy, calling for a powerful electric attack. Ryan's mind raced as he processed the battlefield. He could see the attack pattern clearly and formulated his counter-strategy. This is it. Time to show what strategic thinking can accomplish. Dugong, dive deep, then surf. Ryan commanded, seeing how he could turn Thunderbolt's power against his opponent. Dugong submerged briefly, avoiding the Thunderbolt, then rose with a massive wave that crashed into Dragonite. The Dragon type took the hit, though as a partial flying type, the water attack wasn't devastating. Now the field is flooded. "That's a tactical error, points will be deducted," the examiner noted. Dragonite Thunder. "That's not an error," Ryan grinned. "This is exactly what I planned." Dugong, endure the thunder, then sheer cold. "What?" The examiner looked startled. Dragonite's thunder struck the water-covered field, and electricity coursed through the puddles, hitting Dugong hard. But Dugong was resilient with high HP, so it weathered the attack. Then an aura of absolute cold swept across the battlefield. The water on the ground and the hail in the air created an inescapable frozen trap. Sheer cold delivered the decisive blow. Recalling his frozen dragonite, the examiner nodded approvingly. I underestimated your strategy. Using the water and hail to create an inescapable ice trap, excellent move combination. Now for round 2. Ryan smiled, recalled Dugong, and sent out his second randomly assigned Pokémon. A Slowbro appeared on the field. The examiner released a Hitmonlee. While Hitmonlee's fighting-type moves were super effective against Slowbro's psychic typing, Slowbro was known for its incredible defense and durability. Jump kick, the examiner ordered. Ryan shook his head. The ice from sheer cold hasn't melted yet. On this icy battlefield, don't underestimate Slowbro's stability. Slowbro, slide to the right, then body slam. Hitmonlee launched a jump kick at Slowbro. But Slowbro, surprisingly agile on the ice, slid smoothly out of the way. Then, with a heavy tackle, it knocked Hitmonlee down and pressed its weight against the fighting type. Use close combat to break free, the examiner commanded. Hitmonlee unleashed a flurry of close-range attacks, knocking Slowbro back and dealing significant damage. Ryan then called Ice Beam. Mind Reader, then High Jump Kick, the examiner countered. The Ice Beam successfully struck Hitmonlee, but the fighting type didn't dodge. Instead, it closed its eyes, using Mind Reader to lock onto Slowbro before launching a devastating high jump kick. Ryan grimaced. With Slowbro's remaining health, this attack would be a guaranteed knockout. He had to take a risk. Slowbro, hang in there. If you can't avoid it, use sheer cold. Slowbro cried out, releasing another wave of absolute cold at Hitmonlee. But before the ice attack could connect, the high jump kick struck Slowbro square on, sending it flying backward, unable to continue. Recalling Slowbro, Ryan said, "Thank you, you did great. Third round, let's go." The examiner also recalled his Hitmonlee and sent out his final Pokémon. Ryan's was Chansey, while the examiner had Hitmonchan. Ryan couldn't help but laugh. If I can't frustrate you completely with this one, I'm not doing my job right. Anyone who had battled with Chansey knew it was the ultimate test of patience. Hitmonchan, Mach Punch. The examiner took the initiative. Ryan calmly responded, Chansey, minimize. Chansey instantly shrank to half its size, causing Hitmonchan's Mach Punch to miss completely. Ryan then said, keep using minimize, then seismic toss. Having shrunk even further, Chansey grabbed the much larger Hitmonchan and hurled it across the battlefield with surprising strength. Hitmonchan rolled sideways to recover, and the examiner called, Comet Punch. Hitmonchan rushed forward with a barrage of punches aimed at the tiny Chansey. Then Ryan said calmly, soft-boiled, then another seismic toss. Chansey restored itself to full health with its signature move, then grabbed Hitmonchan for another devastating throw. The examiner looked exasperated. If you can't defeat Chansey in one hit, it'll just heal back to full health and keep fighting. This is incredibly frustrating. Add to that Chansey's massive HP pool and impressive special defense, and few Pokémon could claim to knock it out instantly. If they couldn't, they'd have to endure this drawn-out battle of attrition. Finally, to the examiner's relief, Chansey eventually wore down Hitmonchan through persistence and patience. Even the examiner sighed and said, I'm definitely recommending that Chansey be removed from the exam Pokémon pool after this. After the examination concluded, both Lily and Ryan received their Pokémon League qualification badges. Both could now directly enter the Indigo League Championship, but Ryan decided he still wanted to collect all 8 gym badges for the complete experience, and Lily agreed. After all, she didn't want their journey to end too quickly. Since Lily wasn't originally from the Kanto region, the examiner helped register her information in the league database. By the time all the paperwork was completed, evening had arrived. Ryan and Lily quickly found a hotel for the night, planning to take the ferry to Cinnabar Island the next day. Early the next morning, Ryan and Lily took a ferry to Cinnabar Island. Following their map, they arrived at what appeared to be an abandoned gym. Lily looked at the deserted building and said, Ryan, is there really a gym here? I heard on the ferry that the gym leader, Blaine, isn't operating it anymore. It's become a tourist resort. Don't worry, Ryan said with a smile. Come out, gym leader Blaine. I can see you. Through careful observation, Ryan had developed keen eyesight during his travels, allowing him to spot details others might miss. He easily identified Blaine in the crowd, just like in the stories he'd heard. The gym leader was wearing a disguise with a fake mustache and wig. Seeing that Ryan had spotted him, Blaine coughed and emerged, saying, "Ahem. I'm not Blaine. I'm just a tourist." Ryan shook his head. "How could I not recognize you even with that disguise?" Realizing his cover was blown, Blaine said with a chuckle, "All right, you've got sharp eyes, kid. I am Blaine. If you want to challenge my gym, follow me." He led them to his hotel. Lily asked curiously, "Gym leader Blaine, Ryan mentioned you have elite 4-level strength. Is that true?" "Huh? Ryan, do you really think that highly of me?" Blaine smiled wryly. "Well, I did challenge the elite 4 in my youth, but I was soundly defeated. Now that I'm older, I'm not sure where my strength stands anymore." Ryan remained skeptical. He'd heard from Professor Oak that Blaine had indeed challenged the Elite Four when he was younger but lost. However, the Elite Four had suggested that with 2 more years of intensive training, Blaine could have claimed a position among them. He had declined the opportunity. Blaine was indeed older now, and his strength had undoubtedly changed from his prime. But with Lance soon departing for Johto to claim that region's champion title, an Elite Four position would need filling. Among the gym leaders, only Koga and Blaine had the necessary qualifications. Perhaps the league would actually approach Blaine again. With these thoughts in mind, Blaine brought Ryan and Lily to his hotel, then led them to the hot springs area. He couldn't resist asking a riddle. What is fire below and water above? Ryan and Lily both groaned. Blaine's love of riddles was legendary. Ryan reluctantly answered, "A hot spring bathhouse." "Correct." Blaine nodded approvingly. He flipped a switch and the rock wall slowly opened, revealing a tunnel. The group descended and arrived at Blaine's volcanic battlefield. Blaine walked to the far end of the arena and said, "Ryan, I've heard your name mentioned frequently by league officials. I'm curious, you already have a qualification badge, so why are you still challenging gyms?" "Battles against strong opponents help me improve," Ryan said, holding up a pokeball. "Besides, I was fortunate to receive guidance from Steven, the Hoenn champion. He helped me realize my shortcomings. My goal is to become a Pokémon Master, but my current strength isn't worthy of that title yet. Take the field, Aerodactyl. This is your first official gym battle." A massive Aerodactyl appeared above the field, letting out a fierce cry that echoed through the cavern. Blaine's eyes narrowed as he assessed the prehistoric Pokémon. "You captured this Aerodactyl in Grandpa Canyon, didn't you? It's truly formidable. In that case, I'll need to use my main team. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. Let me see what your Pokémon are capable of. Go, Arcanine." A majestic Arcanine appeared on the field and growled challengingly at Aerodactyl. The ancient Pokémon bristled. It had been the apex predator in its underground domain, and this canine's defiance sparked its competitive instincts. "Stay focused, Aerodactyl. Take down," Ryan commanded with a frown. Aerodactyl charged at Arcanine with tremendous force. Ryan knew takedown wasn't the optimal choice, but Aerodactyl was letting pride interfere with strategy, and that needed to be addressed before it became a bigger problem, like what happened with Ash's Charizard. "Extreme speed, then Thunder Fong," Blaine commanded. Arcanine became a blur of motion, dodging Aerodactyl's charge. Taking advantage of the recoil damage that briefly stunned the rock type, Arcanine bit down on its wing with electrified fangs. Aerodactyl shrieked in pain. "Do you understand now? Do you still think you're the ruler of that cave?" Ryan said sternly. "Don't underestimate the world outside. There are many Pokémon stronger than you. You're wasting energy with reckless attacks. If you want to win, listen to my commands. Use Supersonic." Aerodactyl nodded and launched a disorienting sound wave at Arcanine. Blaine countered Safeguard. A protective barrier surrounded Arcanine, preventing status conditions. Ryan calmly ordered Brave Bird. Aerodactyl suddenly became wreathed in powerful energy and slammed into Arcanine with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the rock wall. Thanks to its rock head ability, Aerodactyl took no recoil damage. Ryan followed up, Stealth Rock. Aerodactyl roared, scattering sharp stones around the battlefield that would damage any Pokémon Blaine sent out next. Blaine shook his head with a grin. Clever strategy, kid. Arcanine. Finish with Flare Blitz. Indeed, time to finish this. Aerodactyl. Hyper Beam. Ryan knew Blaine had realized Arcanine was at its limit and was making a final desperate attack. Arcanine, wreathed in intense flames, charged forward just as Aerodactyl unleashed a devastating beam of energy at close range. Both attacks connected, but Arcanine collapsed first. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon and simultaneously sent out their second choices. Ryan's Charizard and Blaine's Rapidash emerged onto the battlefield. The moment Rapidash appeared, it galloped through the volcanic terrain, its hoofs causing lava to bubble up and spread across portions of the field, dissolving the stealth rock hazard. Ryan stroked his chin, impressed despite himself. He'd never considered such an application of field control. It seemed that creative battlefield manipulation could be incredibly effective even without formal moves. He made a mental note to explore similar tactics in future battles. But now wasn't the time for such thoughts. Looking at the lava-covered sections of the field, Ryan wondered if his Charizard could handle the intense heat from below. Rapidash, Flamethrower. Blaine commanded. Charizard, fly up 1 meter, then Rock Slide. Ryan countered without hesitation. Charizard ascended slightly, the flames passing just below its belly. It then summoned massive boulders that crashed down on Rapidash, dealing significant damage. Ryan noticed that Rapidash's health had dropped considerably. That single rock slide had dealt about half its total HP. Seeing Rapidash breathing heavily, Ryan prepared his finishing move. End it with Giga Impact, he called. Rapidash, we can't give up. Overheat. Blaine commanded with determination. The superheated attack struck Charizard, causing some damage but nothing critical thanks to its fire typing. Charizard's final attack then connected with Rapidash, sending it tumbling across the battlefield, unable to continue. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon. One more battle to go, Blaine said with respect in his voice. He pulled out his final Pokeball, gripping it tightly. You've proven yourself to be an exceptional trainer, Ryan. But this last battle won't be easy. Show him what we're made of, Ninetales. A magnificent Ninetales materialized on the battlefield, its 9 tails flowing gracefully behind it like silk banners. The fox Pokémon's eyes gleamed with intelligence and experience, and an aura of mystical power radiated from its golden fur. Ryan felt the shift in atmosphere immediately. This wasn't just another fire type. This was a Pokémon that had battled alongside an elite 4-level trainer for decades. He glanced at his Charizard, who was breathing heavily from the previous battle. Charizard, are you ready to continue? Ryan asked. Charizard roared defiantly, flames erupting from its mouth. It wasn't backing down. The flame Pokémon's pride was on the line. It refused to be recalled without giving everything it had. That's the spirit. Air Slash, Ryan commanded. Charizard beat its wings, sending razor-sharp blades of compressed air toward Ninetales. Blaine remained calm. Extrasensory. Ninetales' eyes glowed with psychic energy, and the air slash attacks were deflected harmlessly to the sides. Ryan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Ninetales to know psychic-type moves. Now, Will-O-Wisp, Blaine ordered. Ghostly blue flames materialized around Ninetales and shot toward Charizard. Dodge with Dragon Dance, Ryan called out, adjusting his strategy. Charizard performed a mystical, powerful dance in midair, the Will-O-Wisp flames missing their mark as its attack and speed increased. Ryan grinned. This was the opening they needed. Impressive. But can you handle this? Confuse Ray, Blaine commanded. A sinister light flashed from Ninetales' eyes. Charizard shook its head, fighting against the confusion. Its eyes glazed over momentarily, and it started to veer off course. Charizard, remember what we've been through together. Focus on my voice, Ryan shouted with conviction. You've overcome so much. Don't let this stop you now. Charizard's eyes suddenly cleared, filled with renewed determination. The bond between trainer and Pokémon proved stronger than the confusion effect. Charizard roared triumphantly. Blaine's eyes widened in surprise. Remarkable willpower. Ninetales, Fire Blast. Meet it head-on with Flamethrower, then break through. Ryan commanded boldly. The massive five-pointed star of flame shot toward Charizard, who unleashed its own stream of fire. The attacks collided in a spectacular display, flames filling the entire arena. Using the cover of smoke and fire, Charizard burst through the inferno, its boosted speed from Dragon Dance allowing it to close the distance. Now, Dragon Claw, Ryan ordered. Charizard's claws glowed with draconic energy as it slashed at Ninetales, landing a devastating super-effective hit. Ninetales stumbled backward, clearly hurt by the powerful attack. Ninetales, extrasensory. Blaine called out, trying to create distance. The psychic attack struck Charizard, causing it to roar in pain. Both Pokémon were now heavily damaged, breathing hard. This battle could go either way. We need to end this. Ninetales, overheat. Blaine commanded. Ninetales gathered all its remaining energy, flames erupting from its body in a devastating display of power. The superheated attack created a wave of fire that rolled toward the exhausted Charizard. Ryan knew this was it, the final exchange. Charizard, this is for all the battles we've fought together. Blast Burn. Charizard roared with every ounce of strength it had left, unleashing the ultimate fire-type move. A massive pillar of fire, even more intense than Ninetales' overheat, erupted from Charizard's maw. The two attacks met in the center of the battlefield, creating an explosion of flames that shook the entire volcanic chamber. When the smoke cleared, both Pokémon stood on shaky legs, exhausted and battered. The entire gym fell silent, with only the bubbling of lava providing background noise. Lily watched anxiously from the sidelines, her hands clasped together. Ninetales took one step forward, then slowly, its legs gave out, and it collapsed onto the battlefield. Charizard remained standing, swaying slightly, its chest heaving with exhaustion. Then it raised its head and released a triumphant roar that echoed through the cavern before falling to one knee, completely spent but victorious. Ninetales is unable to battle. The winner is Ryan and Charizard, Lily announced, acting as the impromptu referee. Ryan, what are you talking about? Did you win? Lily asked, somewhat puzzled. Blaine, this Infernape isn't your main team member, is it? Why did you send it out? Ryan frowned. No. This Infernape is my ace, Blaine said, recalling the Infernape. It's just that I'm getting old, and so is Infernape. It's starting to decline in every aspect. I want to thank you, Ryan. Giving Infernape a final farewell battle, losing to a young, energetic, and powerful Pokémon like Charizard, it must be relieved. Blaine walked over and handed the volcano badge to Ryan. When Ryan heard what Blaine said, the anger in his heart dissipated, and he said helplessly, "You should have told me earlier. I could have given you another battle. It's different." Ordinary battles and gym battles are different, Blaine said. The gym battle was its last desire. After all, watching a young trainer keep moving forward, it feels different. Ryan took the badge and said, I accept the badge. I'll come back when I have time. When I do, I'll bring my strongest team, surpass you veteran trainers, and claim the title of Pokémon Master. Haha, that's exactly what I want to hear. Blaine laughed, looking at Ryan with satisfaction. It's agreed then, I'll use my 6 strongest at that time. Ryan nodded, shook hands with Blaine, and then walked out of the Cinnabar gym. Blaine watched Ryan and Lily disappear, a flood of emotion filling his mind. Then, Ryan's voice reached him faintly. Gym leader Blaine, Lance is leaving for Johto. Agatha is getting old and will retire soon. The league will definitely come looking for you. Elite Four member, Blaine smiled faintly. Sometimes you still have to fight. My old friend has retired, and he doesn't want to see me go down the same path. Ryan and Lily didn't stay on Cinnabar Island. They boarded the last ferry and left Cinnabar Island in the night. The ferry sailed for several days before finally reaching the port of Cerulean City. During this time, Ryan captured over 30 high-quality water Pokémon, and his Dratini, having gained enough experience, evolved into Dragonair. Most importantly, Ryan finally discovered his amulet coin was working perfectly. The prize money he earned after gym battles had doubled significantly. Ryan suddenly felt like he had no shortage of funds. Capturing Pokémon required Pokeballs, and the prize money he'd earned from previous battles wasn't even enough to buy quality equipment. Now, with his earnings doubled, he had more than enough to buy Great Balls and Ultra Balls, and even more. Ryan was overjoyed. He had a plan for the future: open a safari zone and call it a breeding facility. Anyone who paid an entry fee could attempt to capture any Pokémon they liked within designated areas, and he'd also charge for specialized Pokeballs. That way, he'd have plenty of funding for his journey. His trainer career was about to reach new heights. After arriving in Cerulean City, they greeted the Waterflower sisters and headed straight for Viridian City. Finally, 3 days later, Ryan and Lily arrived. Mutwo was already trembling uncontrollably in its Pokeball. Ryan soothed the Pokeball, supporting Mutwo's determination. Through intense training and frequent battles, with the exception of Dragonair, who was still developing, his team had all reached impressive levels. Mutwo, leading at the peak of its power, was fully prepared for this confrontation against Giovanni's Mutwo. Arriving at the Viridian Gym, Ryan looked at the two guards and said, "I'm Ryan from Pallet Town, and I'm here for a gym challenge." The two guards slammed their spear handles against the ground, and the gates swung open. They led Ryan and Lily inside. They reached one side of the arena, facing a high platform. The lights came on, and Giovanni sat in his chair, looking imposing, with a magnificently groomed Persian beside him. Seeing Ryan, Giovanni smiled and said, "I'm Giovanni, gym leader of Viridian City. I accept your challenge. I know about you. The league officials and we gym leaders have all mentioned you. I wonder what special qualities you possess that make you so noteworthy to the league. Battle me and you'll find out," Ryan said with a smile. "Go, Beedrill." Ryan sent out his shiny Beedrill and looked at Giovanni on the platform. Giovanni smiled and said, "Beedrill, huh? How nostalgic, and it's shiny too. Go, Rhyhorn." Giovanni sent out Rhyhorn. Ryan looked at it and frowned slightly. It appeared to be significantly weaker than expected. Was Giovanni holding back? One of the referees then spoke. "This will be a 3-on-3 Pokémon battle with no time limit. Let the match begin. Rhyhorn, take down." Giovanni commanded. "Beedrill, Fellstinger." Ryan called out. Rhyhorn charged forward and crashed into Beedrill, but the agile bug-type twisted and struck with its stinger at a weak point in Rhyhorn's rocky hide, delivering a critical hit that knocked it out instantly. "Oh, quite impressive," Giovanni said, recalling Rhyhorn. "Let's continue." He then sent out a Nidoking, also appearing to be at a moderate level. Ryan was completely baffled and said, "Beedrill, use Fellstinger again." Beedrill darted forward and struck Nidoking with another precise stinger attack, knocking it out as well. Looking at Giovanni, who had recalled the Nidoking, Ryan said, "Can you be serious, gym leader Giovanni? Or do you just want to forfeit?" Giovanni stood up, stepped forward, and said, "Forfeit? That's impossible. I possess overwhelming power. I'll show you right now." He then snapped his fingers. A door beneath the platform slowly opened, revealing a humanoid Pokémon clad in mechanical armor. A flash of blue light emanated from the armor's eye visor, and Beedrill was bound by powerful psychic energy, unable to move. Your Beedrill is very strong." Giovanni observed that Beedrill was only restrained and not knocked away by the psychic attack, and said with some admiration, "But the elementary gym battle is over, young man. Even if all your Pokémon were on the field, they would be no match for it." "Oh, really?" Ryan recalled Beedrill and said, "I won't use them all, as that would violate the gym battle rules, and I would be disqualified. The battle continues, still 1-on-1. Come out, Mutwo." "What?" Giovanni screamed. A Mutwo, slightly smaller than the armored Mutwo across from it, appeared on the field. The armored Mutwo, previously motionless, suddenly changed its posture. It flashed in front of Ryan's Mutwo and began communicating telepathically. "How do you have a Mutwo?" Giovanni asked in disbelief. "Why can't I have a Mutwo? Mutwo is a Pokémon after all, isn't it? It's a living being, not just an experiment. Why can't I have caught one?" Ryan said with a smile. At the same time, He discreetly activated his Pokegear and connected to the League emergency frequency he had obtained from Professor Oak. "Kid, who are you really?" Giovanni asked, trying to calm his inner turmoil. "Ryan from Pallet Town, didn't we establish this already?" Ryan said calmly. "Speaking of which, gym leader Giovanni, you just asked how I have a Mutwo, which means the one wearing the armor is another Mutwo. Where did your Mutwo come from?" "That's none of your business," Giovanni said coolly. "Still want to battle, kid?" "I do, but it seems your Mutwo doesn't want to fight," Ryan smiled. He could see his Mutwo helping the armored Mutwo remove its restraints. Giovanni's face changed drastically, and he shouted, "Stop!" Ryan's Mutwo successfully removed a piece of the armor with its psychic power. Then, a psychic storm much more powerful than Ryan's Mutwo surged out, shattering the remaining armor on the captive Mutwo into pieces. "Stop it!" Giovanni roared. He then threw dozens of Pokeballs, and numerous Pokémon cried out as they rushed towards the freed Mutwo. But when the two Mutwo looked at each other, powerful psychic energy surged out, and Giovanni's Pokémon were no match for them, falling to the ground one after another. Then, the liberated Mutwo tore a large hole in the building and flew away from the Viridian Gym. Before flying away, it glanced at Ryan and the others, and a mature, rich voice sounded in their minds. "Give me some time. I'll come back to find you. Boy, look at what you've done." Giovanni could no longer maintain his composure and roared at Ryan with barely suppressed fury. Ryan smiled calmly and said, "Gym leader Giovanni, your Pokémon escaped. I won by forfeit. Please give me the Earth badge." "Here." Giovanni tossed the green badge to Ryan without hesitation. "Kid, you let my Mutwo escape. I'll repay you by taking your Mutwo." With that, a group of men in black uniforms with a large red R on their chests surrounded Ryan and Lily. Ryan said calmly, "Team Rocket, as expected. This is the closest city to the Indigo League tournament. You're really bold, but it won't be easy to capture us." With that, all 6 of his Pokémon were released. The Team Rocket grunts also sent out their Pokémon, mostly Golbat, Arbok, and Weezing. Giovanni scoffed, "It'll be easy to capture you. Attack. Then give it a try," Ryan said with a smile. He pulled his Pokegear from his pocket, waved it, and said, "Don't blame me for not warning you. The League is already on their way. If you don't want to be arrested, flee now." Ryan had to say these words strategically. He knew his own strength well, and facing so many opponents, he couldn't handle them alone. He had to make them hesitate first. Then, in their uncertainty, they'd be more likely to make mistakes, making it easier to exploit openings. "You." Giovanni hesitated. This place was close to League headquarters, and it would only take about 20 minutes for them to send reinforcements. If any of the Elite Four were available, they could probably get the order and fly over in 10 minutes on their Pokémon. They couldn't delay any longer, but losing Mutwo was a devastating blow. After a brief deliberation, Giovanni gritted his teeth and said, "Retreat. Everyone, evacuate Viridian City immediately." Ignoring Ryan and the others, the group retreated from the Viridian Gym at breakneck speed. Ryan breathed a sigh of relief when he saw them retreat. Fortunately, the two Mutwo had earlier combined their power to defeat all of Giovanni's main team. Otherwise, facing such a formidable crime boss, Ryan felt he would have had no chance of escaping. Slumping to the ground, Ryan felt as if he had just passed through the gates of death itself. Looking at Lily, who was also exhausted on the ground, he said guiltily, "I'm sorry for getting you involved in this." "It's okay. We're partners, aren't we?" Lily shook her head, looking at Ryan with determination. "Best partners." "Yeah." Ryan said nothing more, gently squeezing Lily's hand. Moments later, 2 figures appeared at the Viridian Gym. Ryan looked at the arrivals and said with a wry smile, "That was fast. I didn't expect the League to send you 2 so quickly." The arrivals were none other than Agatha and Lance. Seeing the empty gym, Lance sighed and said, "Are we still too late?" "I didn't expect Giovanni to be the boss of Team Rocket. The League's security screening is so inadequate," Agatha said, hunched over her walking stick. "The League didn't expect that either. Giovanni was from Viridian City and had a clean record. He was just hiding his true nature too well," Lance shook his head. "But I didn't expect you two to survive." Ryan's eye twitched, and he said irritably, "Why wouldn't we survive?" "Lance, the flying-type master." Lance's face darkened. "I'm the dragon-type master." "Oh, really? Then explain why your Pokémon all have flying type as their secondary typing." Ryan shut Lance down with just one sentence. Lance hesitated for a long time, unable to explain, before finally saying, "Dragonite." "Dragonite still has flying type even after evolution." Ryan delivered the final blow. Agatha approached Lily and said with a smile, "What a lovely girl. Let Grandma take a look. Are you seeing anyone? How about I introduce you to one of my worthless grandsons?" "She's taken," Ryan said, immediately stepping between Lily and Agatha, making Lily blush. Agatha wasn't offended, but smiled knowingly. "I know about you, young man. The League owes you a debt of gratitude for this incident. If you have any requests, feel free to contact us." Ryan's eyes lit up, and he immediately shared his idea for a Safari Zone breeding facility. Agatha nodded, saying it was a reasonable request, and that Ryan's concept would benefit trainers across the region, so the League wouldn't let him operate at a loss. Agatha then contacted League headquarters, and they immediately approved the proposal. They also assigned Ryan a small support team to help with operations, and his facility could display an official League endorsement. Lance felt somewhat frustrated. He was a dragon-type master, but he couldn't find a way to refute Ryan's point. It was genuinely irritating. Ryan didn't want to antagonize Lance too much. After all, he was the future champion, so maintaining good relations was wise. He shared some information about dragon-type Pokémon habitats with Lance, and Lance finally let go of his irritation. The League operatives finally arrived, searching the entire Viridian gym from top to bottom, but finding nothing significant. Then came word from League headquarters, appointing Agatha as temporary gym leader of Viridian City. With nothing left for them to do, Ryan and Lily bid farewell to Agatha and Lance, then headed to the Pokémon Center. After a night's rest, they set out for Pallet Town early the next morning. Perhaps eager to see his new estate, Ryan's pace quickened considerably. They finally arrived in Pallet Town around noon, with Lily trailing behind, exhausted. She'd practically jogged the entire way and was completely worn out. Looking at the familiar yet changed Pallet Town, Ryan couldn't help but sigh. "This will be my home from now on." He had originally planned to visit Professor Oak's laboratory to check on his other Pokémon, but decided to inspect his property first, then return to the lab to retrieve his team. They picked up their pace again, following Ryan's memory toward a remote coastline area of Pallet Town. Before long, Ryan noticed dramatic changes. A wide paved road led directly to a manor in the distance, lined with numerous berry trees. Arriving at the manor, they were stopped by magnificent wrought iron gates. The fencing extended almost as far as the eye could see in both directions. A sign reading "Under Construction, League Authorized Safari Zone" hung above, suggesting the League had begun expanding the facility after Ryan proposed his breeding center concept. Just as they were about to press the intercom button, a familiar voice came through the speaker. "No need to buzz, I can see you. I'll open the gate." The gate slowly opened, revealing a vast courtyard with flowing water features and bridges, creating an elegant, traditional atmosphere that had been meticulously designed. A large main house, covering over 3,000 square meters, was connected to a smaller secondary building of about 800 to 900 square meters. The rest of the property was filled with training grounds, a swimming pool, gardens, and a small forest, all designed for Ryan's Pokémon to exercise and relax. Then a beautiful woman walked out of the main entrance. Ryan saw that it was Lorelei, exactly as he had expected. Ryan said with exasperation, "Lorelei, I haven't even moved into this place yet, and you've already made yourself at home." "Don't be so stingy," Lorelei said with a gentle smile. "Let me experience your luxurious estate life first." "Seriously, who designed this place? It's absolutely perfect. I've been here for 2 days and I don't want to leave." Ryan was speechless, but he had to admire the League architect's work. He led the two women to explore the aquarium on the first floor. Despite there being another floor above, the entire aquarium remained bright even without artificial lighting. The advanced lighting system utilized natural light refraction and reflection to illuminate the space perfectly. Ryan continued the tour. Walking through the aquarium felt like strolling along the ocean floor. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, though unfortunately, there were no Pokémon yet. After the brief tour, Ryan and the others arrived at the back of the estate. It was close to the sea and covered a large area that the League's architects had directly transformed into 4 distinct zones: rocky terrain, grassland, forest, and beach. These 4 zones were spacious enough for various Pokémon to thrive. Ryan also discovered that the aquarium's massive filtration system connected directly to the ocean. He knew that the League had allocated the nearby waters to him, genuinely intending to build a massive Safari Zone facility in Pallet Town, one that would serve trainers across Kanto. Why was the League working so tirelessly to help Ryan? Simply because he had demonstrated an ability to identify Pokémon potential that impressed even the Elite Four. The League had immediately begun earnestly helping Ryan build his breeding facility. After exploring the backyard, Ryan ascended to the 2nd floor. The main residence was truly luxurious: elegant decor, exquisite furniture, and spacious living areas. It was the home he had always dreamed of. Arriving in the master bedroom, the comfortable king-sized bed made Ryan reluctant to leave, but he hadn't finished exploring the entire house yet. The residence consisted of a master bedroom, 3 guest bedrooms, a modern kitchen, 2 full bathrooms, a fitness room, a study, and a spacious living room. After touring the house, Ryan and his friends went outside to view the grounds. Ryan also released his Pokémon, letting them choose their preferred resting spots. The design was incredible. Whether indoors or outdoors, everything created an immediate sense of comfort and tranquility. At noon, the automated kitchen prepared a sumptuous lunch. Lorelei and Lily devoured it eagerly, practically speechless with delight. It was truly exceptional cuisine. After lunch, Ryan and the others visited Professor Oak. Ryan suggested bringing his stored Pokémon back to his estate, and Professor Oak readily agreed. All the Pokeballs he'd left at the lab were packed up and carried back to the villa by his Macamp. Ryan also presented Professor Oak with his completed Pokédex. With the exception of a few legendary Pokémon entries, it was comprehensive. Professor Oak was deeply impressed. Lily also left her Clefairy at Oak's research lab for him to study. They could visit anytime, so there was no rush. Besides, the League support team would be arriving in a couple of days, bringing all the necessary equipment, including video phones and a Pokémon storage system terminal. Returning to the estate, Ryan began strategizing how to prepare for the upcoming Indigo League Championship. The good news was that Lorelei was taking extended leave and planned to stay with Ryan for several more days. Ryan already had formidable training partners. What more could he ask for? Ryan's current main team consisted of Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Crobat, Mutwo, Dragonair, Gyarados, and Aerodactyl. With the exception of Charizard, Sylveon, and Greninja, the rest were all championship caliber, with Mutwo being in a league of its own. Since league rules allowed only 6 Pokémon for the tournament, he needed to make strategic choices. He reluctantly ruled out Dragonair and Gyarados. Gyarados hadn't received intensive training yet, and while it might be ready for future competitions, it would be stretched too thin for the Indigo League. The same applied to Dragonair. Its strength wasn't quite tournament ready yet. The finalized roster consisted of Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, and Crobat, with Mutwo and Aerodactyl as alternates. His subsequent training would focus on these Pokémon, aiming to reach peak competitive form before the Indigo League. This would provide the most stable chance of success. After all, he had learned from various sources that Lance's protégé, Claire, would also be participating and was considered incredibly strong. Ryan had no intention of becoming overconfident. The next day, the League support team arrived and began helping Ryan construct the necessary facilities. For the following week, Ryan lived contentedly. He would wake up, eat breakfast, and go fishing by the sea. At noon, he would check the construction progress and test communication systems. In the afternoon, he would train his Pokémon, with Lorelei serving as his sparring partner. Lorelei's Pokémon were so devastatingly powerful that Ryan began questioning his own abilities. The strength gap was enormous. This only fueled his competitive spirit. Despite repeated defeats, he kept fighting, his skills and tactical understanding growing steadily. Thanks to Ryan's current status as a respected figure in the league, Lorelei's extended stay wasn't just recreational. First, it served as protection against potential Team Rocket retaliation, and second, having one of the Elite Four personally train him was an invaluable opportunity. Otherwise, why would an Elite Four member spend their time battling a rookie trainer daily? Within a week, the entire facility was nearly complete, and Ryan announced the Safari Zone's grand opening. His fishing expeditions had been incredibly successful. Ryan hadn't stocked the facility with only championship-caliber Pokémon. That would be unrealistic and unsustainable. Instead, over 200 intermediate-level water types and over 30 advanced-level water Pokémon were placed in the aquarium. Most were kept in the main aquarium, with a few scattered around the outdoor habitats. At the grand opening, Professor Oak brought a group of Pallet Town residents to show their support. The league also promoted the event, attracting trainers and tourists from across Kanto. Admission was $200 If visitors formed a bond with a Pokémon that was willing to join them, they could register it for an additional fee. Ryan had set the prices at $50,000 for intermediate quality Pokémon, $1 million for advanced quality, and $10 million for championship caliber specimens. Rare species would be priced individually. These prices, approved by the league, were actually quite reasonable. Intermediate quality Pokémon, when properly trained, could become solid team members for serious trainers. Advanced quality Pokémon were sought after by gym leaders and elite trainers. As for championship caliber Pokémon, even champion-level trainers competed for them, as they could become true ace partners with proper development. Honestly, the prices were almost too low. Ryan didn't mind. His Safari Zone was essentially a league-sponsored public service. Ryan was merely the operator and manager, but it didn't matter, at least he had a stable income source, and the revenue would more than cover his expenses. The first 3 days were free admission to generate word of mouth. Soon, people began successfully partnering with Pokémon from Ryan's facility. Based on the quality assessment charts he had posted, many visitors were willing to pay the fees. Some lucky trainers managed to bond with high-quality Pokémon, which immediately generated tremendous excitement. Thousands of tourists and trainers flocked to the facility daily, hoping to find their dream Pokémon. The entrance fees alone brought in substantial daily revenue, and Ryan couldn't have been happier. 3 more days passed. Early this morning, Ryan, dressed in casual beach attire, was fishing by the sea. Charizard and the others were training with his tournament team. Lily had also released her own Pokémon for training, allowing Charizard and the others to help teach her partners. Charizard and the others reluctantly agreed to help train the Pokémon of Lily, Ryan's girlfriend, and the training grounds became bustling with activity. Dragonair and Gyarados were swimming in the ocean. When they spotted wild Pokémon, they would battle and capture them if Ryan indicated they were suitable. The Pokeballs were then placed in a nearby collection box, where they would be transported to the aquarium facility for later release to visitors. Lorelei had already returned to her Elite Four duties. After all, being one of the Elite Four meant she was constantly busy. "Ryan, I've come to see you. Come and battle me," a passionate voice called out. Ryan turned around and saw Ash, Brock, and Misty approaching him. Ryan said with mild irritation, "Ash, you're really slow. I've been back for almost 2 weeks, and you're only showing up now." "Hee, I had all sorts of things to take care of," Ash said, scratching his head with an embarrassed smile. Excuse me. You're Ryan, right? Can visitors really catch any Pokémon here?" Misty asked, holding Togepi carefully. "There are conditions," Ryan said, holding up 2 fingers. "First, you need enough money to pay for the Pokémon, and second, the Pokémon must be willing to go with you. Meet both conditions, and you can take the Pokémon." "Excellent. As someone who aspires to become a water Pokémon master, I should be able to connect with water types easily." With that, She bid farewell to Ryan and headed toward the aquarium. Ryan then said to Ash, "By the way, shouldn't you be doing intensive training? The Indigo League starts soon. If you don't use this time to train properly, you might get eliminated early." "That's exactly why I came to challenge you," Ash said seriously. "Real battles are the best training." Ryan sighed in exasperation. "Don't battle me first. Defeat Lily first, then challenge me." Lily heard the commotion and came over, saying, "Hello, I'm Lily. Are you Ash and Brock that Ryan mentioned? Want to battle me? I'm also entering the league tournament." "Sure, I'd love to," Ash said enthusiastically. "Let's battle." "Pikachu, I'm counting on you." Pikachu jumped down from Ash's shoulder, called out to Lily a few times, and gestured for her to bring out her Pokémon. Lily smiled and said, "I have an electric type too, but since Pikachu is your starter, I'll use Clefairy. Come here." Clefairy heard this and trotted over, stopping in the middle of the field and staring at the Pikachu across from it. Brock walked over and said, "I'll act as referee then." "All right, I'll go first. Pikachu, Thunderbolt." Ash took the initiative, thinking to himself that this Clefairy seemed different from Brock's. "Clefairy, Ice Beam," Lily commanded. Ever since he had started dating Lily, Ryan hadn't held back in training her Pokémon. He had taught them numerous moves from his extensive repertoire. While not comprehensive, he had certainly expanded their movesets significantly. Pikachu's Thunderbolt and Clefairy's Ice Beam collided midair, canceling each other out with a loud explosion. Ash immediately called out, "Pikachu, quick attack." "Clefairy, counter with your own quick attack," Lily responded. Pikachu charged forward quickly, colliding with Clefairy. But then, Clefairy's attack landed first, sending Pikachu flying. Small electric sparks danced across Clefairy's body. It had been paralyzed by Pikachu's static ability. Ryan glanced back and saw this, knowing it was bad news. Status conditions always marked turning points in battles. Lily, who had been evenly matched with Ash, was now in a precarious position. Aware of the situation, Lily frowned and said, "Clefairy, are you okay? Use Blizzard." Perfect opening. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Ash saw Clefairy was paralyzed and immediately recognized his chance. He mercilessly attacked with a powerful electric assault. Clefairy cried out in pain, clearly near its limit. "Pikachu, finish with Thunder." Ash called out relentlessly. The paralyzed Clefairy couldn't react in time, and Pikachu's Thunder attack knocked it unconscious. Clefairy is unable to battle. Pikachu wins, so the victor is Ash, Brock announced. "Clefairy." Lily called out in distress, picking up her fallen partner and beginning to tend to it. Ash said proudly, "So, Ryan, it's time to battle me now, right?" "Mutwo, give him some practice," Ryan said without even turning his head, continuing to fish. "Hey, Ryan, you're looking down on me too much," Ash said angrily. Brock watched the approaching Mutwo, his expression growing serious. "Be careful, Ash. That Pokémon isn't ordinary. Ash, you're still too inexperienced. You have tremendous potential, but it's undeveloped. Get past Mutwo first. Use all 6 of your Pokémon and talk to me after you've won," Ryan said calmly. Ryan had learned from various sources that Ash was destined for greatness and would eventually become a formidable trainer. He believed in that potential, but he also knew that was still in the future. Right now, there was no reason to go easy on him. "Fine. I'll defeat your Pokémon and show you what I can do." Ash, now fired up, said defiantly, "Pikachu, Thunderbolt." "Pika Pika." Pikachu immediately launched a Thunderbolt at Mutwo. Mutwo casually waved its hand, redirecting the attack and sending it back toward Pikachu. Then, with a surge of psychic power, it lifted Pikachu and gently tossed it into the sea to cool down. "Pikachu. Damn. What an incredible Pokémon." Ash cried out anxiously, pulling out his Pokédex to scan it, but no information appeared. "I can't believe you're that strong." "Go, Pidgeot," Ash said stubbornly, watching Pikachu emerge from the water. But reality was harsh. Pidgeot couldn't withstand even one attack from Mutwo, and the same fate befell Bulbasaur and Squirtle. Ash then pinned his hopes on Charizard, but just like in previous encounters, Charizard disobeyed orders and lazily lounged on the beach, basking in the sun with no interest in fighting. Mutwo shook its head dismissively, ignoring both Charizard and Ash, and returned to the training group to resume its own exercises. Ash felt his knees, saying, "Am I really that weak?" "Only by recognizing your weaknesses can you become strong," Ryan said, walking over to Ash. "I used to be just like you, only slightly better." I called it confidence, but it was actually arrogance. It was Champion Steven who opened my eyes and taught me there's always someone stronger. Ash, you have incredible potential, don't waste it. I'm still waiting for you to challenge me as a true rival on the path to becoming a Pokémon Master. Don't count on it. The title of Pokémon Master will be mine. Ash instantly revived, speaking with renewed enthusiasm. Then make a promise with me, Ryan said, extending his right hand. The title of Pokémon Master will be decided between us. You're on, Ash declared. Their hands clasped together, sealing their rivalry. Greninja, Dark Pulse. Ryan clenched his fists as he synchronized with Greninja's bond phenomenon. A sphere of dark energy gathered, and with a thrust, Dark Pulse struck Mutwo. Unfazed, Mutwo cupped its hands, forming an aura sphere that shattered the Dark Pulse and sent Greninja flying, rendering it unable to battle. Match over. Mutwo wins, Lily announced from the sidelines. Ryan collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The bond phenomenon with Greninja consumed significant stamina, and the current synchronization was somewhat ineffective due to his physical limitations. I need to find a way to quickly increase my stamina and physical strength, Ryan muttered to himself, thinking about his training regimen. He'd been focusing so much on his Pokémon's development that he'd neglected his own physical conditioning. Ryan had been researching various training methods from different regions. He'd heard about the intense physical conditioning that trainers in other regions underwent, techniques that pushed the human body to its limits to better synchronize with their Pokémon. After reviewing several training programs, Ryan settled on a comprehensive fitness regimen that combined endurance, strength, and flexibility training. It wasn't flashy, but it would build the solid foundation he needed. Ryan read through the training manual, his expression growing serious as he realized the commitment required. Long-distance running, calisthenics, core strengthening. This is going to be intense, he said, gritting his teeth. The program emphasized building fundamental fitness before progressing to advanced techniques. While it would take time, Ryan knew there were no shortcuts to proper physical conditioning. Ryan began his training with a long run around the beach. His Pokémon, assuming they were starting another practice session, joined him in the run. Lily watched Ryan's sudden dedication to exercise, shook her head in bemusement, and picked up the super rod to take over his fishing duties. As Ryan worked out, he remembered the Z-ring in his backpack. Z-moves also required a trainer's physical cooperation to unleash their full potential, demanding considerable stamina. But without Z-crystals, the Z-ring was merely decorative. If he had time, Ryan would definitely travel to Alola to challenge the totem Pokémon and acquire some Z-crystals. However, the Indigo League was approaching, so there was no time to visit Alola now. After the tournament, Lily would be returning to Alola, and Ryan could accompany her to challenge the island trials. After training until noon, Ryan and his friends returned to the estate. As they were preparing for lunch, Macamp hurried over, carefully carrying a Pokémon egg. The shell was glowing with white light, indicating it was about to hatch. Ryan quickly took the egg, a rare Pokémon egg he'd obtained from a Pokémon breeder for completing a difficult request, though it hadn't hatched during his journey. Only now, with the tournament approaching, did it begin to show signs of hatching. Ryan sat on the beach, cradling the Pokémon egg. Lily came over curiously, wondering what kind of Pokémon would emerge from Ryan's egg. The Pokémon egg gradually cracked, and the white light faded. A small green Pokémon appeared before Ryan. He lifted it with some difficulty, marveling at how Ash could seemingly carry his Larvitar so effortlessly in the anime. That's right, this Pokémon was a Larvitar, and Ryan knew from the shows he'd watched that Ash would encounter one in the future too. But thinking of how easily Ash had carried his Larvitar, Ryan was amazed by the protagonist's apparent superhuman strength. Pokémon, Larvitar. Level 1. Gender, male. Height, 60 centimeters. Weight, 72 kilograms. Ability, Guts. Moves, Pursuit, Egg Move, Fight, Leer. This was a healthy young pseudo-legendary, with excellent potential. Ryan stroked Larvitar's head and the small horn protruding from it, thinking that with proper care, this Pokémon could become a dominant Tyranitar capable of commanding sandstorms. Since Ryan had connections who could help him obtain a Tyranitarite, he could consider having it participate in future tournaments. The little creature happily jumped from Ryan's arms, rolling and playing on the beach, instinctively beginning to kick up sand. However, Mutwo's psychic power gently suppressed the emerging sandstorm. Ryan couldn't help but admire the natural instincts of such a high-potential Pokémon, impressed by Larvitar's innate understanding of its sand stream ability. This was definitely a premium specimen. He carried the playfully energetic Larvitar to lunch, making sure to prepare additional food for the little creature. Larvitar were known to consume soil and minerals. They needed to eat nearly a mountain's worth of earth before evolving into Pupitar. Ryan had researched specialized nutrition supplements for ground-type Pokémon. High-quality mineral supplements were available from Pokémon specialty stores, enriched with the nutrients that rock and ground types needed for healthy development. He purchased several bags of premium mineral supplement mix designed specifically for Larvitar, along with calcium and iron-rich additives. The supplements would promote healthy growth while providing the earth-based nutrition Larvitar required. Ryan set up a feeding area on the estate's terrace, where Larvitar could consume its specialized diet. He also had some of the mineral mix spread in the garden areas to help the plants grow more robustly while giving Larvitar natural foraging opportunities. A week later, Ryan and Lily set out again, arriving at the main venue of the Indigo League Championship. They had originally hoped to participate in the torch ceremony, but discovered they were too early. Ryan had no choice but to take Lily to the athletes' village to register first. Just as he was about to confirm his badges with Nurse Joy, a commotion erupted behind him. "Hey, you in front. Move aside and let our Kenny register first." Ryan frowned and said, "There's a first-come, first-served order here." "And who are you anyway?" He turned around and saw a group of girls surrounding an androgynous-looking boy with perfectly styled hair. The scene reminded Ryan uncomfortably of Gary and his fan club. Before the boy could speak, one of the girls chimed in, "How clueless. He doesn't even know Kenny from Saffron City." "Yeah, seriously. He looks like a total nobody." "Ugh, someone like that isn't even worthy of carrying Kenny's bags. Right? He looks so plain and boring. Totally unremarkable." A vein throbbed in Ryan's forehead. Plain and boring? While he wasn't exactly a model, he was certainly decent-looking. And with all the physical training he'd been doing lately, he was getting into excellent shape. Yet here were a bunch of fangirls calling him unremarkable. People like this would learn their lessons soon enough. Ryan ignored them, finished registering with Lily, and headed straight to the athletes' village to find a quiet room. The next day, the Indigo League Championship officially opened. Following the hosts' introductions, over 100 contestants entered the venue. Then came the torch relay and the lighting of the sacred flame. But just like in the anime, Team Rocket interfered. Seeing the flame being stolen, Ash was already a step behind. The torch was lit, and a mechanical scyther robot grabbed the cauldron on its back. With a leap, it charged toward the crowd. "Mutwo, use Psychic," Ryan called out. With powerful psychic energy, Mutwo suspended both the mechanical scyther and the cauldron in midair. With a gesture of its right hand, Mutwo sent the cauldron flying back to its proper location. Then, with a pinch of its left hand, the robot exploded. The Team Rocket trio cried out, "Looks like Team Rocket's blasting off again," and disappeared into the distance. Ryan recalled Mutwo, shook his head, and said, "Those Team Rocket agents are like persistent gum. Ash is going to have a hard time getting rid of them." "So that's the trainer Lance mentioned?" "He's really strong, but I won't back down." A red-haired boy in the crowd clenched his fists as he watched Ryan. "Well, the flame is safe now. The opening ceremony will resume. First, President Goodsho's opening statement," the announcer declared. Then, President Goodshow slowly walked onto the stage and spoke into the microphone. The Pokémon League Championship is a place for those who truly love Pokémon to compete and battle with each other. The flame of Moltres protects us all. Fellow Pokémon trainers, please fight with honor and leave no regrets. As Goodshow finished his words, the audience erupted in cheers, officially beginning the Indigo League Championship. Trainers then headed to the lottery area to register and select their battle venues. Winning 3 matches in the preliminary rounds would qualify them for the main tournament's 6-on-6 full battles. After handing his Pokédex to the staff and logging in, Ryan began selecting his venue. The randomizer finally landed on the grass field, determining his first match location. Then a random opponent appeared next to Ryan's profile, the same androgynous boy from yesterday. Oh, it's him. I think he said he was from Saffron City. What was his name again? Ryan recalled the conflict from yesterday, though he'd already forgotten the boy's name. It didn't matter, ordinary opponents weren't worth remembering anyway. Next came Lily's turn, who drew the ice field against another female trainer. Ryan had no idea about her opponent's strength or capabilities. Ryan's match was scheduled first, while Lily's was second. With time running short, she couldn't watch his battle to cheer him on. Ryan patted Lily's head and said, "I'll finish quickly and come support you." Someone's way too arrogant, an unfriendly voice rang out. Ryan turned around to see his opponent with his gaggle of fans. Ryan shrugged and said, "Think whatever you want. We'll see what happens on the field." He turned and walked away. There was really no point arguing with delusional fangirls. Ryan was also somewhat annoyed. He'd originally planned to give his opponent some dignity and not let him lose too embarrassingly, but now it seemed a quick victory would be better. The first match began shortly. Ryan walked from the tunnel onto the battlefield. The effeminate boy across from him also emerged, flipping his hair dramatically. "I don't have anything personal against you, but I can't disappoint my fans. So don't blame me for being ruthless." The first match on the grass field is about to begin. The green corner features Kenny from Saffron City, and the red corner has Ryan from Pallet Town. Kenny is a well-known trainer in Saffron City with an undefeated record and considerable skill. And Ryan in the red corner, incredible. He's a highly regarded competitor endorsed by the league itself and internationally known for his Safari Zone facility, the commentator announced. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. The first match on the grass field begins, the referee declared. With the ring of a bell, the match commenced. "Thanks for handing me the victory, Ryan. Even if you're league endorsed, you should go back and train for a few more years," Kenny said smugly, tossing a pokeball. Ryan remained silent, watching what felt like a comedy show. 2 Pokémon appeared on the field, and the commentator said, "Kenny has sent out Rapidash, while Ryan has chosen Vileplume." Oh no! Ryan's at a severe type disadvantage. "Haha, I've already won." "Rapidash, use Fire Blast," Kenny said confidently. Ryan was speechless. What gave this guy such confidence? Just type advantage? He was bringing a moderately trained Rapidash against an elite-level Vileplume. "Vileplume, end this with Petal Dance," Ryan said calmly. Countless pink petals swirled around Vileplume, eventually forming a tornado of petals around its body. Rapidash's Fire Blast struck the tornado but was absorbed and extinguished. The petal tornado then engulfed Rapidash, battering it relentlessly. When the attack ended, Rapidash lay motionless on the grass. "Rapidash is unable to battle," the referee declared. Unbelievable. A stunning reversal. The grass-type Vileplume defeated the fire-type Rapidash with a single move. "Is this Ryan's true strength?" the commentator exclaimed. "Return, Rapidash," Kenny recalled his Pokémon. "Go, Dodrio." Kenny sends out Dodrio to counter the grass-type again, the commentator noted. "Still haven't learned your lesson." "Vileplume, use Sunny Day, then Solar Beam," Ryan said calmly. Vileplume launched an energy orb high into the sky, intensifying the sunlight. Before Dodrio could react, a concentrated beam of solar energy instantly knocked it unconscious. "How is that possible?" Kenny said in disbelief. "I don't believe it. Is the gap really that huge?" "Arcanine, go." The Arcanine that was sent out next was also instantly defeated by another solar beam from Vileplume. After recalling his Pokémon, Ryan didn't even glance at Kenny and walked away from the battlefield. He declined the post-match interview. He still needed to support Lily in her upcoming battle. Arriving at the ice arena, the first match wasn't over yet, but it was almost finished. Nidoking versus Pinsir. Nidoking currently had the upper hand, and the outcome was soon decided, with the Nidoking trainer emerging victorious. A short while later, the second match began, and Lily also entered the battlefield. Ryan cupped his hands to his mouth and shouted, "Come on, Lily. Fight hard, you can win." Hearing his voice, Lily turned to look at Ryan, spotted him in the stands, and gestured confidently, "I'll win this." This scene was captured on camera and broadcast to the Alola region, within the Ether Foundation. Luzman and Gladion sat in chairs, watching Lily compete. Luzman smiled and said, "Lily looks much more cheerful now." "Oh, and that boy's name is Ryan, right? They're traveling together. It seems Lily has developed feelings for him." Even if he's strong, if he dares to hurt Lily, I'll battle him myself," Gladion said firmly. My. Gladion is strong too, you know. Are you thinking about traveling as well?" Luzman smiled knowingly. "Yeah, I want to go out and explore for a while. Lily's gotten stronger now, so she doesn't need my protection anymore. I'm planning to visit the Hoenn region after Lily returns," Gladion said seriously. "All right. Just come back when you're ready," Luzman smiled, reaching to pat his head. "You're still my child after all." "I know," Gladion said, gently pushing Luzman's hand away from his head. The scene shifted to the Pokémon school in Alola. Professor Kukui and the students, Lana, Mallow, Kiawe, and Sophocles, were gathered around the television, watching Lily's battle intently. Kiawe said with some envy, "That's amazing. I wish I could participate in a tournament like this too. The opponents must be incredibly strong." Professor Kukui smiled and said, "They are indeed. When I was younger, I went to Kanto to challenge the league, but unfortunately, I was defeated by several gym leaders. I had to return home and focus on my research career." "Really? Wow, Lily is incredible," Mallow said excitedly. "Though I'm not really interested in battling. I prefer cooking." Lily mentioned in her last call that Ryan, the guy in the stands, is really skilled at fishing. "I'd love to have a competition with him someday," Lana said, staring at Ryan on the TV screen. "Well, what do you all think? Should we go and cheer Lily on in person?" Sophocles suggested. "That's a wonderful idea. I'll talk to Principal Oak. I can bring you all along, and we could meet Ryan too," Professor Kukui said. The group then began planning their trip to Kanto, where perhaps many new adventures awaited them. The scene shifted back to the arena, where the commentator shouted enthusiastically, "In the red corner, we have Lily from the Alola region, and in the green corner is Satsuki from Celadon City. Both are skilled trainers, but here, only battle prowess matters. This will be a 3-on-3 battle. The second match of the ice arena begins," the referee announced. "I can't afford to lose. Go, Golem," Satsuki declared. "I have my own reasons for winning. Go, Nidoqueen." Lily sent out her Nidoqueen, recently evolved using a moonstone. "Golem, use rollout," Satsuki commanded first. "Nidoqueen, use Ice Beam to stop it," Lily countered. Golem rolled toward Nidoqueen, who responded with an Ice Beam, creating a wall of ice in front of her. Golem crashed into the ice barrier, shattering it, but also coming to a complete stop. Seeing her opportunity, Lily declared, "Perfect timing. Nidoqueen, Earthquake." Nidoqueen stomped powerfully on the ice field, sending devastating shock waves that cracked the ice surface layer by layer, dealing massive damage to Golem. Satsuki called out desperately, "Hang in there, Golem." "Mega Punch. Defend yourself," Lily commanded. Golem's right fist glowed with white energy as it swung at Nidoqueen. But Nidoqueen raised a protective barrier, successfully blocking the attack. Lily then declared, "Nidoqueen, finish with Ice Beam." The Ice Beam struck Golem directly, knocking it unconscious. The referee raised his flag, declaring, "Golem is unable to battle. Return, Golem. You did well. It's your turn, Slowbro." Satsuki immediately sent out Slowbro, who had a type advantage against Nidoqueen. "Come back, Nidoqueen," Lily said, reaching for her Pokeball. "Not so fast. Slow, bro. Use Mean Look," Satsuki quickly instructed. Mean Look successfully prevented Nidoqueen from being recalled, trapping her on the battlefield. Lily frowned. In official league matches, Pokémon could only use 4 moves, a rule that tested not only a trainer's preparation, but also their strategic thinking and adaptability. Nidoqueen had already used Protect, Ice Beam, and Earthquake. Lily considered her options before saying, "Nidoqueen, Thunderbolt." Ryan nodded approvingly from the stands. Official league battles were indeed different from casual battles, where the 4-move restriction put real pressure on a trainer's tactical skills. In many battles he'd witnessed, trainers would cycle through the same few moves repeatedly, but here, every decision counted. Thunderbolt successfully struck the notoriously slow Slowbro, but Slowbro remained standing, looking dazed as usual, making it impossible to gauge how much damage it had taken. Ryan could tell that Slowbro's health had dropped by about a third, indicating it had been well trained. "Slowbro, use Future Sight," Satsuki commanded, and Slowbro immediately launched a psychic energy blast high into the air. "Nidoqueen, use Thunderbolt again," Lily ordered. Slowbro's terrible speed made it an easy target. Another Thunderbolt connected solidly. Satsuki bit her lip and said, "Slowbro, use Psychic." Invisible telekinetic force lashed out at Nidoqueen, dealing significant damage. Lily responded with another Thunderbolt, finally defeating Slowbro. But before she could celebrate, the delayed Future Sight attack descended from above, knocking Nidoqueen unconscious. Both trainers recalled their Pokémon and sent out their final team members. Satsuki sent out Vileplume, while Lily chose Alolan Ninetales. Ryan sighed with relief and said to himself, "Lily's got this." Concerned that Lily might not have prepared for this matchup, Ryan had previously taught Alolan Ninetales the move Blizzard using a TM. Hail combined with Blizzard would be devastating against a grass type like Vileplume. As Ryan had predicted, Lily shouted, "Ninetales, use Hail, then Blizzard. Don't let it succeed. Vileplume, use Sleep Powder." Satsuki called out. "Ninetales, switch to Safeguard," Lily commanded. Hail was successfully activated, and snow began falling across the battlefield. As Vileplume's Sleep Powder drifted toward Ninetales, the fox Pokémon quickly surrounded itself with a mysterious protective barrier, rendering the sleep-inducing powder completely ineffective. "Vileplume, Razor Leaf," Satsuki said anxiously. "Blizzard," Lily shouted. Vileplume launched sharp leaves at Ninetales, but the long-prepared blizzard swept across the entire ice field with tremendous force, overwhelming the grass-type attack and freezing Vileplume solid. The referee raised his flag and declared, "Vileplume is unable to battle. The winner is Lily from the Alola region." Ryan stood up and applauded enthusiastically, congratulating Lily on her well-earned victory in the first round. The next day, Ryan drew the water field, while Lily drew the rock field. Ryan's match was scheduled for the afternoon, while Lily's was in the morning, so Ryan continued to cheer Lily on from the stands. Unfortunately, as a fellow competitor, he couldn't provide her with any direct guidance during the battle, so he could only support her silently from the audience. Her opponent was formidable, a trainer named Aiden. The Pidgeot and Onix he had sent out initially weren't particularly impressive and were both defeated by Lily's Pikachu and Alolan Ninetales. However, he then sent out his ace Charizard, which quickly overwhelmed both Pikachu and Ninetales. Finally, Lily sent out the Omanite that Ryan had given her, successfully turning the tide of battle. During the intense fight, Omanite even evolved into Omastar. Ryan had been concerned for Lily throughout the match. While Aiden's Charizard was certainly powerful, it was only around level 55. The fossil Pokémon Ryan possessed were all around level 80, and even the Omanite he'd given to Lily was level 72, creating a significant level advantage. Fortunately, Lily and Omanite had developed a strong bond, and Omanite was very obedient. Otherwise, with Lily's current experience level, commanding such a high-level Pokémon would have been nearly impossible. After lunch, The two took a brief rest before Ryan's match began. The third battle on the water field was about to commence, and Ryan stepped onto the stage. His opponent was Kai from Lavender Town, who specialized in ghost-type Pokémon. As the bell rang, both trainers sent out their Pokémon simultaneously. Ryan chose Greninja, while Kai sent out Gyarados. Seeing his opponent's serious expression, Ryan smiled and said, "You can go first. You're incredibly strong, so I'm bringing out my main team from the start. Gyarados, use Hydro Pump," Kai said seriously. After witnessing Ryan's dominant performance in his previous match, he had already identified him as the tournament's most dangerous competitor. "Counter with Hydro Pump," Ryan commanded. Greninja unleashed its own Hydro Pump. The two powerful water attacks collided in midair, sending sprays of water in all directions. However, the audience could clearly see that Greninja's Hydro Pump gradually overpowered Gyarados' attack, successfully striking the massive water/flying type. Kai's expression grew grim. From that exchange alone, he realized his Gyarados was completely outclassed by Greninja. Unwilling to accept defeat so easily, Kai shouted, "Gyarados, don't give up. Use Dragon Dance, then Outrage." "Lick," Ryan said simply. Greninja's incredibly long tongue shot out and struck Gyarados across the face, dealing damage but unfortunately not inflicting paralysis. Gyarados took the opportunity to boost its stats with Dragon Dance before launching into a frenzied outrage, attacking Greninja repeatedly. However, all of its attacks passed harmlessly through Greninja's body, having no effect whatsoever. "A dark type. This is bad," Kai exclaimed in shock. "Finish it with Hydro Pump," Ryan said calmly, watching Gyarados thrashing around in confusion. Greninja launched a final Hydro Pump, sending Gyarados crashing into the arena wall and rendering it unable to battle. The referee raised his flag, declaring, "Gyarados is unable to battle." "Return, Gyarados," Kai said as he recalled his Pokémon. "I didn't expect your Greninja to have ghost typing. Now I need to get serious. Go, Magneton." Magneton's electric/steel typing made it quite effective against Greninja. It was a smart strategic move by Kai, though it brought back unpleasant memories for Ryan of his encounter with Lieutenant Surge. "Magneton, use Lock-On, then Zap Cannon," Kai commanded. "Oh no, not this combination again." "Greninja, use Spikes," Ryan grimaced. He'd already suffered one defeat from this strategy against Lieutenant Surge, and he wasn't about to let it happen twice. After locking onto Greninja's position, Magneton unleashed a massive electrical blast. When the lightning dissipated, Greninja stood completely unharmed. Ryan then declared, "Hydro Pump." The water attack successfully struck the stunned Magneton, sending it flying and crashing heavily onto the battlefield. Magneton wobbled as it tried to stay airborne, its sturdy construction allowing it to barely cling to consciousness with just a sliver of health remaining. Impossible. How could your Greninja be completely unharmed? Kai was devastated. He'd unleashed his ultimate combination, yet his opponent hadn't taken any damage at all. Anyone unfamiliar with the situation would be equally baffled. Ryan shook his head sympathetically as Greninja finished off Magneton with a single lick attack. Kai recalled his Pokémon, took several deep breaths, and composed himself. "I'm clearly no match for you, Ryan. After the battle, could you explain what happened? Otherwise, this loss will haunt me." "Of course," Ryan replied. He didn't want to completely crush his opponent's spirit. He still had compassion for fellow trainers. Kai thanked him gratefully and sent out his final trump card, Gengar. "Gengar, use Curse," he commanded. Ryan frowned and ordered, "Hydro Pump." "Got you." "Destiny Bond," Kai said through gritted teeth. Ryan realized the trap too late. Gengar had fainted with Curse, but actually used Destiny Bond. The Hydro Pump was already launched and couldn't be recalled. Gengar's body glowed with an ominous purple aura. After being struck down by the water attack, two eerie purple energy patterns shot from its eyes, making contact with Greninja and enveloping it in the same purple glow before it collapsed. Ryan reluctantly recalled Greninja. Although he had won the match, he felt frustrated by the outcome. He found himself considering whether to catch a ghost-type Pokémon for his team. Ghost types, when used skillfully, could really turn the tide of battle. Moves like Curse, Destiny Bond, and Pain Split were incredibly annoying to face. Ghost-type Pokémon were most dangerous not when they were at full health, but when they were on the brink of defeat. That's when they could take you down with them. After leaving the stage, Kai found Ryan in the competitor tunnel. Despite his disappointment, Ryan took the time to explain Greninja's Protean ability to the confused trainer. Learning that he'd been defeated by a hidden ability, Kai was both amazed and grateful for the explanation. They agreed to have a rematch if they ever crossed paths during their future travels, and Kai departed with renewed determination. That evening, a luxurious private jet arrived at the Indigo Plateau airfield. Ryan, observing its sleek design, marveled at the wealth of the Ether Foundation. Lily excitedly ran over and hugged Lizzie as she disembarked from the plane. "Mom, what are you doing here?" she asked happily. "Of course I'm here to cheer you on," Lizzie smiled warmly. Hey, Lily's so sneaky, taking off on her own adventure without bringing us along," Mallow said playfully. Lily blushed with embarrassment as she pulled Ryan forward and introduced him to everyone. Looking around, Ryan found himself face to face with people he'd only heard about in Lily's stories. There was Lily's mother Lizzie, her brother Gladion, Professor Kukui from the Pokémon School, and Lily's classmates Lana, Mallow, Kiawe, and Sophocles. Her entire family and circle of friends had come to support her. The group was very interested in Ryan and bombarded him with questions about his journey with Lily. Only Gladion remained somewhat aloof, patting Ryan on the shoulder and saying seriously, "You'd better treat Lily well." Ryan broke out in a cold sweat. Was this a warning from his potential brother-in-law? He and Lily had only just started developing feelings for each other. Was he really meeting the family already to discuss their future together? In the third round, Ryan drew the rock field, while Lily drew the grass field. Ryan was scheduled for the first match of the morning, so he made his entrance early. His opponent was Wu from Cinnabar Island. Trainers who had managed to make it this far were generally quite skilled, so Ryan didn't underestimate his competition. Today's atmosphere was more lively than yesterday, thanks to the support of his friends and Lily's family. Although they had originally come for Lily, they were also there to cheer Ryan on. After 2 matches, Ryan had won over many fans with his exceptional Pokémon battling skills, and his reputation was growing rapidly throughout the tournament. As the bell rang, Ryan and Wu simultaneously sent out their Pokémon. Ryan chose Nidoking, while Wu sent out Dodrio. There was no significant type advantage between the two, so it all came down to individual skill and training. "Dodrio, strike first. Use Tri-Attack," Wu shouted. Dodrio leaped high into the air, closing in on Nidoking. All 3 heads launched fierce energy beams at Nidoking simultaneously, each head glowing with a different elemental power. Ryan said calmly, "Counter with Horn Drill." Nidoking roared and, with lightning-fast reflexes, grabbed 2 of Dodrio's heads in his powerful hands while allowing the middle head's attack to strike him. Then, the horn on his forehead began spinning rapidly like a drill, delivering a devastating horn drill attack that instantly knocked out Dodrio. Standing over his defeated opponent, Nidoking raised his claws to the sky and roared triumphantly, demonstrating his overwhelming power. He remembered his promise to his beloved Nidoqueen. Only when he won the championship would he propose to her, crowned in the glory of victory. Wu recalled his Dodrio with a look of frustration and said, "Damn, you're as powerful as the rumors say. Go, Cloyster." A Cloyster appeared on the rocky battlefield, gazing at Nidoking with a determined expression. Nidoking beckoned with one finger, arrogantly signaling for his opponent to attack first. Although Wu was annoyed by Nidoking's provocation, he remained wary of the poison/ground-type strength and shouted, "Cloyster, Ice Beam." Cloyster unleashed twin flashing ice beams from the spikes on either side of its shell, aiming directly at Nidoking. Ryan commanded, "Dodge with agility," then Thunderbolt. Thanks to his intensive speed training, Nidoking's enhanced speed allowed him to gracefully sidestep Cloyster's ice beam attacks. Surrounded by crackling yellow electricity, Nidoking unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning from his body at the water/ice type. The thunderbolt successfully struck Cloyster, dealing massive, super-effective damage. Wu shouted desperately, "Cloyster, hang in there. Use spike cannon." Cloyster retreated into its shell, which began glowing with white energy, before launching multiple sharp spikes at Nidoking in rapid succession. Ryan smirked and said, "If you can't hit accurately, you'll just overwhelm with numbers? How naive." Nidoking, finish this with another thunderbolt. The spike cannon attack scattered widely, with only a few projectiles managing to graze Nidoking. The drill Pokémon roared and unleashed another devastating thunderbolt. The lightning struck Cloyster again, causing it to collapse in a cloud of black smoke with its shell opening wide, completely unable to continue battling. "Cloyster is unable to battle," the referee declared. "Incredible. Ryan is truly worthy of being considered a tournament favorite. His strength is absolutely formidable. Wu only has one Pokémon left. What kind of Pokémon will he send out for his final stand?" the commentator exclaimed excitedly. "Go, Hypno." Wu sent out his final Pokémon. The Hypnosis Pokémon, Hypno, appeared on the battlefield with its pendulum swaying ominously. Nidoking snorted disdainfully. He had trained extensively to resist psychic powers under Mutwo's guidance, building up considerable mental fortitude. A mere Hypno's psychic abilities seemed trivial in comparison. "Hypno, use Hypnosis," Wu commanded. Ryan didn't order Nidoking to dodge the attack. As Nidoking began to drift off to sleep, Ryan said calmly, "Sleep talk." Nidoking muttered incomprehensibly in his sleep, then suddenly stomped powerfully on the ground, sending devastating earthquake shockwaves through the rocky terrain that struck Hypno with tremendous force. Ryan chuckled to himself. Sleep talk was quite useful, randomly selecting from the user's other moves while asleep, though its unpredictability could be both a blessing and a curse. "Hypno, use Disable, then Psychic," Wu shouted, believing he had found the key to victory. Hypno's eyes suddenly glowed bright blue, and immediately a vast, psychic aura enveloped the psychic type. The aura spread rapidly, not only preventing Nidoking from using Sleep Talk again, but also lifting him into the air with powerful telekinetic force, tormenting him with psychic energy. Ryan watched calmly, noting one crucial detail. Hypno was running low on health, but hadn't used Dream Eater to restore itself. Without that recovery move, it had no way to regain strength. When Nidoking finally woke up from his enforced slumber, Ryan said confidently, "End this with Mega Horn." "Hypno, use Hypnosis again," Wu called out desperately. But Nidoking was too fast. He charged forward with his horn glowing intensely, slamming into Hypno and lifting the psychic type high into the air before hurling it back down to the rocky ground. Hypno's eyes rolled back as it hit the battlefield, completely unable to continue fighting. Ryan recalled Nidoking, who was still roaring triumphantly toward the sky from the center of the field. He looked at the Pokeball affectionately and said, "Sorry about that. I wanted to test the effectiveness of Sleep Talk in battle. I should have just had you use Mega Horn from the start instead of letting you take unnecessary damage." The Pokeball shook gently in his hand, as if Nidoking was indicating he didn't mind. Ryan smiled warmly, stepped off the battlefield, and prepared for his post-match interview with the television crew. He knew that giving interviews would help more people get to know him and his team, which could be valuable for his future career as a trainer. "Ryan, thank you for accepting our interview. Your Pokémon are all incredibly powerful. You consistently win matches using just one Pokémon, though you use different team members each time. Are you concerned that opponents might figure out your trump cards?" the female reporter asked, holding her microphone toward Ryan. "Trump cards? I'd welcome someone forcing me to reveal them. Otherwise, I'll be quite disappointed," Ryan said with confident swagger. "Oh my, so your ace Pokémon are even stronger than what we've seen? Can you tell us a little more about your team?" the female reporter asked, her eyes gleaming with excitement. "Certainly. For this tournament, I'm planning to use Charizard, Sylveon, Beedrill, Greninja, Nidoking, Gardevoir, Mutwo, and Aerodactyl. I've just given you their names. I hope this helps my future opponents prepare properly so they can give me the exciting battles I'm looking for. My goal is nothing less than winning the championship," Ryan stated with calm determination. The live broadcast generated an enormous response from viewers across the Kanto region and beyond. Trainers and fans were amazed by his confidence in revealing his entire team composition, and many began speculating about the true extent of his abilities. After the interview concluded, Ryan reunited with Lily and their friends from Alola. Lily's third-round battle was scheduled to begin that afternoon, and everyone was eager to continue supporting both trainers in their championship runs. After dinner, everyone arrived at the grass field to watch Lily's match. Her opponent was a powerful trainer named Surge from the Johto region, a seasoned competitor with several years of battle experience. Their starting Pokémon were Crobat and Clefairy, with Lily having the type advantage. Recently, following Ryan's revelation of the fairy type, research papers from various professors had been published. Professor Elm from Johto and Professor Oak had also unveiled the dark type and steel type classifications, and new EV evolutions were being discovered one after another. The world of Pokémon research was evolving rapidly, and finding rare Pokémon based on old knowledge would likely become much more difficult. The competitive landscape was changing dramatically. Surge proved to be formidable. Despite the type advantage, he skillfully outmaneuvered Clefairy through superior tactics and experience, ultimately forcing a mutual knockout that ended the first round in a draw. The two trainers then sent out their second Pokémon. Surge chose Eelektross, while Lily sent out Nidoqueen. Ryan couldn't help but note Lily's fortunate matchup. Nidoqueen's ground-type immunity protected her from Eelektross's electric-type attacks, but Eelektross's levitate ability also made it immune to Nidoqueen's ground-type moves. From a strategic standpoint, it seemed like an even match. Nidoqueen, use Attract, Lily commanded. Nidoqueen struck a charming pose toward Eelektross, who immediately responded with hearts in its eyes, successfully falling under the infatuation status. Lily seized the opportunity and called out, Nidoqueen, full power Ice Beam. Surge shouted Eelektross's name, hoping to snap it out of its infatuated state, but it was no use for the moment. The Ice Beam struck Eelektross directly, instantly freezing the electric-type solid. Wow, Lily's luck is incredible. Ryan gasped from the stands. Mallow and the others beside him nodded in amazement at Lily's fortune. Eelektross had no visible gender differences, so Lily's Attract was essentially a gamble on it being male, and she had guessed correctly. Her follow-up Ice Beam scored a critical hit, instantly freezing the ELE fish Pokémon and giving her a commanding advantage. Seeing Eelektross trapped in ice, Lily called out confidently, Finish it, Nidoqueen. Hyper Beam. Nidoqueen opened her mouth and gathered intense energy, unleashing a devastating hyper beam that shattered the ice and defeated Eelektross in one powerful blast. Surge looked frustrated as he recalled his Pokémon. Being defeated before he could even execute a single move would irritate any trainer. However, it also demonstrated that Lily had developed solid battle instincts combined with remarkable luck. Surge sent out his final Pokémon, Aggron. Ryan stroked his chin, feeling uneasy about the matchup. Lily had already used Attract, Ice Beam, and Hyper Beam. He doubted Surge would send out another male Pokémon, making Attract useless. Meanwhile, both Ice Beam and Hyper Beam would be resisted by Aggron's steel typing, dealing minimal damage. Her current moveset was severely limited against this opponent. Nidoqueen, strike first. Earthquake. Lily made a quick decision. Earthquake's ground-type attack would be super effective against the Steel/Rock-type Aggron, but Ryan wasn't optimistic about Nidoqueen's chances. This Aggron seemed far more powerful than her previous opponents. Endure it, then Heavy Slam. Surge commanded calmly. That's bad news. This Aggron has the heavy metal ability. Ryan immediately realized the danger. Heavy Slam's power increased dramatically based on the weight difference between the user and target. A normal Aggron weighed 360 kilograms, but the heavy metal ability doubled that weight to 720 kilograms, while Nidoqueen weighed only 60 kilograms. The massive weight difference would make Heavy Slam devastatingly powerful, potentially a one-hit knockout. However, this ability also had a significant drawback. The extra weight came with reduced speed. An experienced trainer could easily deploy a fast Pokémon to outmaneuver and wear down such a heavy opponent. But Lily clearly wasn't aware of this strategy. Nidoqueen, another earthquake. Seeing Agron withstand the first earthquake and then charge forward with slow but tremendous force, Lily, still confident in Nidoqueen's durability, decided to press the attack with another earthquake. The second earthquake and heavy slam connected simultaneously. The impact sent Nidoqueen flying across the grass field, leaving a deep groove in the ground before she crashed heavily into the stadium wall, creating a massive crater in the concrete barrier. She was immediately unable to battle. Ryan winced at the sheer brutality of the attack. "That was excessive," he muttered, his expression darkening. "Nidoqueen." Lily cried out heartbrokenly as she recalled her injured Pokémon. Ryan immediately leaped down from the stands, took Nidoqueen's Pokeball from Lily's trembling hands, and rushed her to the Pokémon Center. Nidoqueen's injuries were severe. It was likely she wouldn't be able to participate in any future battles this tournament. By the time Ryan returned from the Pokémon Center to the competition venue, Lily had already lost the match. She had sent out Omastar against Agron, but her distraction over Nidoqueen's condition had cost her focus in the battle, ultimately allowing Surge to claim victory. Seeing Ryan return, Lily couldn't hold back her tears any longer. She collapsed into his arms, her sobs soaking through his shirt as she grieved for her injured partner. As Surge prepared to leave the battlefield, Ryan called out to him, "Aren't you going to say anything?" "What's there to say? Winning and losing is part of being a trainer. If you can't accept defeat, you're not qualified to compete," Surge replied coldly. "That Nidoqueen couldn't beat my Agron simply because it wasn't trained well enough." Ryan's anger flared, and he replied with barely controlled fury, "While you might be stating facts, your attitude is what really bothers me. I'm protective of those I care about. Pray we don't cross paths again, or I'll show you what true despair feels like." The experience gap between a veteran trainer with 3 or 4 years of competitive experience and a rookie who'd just started her journey was vast. Even if Surge was technically correct, why didn't he acknowledge the difference in experience and training time? Most importantly, Pokémon battles typically involved holding back to some degree. No decent trainer would use such ruthless tactics that rendered an opponent's Pokémon completely unable to compete for the rest of the tournament. Such behavior truly called one's character into question. After leaving the arena with Lily and rejoining their friends, they all headed to the Pokémon Center. Nidoqueen was still in the emergency room undergoing treatment, and they could only wait anxiously for news. Lily stared at the floor in despair while Luzman held her close, offering what comfort she could. Ryan's mind was already racing ahead to tomorrow's matches. He had checked the tournament bracket and discovered that Surge would be competing at the Ice Field Arena. Ryan was determined to arrange a meeting with his opponent, one way or another. Looking at Lily's devastated expression, Ryan felt his resolve strengthen. Tomorrow couldn't come soon enough. The next day, the group arrived at the lottery venue. Ryan directly entered his information. His opponent in the final ice arena was none other than Surge. "Hey, teach him a lesson," Gladion said, patting Ryan on the back. Yeah. "We need to avenge Lily," Mallow said. "Yeah, that guy was too arrogant." "Ryan, you need to teach him a lesson," Sophocles said, waving his chubby fist. Lana and Kiawe also asked Ryan to avenge Lily. Ryan smiled. "Don't worry, I'll make him despair." Lily didn't come. Nidoqueen had just been released from the emergency room the previous night. Lily had stayed by her side all night and was now sleeping. Lily's mother, Luzman, was caring for them both. Principal Samson and Professor Kukui had gone to pick up Professor Oak and the others. Now it was just their peer group, so there was no need to be cautious about what they said. In the first match at the ice arena, Ryan walked out of the player tunnel and stood on the stage. He sneered at the frowning Surge across from him. "Didn't expect your opponent to be me? I told you I'd make you despair." "Oomph. You'll know after we battle," Surge snorted. As the bell rang, both trainers sent out their Pokémon. Ryan chose Charizard, Surge chose Agron, and the match officially began. "Agron, strike first." "Rock slide," Surge shouted. Massive rocks fell from the sky, aimed at Charizard. Charizard flapped its wings effortlessly, weaving through the falling stones one by one. Ryan said coldly, "Let him see the difference." Charizard, Inferno Spiral. Transformed this field into a blazing battlefield. Charizard brought its arms together, forming a ball of crimson flames between them. It then pulled its arms over the flames, drawing them along while leaning back and throwing them overhead. As the flames reached its head, Charizard began spinning rapidly toward its opponent. A spiral of orange-red flames with a crimson core was released, attacking Aggron with devastating force. The blazing flames engulfed Aggron mercilessly. Simultaneously, the intense heat melted the ice field, transforming it into a field of water that quickly evaporated, leaving only a deep crater burning with roaring flames. Incredible! Charizard's high-temperature Inferno Spiral directly transformed the ice field into a field of fire. "This is truly spectacular," the commentator exclaimed. "Aggron, use Roar." Surge desperately wanted Ryan to switch his Pokémon. "You're slower than a Slowpoke," Ryan said coldly. "Finish this, Fire Vortex." Charizard unleashed a stream of flame from its mouth, forming a spiraling tornado of fire that attacked its opponent. The flames trapped Aggron within, drawing in the remaining fire from the Inferno Spiral attack. When the flames finally dissipated, only a pitch-black Aggron lay motionless on the ground. Much of its metal armor had been melted and deformed. Without immediate treatment, it would be permanently damaged. "Return, Aggron." Surge recalled his Pokémon. "Go, Arcanine." "Dragon Claw to finish it," Ryan said calmly. Charizard's claws, swirling with dragon energy, formed a pair of giant spectral claws. In rapid flight, it struck with devastating force, sending Arcanine flying like a ragdoll. Moving at high speed, Charizard delivered a series of dragon claw attacks, leaving Arcanine unable to battle by the time it crashed to the ground. Charizard landed with a disdainful snort, sparks emanating from its nostrils. Surge silently recalled Arcanine and sent out Swampert. But Charizard continued its dominance, and by the time Swampert hit the ground, it was already unconscious. Looking at Surge, who silently recalled Swampert, Ryan said disdainfully, "With your skill level, you still dare to criticize others? I've already shown mercy. Go treat your Pokémon properly, and don't be so arrogant next time." With that, he left without looking back. He wanted to check on Lily. His friends also left the ice arena and headed to the Pokémon Center. Upon returning to the Pokémon Center and opening the hospital room door, Ryan discovered that both Lily and Nidoqueen were awake. Lily blushed upon seeing him and hugged him tightly, then whispered, "Thank you, Ryan." Nidoqueen also sat up from her bed and expressed her gratitude to Ryan. A short while later, Professor Kukui and Principal Samson arrived with Professor Oak and Delia Ketchum. After brief pleasantries, Ryan learned that Gary had also been defeated. Professor Oak and the others prepared to go cheer for Ash. Since Nidoqueen had recovered enough to move around, everyone decided to go together. Arriving at the grass field, Ash's match had already begun. Finding Misty and Brock, everyone sat down to watch. Just like in the original battles, Ash's opponent was Jeanette from Crimson City, and Brock became completely smitten with her. The first match was Beedrill versus Bulbasaur. Watching Bulbasaur's evasive maneuvers, Ryan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seems Ash still prefers a speed-based style, and most of his Pokémon are on the smaller side. However, Beedrill was easily defeated by a single Leech Seed, which was puzzling. But watching the parasitic seeds envelop Beedrill and immobilize it, Ryan began considering developing his own custom techniques. After all, there are variations in how moves are executed. While tournament moves and real-world applications share the same base power, the techniques and methods of use can differ significantly. Jeanette then recalled Beedrill and sent out Scyther, only to have it quickly dispatched by Bulbasaur's Vine Whip. Finally, the appearance of Bellsprout was truly eye-opening, demonstrating incredible power despite its appearance. Even Pikachu was instantly knocked out with a single slam. Seeing this, Ryan suddenly had a bold idea. What would happen if he taught his Pokémon techniques beyond the standard 4-move limit? This Bellsprout clearly wasn't using standard Pokémon moves, but rather martial arts techniques, yet it was surprisingly effective in competition. Ryan had analyzed its power level and found it was only mid-tier, not high level, yet it managed to knock out two of Ash's main Pokémon in quick succession. If it weren't for Mook's type advantage, Ash would have been in real trouble. Thinking along these lines, it made perfect sense. After all, in official competitions, trainers are limited to 4 registered moves per Pokémon. This restriction limits the Pokémon's combat versatility, but if there were other ways to supplement their abilities, it could indeed have miraculous effects. After the competition, Professor Oak invited everyone to the hotel for dinner. Delia took over the hotel kitchen and prepared a feast. Ryan and the others ate with great enjoyment, praising how delicious everything was. Mallow took out her notebook and began asking Delia about cooking techniques. After Ryan had eaten his fill, he began asking his system if custom Pokémon moves had been developed. The system hesitated for a long time before finally responding. A custom technique suitable for Charizard cost 100,000 popularity points. A custom technique suitable for Sylveon cost 100,000 popularity points. A custom technique suitable for Greninja cost 100,000 popularity points. System, we need to talk. After much deliberation, Ryan decided to activate all his system bonuses and create a modified moveset for Charizard first. He still remembered Charizard being attacked by Tapu Koko when it was still a Charmeleon. After this tournament, he'd return to Alola, determined to challenge Tapu Koko. It just so happened that after completing the main quest, he'd receive a Master Ball, a complete Charizardite X Mega Evolution set, and a random legendary Pokémon location map. With the Master Ball, Ryan decided to take on legendary Pokémon. With Charizardite X and his modified battle techniques, Ryan's first target would be Tapu Koko. He was determined to defeat it. While lost in thought, everyone went downstairs to check the tournament bracket. As expected, they ran into Ash's rival, Richie. Then the elevator power went out and Richie managed to fix the problem. After getting acquainted, Team Rocket's voices echoed through the building, announcing they needed to conduct mandatory Pokémon health inspections. Ryan rolled his eyes, wondering how so many people hadn't recognized Jesse and James's obvious disguises. He initially didn't want to intervene, but then he realized if he stopped them now, it would resolve everything instantly. Then Ash's Pidgeotto would still be able to battle at full strength. Besides, if Ash entered his next match fully prepared instead of rushing in, the outcome would be much harder to predict. Thinking of this, Ryan smiled and followed Team Rocket's vehicle to the tournament venue. Jessie then threatened the contestants with confiscated Pokeballs, claiming she'd prevent them from participating. Ryan couldn't stand it any longer. Beedrill suddenly appeared before the duo and said calmly, "By the way, you're the same two who tried to steal the sacred flame earlier. Your disguises are terrible." Beedrill pressed its needle-like stingers against Jesse and James's necks, its compound eyes radiating a cold intensity. If they dared to move, Beedrill wouldn't mind drawing some blood. After having Ash call Officer Jenny to take the Team Rocket trio away, Ryan yawned and prepared to catch up on some sleep. After all, he hadn't gotten much rest the previous day, worried about Nidoqueen's injuries. The next morning, Ryan and the others arrived at the bracket announcement venue. Ryan drew a Pokémon card with a G1 marking on it. He checked the tournament computer for his assignment. It was someone he knew, Ron, a skilled trainer from Fuchsia City who specialized in poison types and had competed in several regional tournaments. He checked Ash's bracket position, and just as expected from the original timeline, it would be Ash versus Richie. It was unclear who would win this time. Ryan went back to rest. Tomorrow's first match would be his. After much deliberation, he decided to field Beedrill, Sylveon, and keep Mutwo as his third option. The next day, Ryan took the field at the tournament arena. This was already the round of 16. Winning this match would advance him to the quarterfinals, where he'd face the final battles at the main stadium. Ron also stepped out from the opposite tunnel. Seeing Ryan, Ron smiled and said, "Hey Ryan, I finally get to face you." I've put considerable effort into preparing strategies to defeat you. We'll see how you do, Ryan replied. The bell rang, and with the referee's announcement, the match officially began. Two flashes of white light appeared, and on the field materialized Weezing and Beedrill. Ryan chuckled. Beedrill had poison typing. Not only were poison-based attacks reduced to half damage against it, but it was also immune to being poisoned. Ron clicked his tongue and said, "Did you really need to counter me so directly?" "I don't like taking unnecessary risks," Ryan said with a smile. Beedrill, Twineedle. Beedrill quickly flew toward Weezing, repeatedly striking with its twin stingers. The critical hit boost from its scope lens made it easy for Beedrill to land critical hits. Combined with its sniper ability, the damage was explosive, instantly reducing Weezing to a sliver of health. "That's brutal." "Weezing, Sludge Bomb," Ron shouted. "Ignore it and finish this. Fell Stinger," Ryan commanded. "You're forcing my hand." "Self-destruct," Ron yelled desperately. "Let's go down together." "Sorry, but I anticipated this." Beedrill, Protect. The two Pokemon's moves clashed, but Ryan's tactical foresight proved superior as he successfully baited the self-destruct from Weezing. After all, Ryan was always wary of Pokemon capable of explosive moves, so he had Protect ready. Weezing exploded with a thunderous bang, but Beedrill had already blocked the blast with its protective barrier, emerging completely unscathed. Ron sighed and said, "Ryan, you've truly gotten stronger. But I won't give up. Go, Golbat." A Golbat appeared before Beedrill and, without hesitation, charged forward with quick attack. Beedrill was instantly sent tumbling through the air, clearly agitated. Ryan said, "Since you're not using a purely poison-type team, I'll use some of your favorite tactics." Beedrill, Toxic Spikes. Purple venom erupted from Beedrill's stingers, scattering across the battlefield. The toxic spikes would poison any Pokemon that Ron switched in. Ron shouted, "Let's end this quickly." Golbat, Brave Bird. Golbat flew toward its opponent at maximum speed, slamming its body into Beedrill with tremendous force, leaving a trail of energy behind it. Ryan frowned and said, "Protect," then Fell Stinger. A protective shield surrounded Beedrill, blocking the attack. Golbat took recoil damage from the failed assault. Then Beedrill's twin stingers glowed brilliantly, piercing deeply into Golbat's wings with a critical hit, severely damaging its flight capability and significantly reducing its speed. Ryan smiled and said, "Finish it, Fell Stinger." "All or nothing." "One more Brave Bird," Ron called out. The two clashed in a final exchange. Golbat crashed helplessly to the ground, and Beedrill followed suit, breathing heavily. Fell Stinger had defeated Golbat, instantly boosting Beedrill's attack by 3 stages. But Ryan recalled Beedrill anyway. There was no point in keeping it out. It was barely conscious and wouldn't stand a chance against Ron's final Pokemon. "Golbat is unable to battle," the referee declared. "My final partner," Ron called out. A Crobat appeared in the air, looking exceptionally well-trained. Ryan sent out Sylveon. Although flying types resisted fairy-type moves, Sylveon shouldn't be underestimated. "Crobat, Supersonic," Ron commanded. Sylveon, Misty Terrain. Ryan instantly countered Ron's status condition strategy. "Crobat, Poison Fang," Ron called out. Since the fairy type's discovery, many trainers had studied it, and its weaknesses were well documented. Ron didn't hesitate to use his most familiar poison-type techniques. "Double Team, then Psyshock," Ryan commanded. Knowing that fairy types are vulnerable to poison and steel moves, how could Ryan not have a countermeasure? Double Team made Crobat's Poison Fang miss completely, and Sylveon then created a sphere of materialized psychic energy and launched it at Crobat. After successfully knocking Crobat down from the air, Ryan seized the opportunity and said, "Sylveon, last resort." Sylveon leaped high above the fallen Crobat, and as it descended, it slammed down with tremendous force. With a thunderous impact that cracked the battlefield, Crobat was no longer able to fight. "Crobat is unable to battle. The winner is Ryan from Pallet Town," the referee announced. Ron sighed, recalled Crobat, walked over to shake Ryan's hand, and said, "I lost, but I'll keep training. I won't lose to you next time." Keep pushing forward, Ryan encouraged. The two smiled at each other, a bond of mutual respect between rival trainers. On the evening of the quarterfinals, the match between Ash and Richie officially began. Thanks to Ryan's intervention, the Team Rocket trio remained in jail, leaving Ash completely unaffected. The outcome was now uncertain. According to the original timeline, Richie should have deployed Butterfree, Charmander, and Pikachu, while Ash deployed Squirtle, Pikachu, and Charizard. Charizard ultimately would have lost the match because it refused to obey Ash. The match began and Richie deployed Butterfree, while Ash sent out Pidgeotto. Ryan stroked his chin and said, "Interesting. Pidgeotto versus Butterfree. If Ash doesn't make any mistakes, he'll win the first round." The others nodded in agreement. Ash did not disappoint, defeating Butterfree with Pidgeotto. He then faced Richie's Pikachu in a head-to-head battle, dealing significant damage to the opposing Pikachu before Pidgeotto was finally defeated. Ash's Pikachu then entered the battle, swiftly dispatching Richie's Pikachu with a powerful thunder attack. Charmander, who followed, was also easily handled by Pikachu's type advantage, allowing Ash to win the match and advance to the quarterfinals. Ryan was a little surprised, but also felt it was expected. However, Ash's luck was about to run out. Ryan had reviewed the tournament bracket and, due to their intervention, Ash's opponent tomorrow would be Draco, a cousin of Lance the Dragon Master, whom Ryan greatly respected. Draco was also near Elite 4 level, and Ash couldn't defeat him in his current state. Ryan and the others returned to the competitor village, and he began to consider tomorrow's match. Tomorrow's opponent was Jeanette, who had fought Richie in the original timeline. She wasn't the real challenge. The difficulty lay with his next opponent. Ryan gathered some intelligence, revealing a competitor named Asunta. According to the information, she was from the Hoenn region and a distant relative of Steven Stone, having received Steven's guidance. Her currently known Pokémon included Metagross, Magnezone, Empoleon, Nidoking, Skarmory, and Cacturne, all of which were exceptionally powerful. Not surprisingly, Ryan's opponent in the semifinals would be her. Then it would be Draco's turn. Draco currently known Pokémon included Dragonite, Electabuzz, Crobat, Machamp, Ursaring, and Houndoom. However, he likely wasn't showing his full hand. After all, he was supposed to inherit the Dragon-type legacy, so there were definitely more Dragon-type Pokémon in reserve. Ryan shook his head, clearing his mind of overthinking. No matter how strong they were, he could just defeat them. Besides, he had saved up considerable diamonds, coins, and popularity points. It was time to strengthen his Pokémon. He hadn't touched the diamonds yet. He was saving them to buy rare candy for Charizard. He didn't hesitate to spend his coins, quickly purchasing several leftovers. The leftovers restored some health each turn, essential for prolonged battles. He equipped all his Pokémon with scope lens, except for Beedrill, which already had one. Then there were the system upgrades. Reaching the quarterfinals had brought Ryan a massive surge of popularity points, so he unhesitatingly maxed out his Pokémon's defense and special defense stats. He had no shortage of attacking power, but their defensive capabilities were significantly inferior to their offensive stats, so boosting defense was the optimal choice right now. Ryan figured that with so many popularity points from the quarterfinals, winning the championship would allow him to max out the remaining stats. He then gave Charizard his custom moveset techniques. With the addition of Rare Candy and Charizardite X, he was confident Charizard would be worthy of facing Tapu Koko. After a night of rest, Ryan and his companions arrived at the main stadium. After registering his competing Pokémon, Ryan stepped onto the battlefield. Ryan had prepared 6 Pokémon: Sylveon, Nidoking, Gardevoir, Beedrill, Greninja, and Charizard. Mutwo and Aerodactyl were still his trump cards, so it was best not to reveal them yet. Besides, even if something went wrong, Beedrill's Mega Evolution and Greninja's Battle Bond hadn't been revealed yet. His opponent, Jeanette, was also a young trainer. When the match began, they both sent out their first Pokémon simultaneously. Nidoking and Rhydon appeared on the field. "Rhydon, use Earthquake," Jeanette called out. Nidoking Earthquake, Ryan said calmly. The two massive Pokémon stomped their feet hard on the ground, sending two powerful tremors racing toward each other. The entire battlefield instantly cracked as the vibrations collided, the impact visible to the naked eye. Nidoking's earthquake overpowered Rhydon's, and the devastating tremors reached Rhydon's feet, dealing massive damage. Don't give up, Rhydon. Charge forward and use Horn Drill, Jeanette shouted. You're too slow. Nidoking, Horn Drill, Ryan said with a smile. A one-hit KO depends on speed. Nidoking was clearly much faster than Rhydon. A single Horn Drill connected with Rhydon, a critical hit that knocked it out instantly. Jeanette recalled Rhydon and sent out her second Pokémon. A Kingler appeared on the field. Ryan was speechless. Was this trainer just throwing type advantages to the wind? Kingler, use Bubble Beam, Jeanette called out. Thunderbolt to finish it, Ryan commanded. Nidoking ignored Kingler's Bubble Beam. Surrounded by yellow electric sparks, Nidoking unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning at Kingler, instantly defeating it with a single Thunderbolt. Recalling Kingler, Jeanette sent out her third Pokémon, a Fearow. Fearow, Sky Attack, Jeanette called out. Fearow soared high into the air and dove down, slamming into Nidoking with tremendous force. Ryan frowned and said, grab it, then finish with Thunderbolt. Nidoking clapped his hands together to catch the charging Fearow. Although he took damage, Nidoking, with his maxed out HP, couldn't be easily worn down. A brilliant flash of lightning erupted, and Fearow crashed to the ground, its body charred black and unable to battle. Hey, that's not how you wear down my Nidoking's HP. Can you battle more seriously? Ryan frowned. Sorry. I'm happy to have made it this far. I've been trying my best, but I'm no match for you. But I'll keep fighting for my Pokémon, Jeanette said earnestly, then sent out her Venomoth. Ryan sighed, realizing he'd expected too much from his opponent. Jeanette was also a trainer who only got her starter Pokémon this year. She didn't have system advantages like Ryan, so it was amazing that she could make it to the quarterfinals. But when facing a trainer like Ryan with his enhancements, she could only leave with disappointment. Ryan recalled Nidoking, giving Jeanette the respect she deserved. He let his other Pokémon handle the final 3 battles. Although she knew she was destined to lose, Jeanette gave her all against Ryan. Ryan also held back considerably, allowing Jeanette to avoid a complete shutout, at least preventing one-hit KOs and extending each battle for a respectable duration. Last to take the field was her starter Pokémon, Bulbasaur, whom Ryan faced with Vileplume. While it was a battle, it was more of an exhibition match. At least after the match, Jeanette bowed deeply to Ryan to express her gratitude. Leaving the arena, Ryan headed to the stands, ready to scout his next opponent's capabilities. In the semifinals against Assunta, Ash, as expected, lost to Assunta, who forced him to sacrifice 3 Pokémon. Ash's Charizard was indeed powerful, but its disobedience was a major flaw. Finally, facing such a strong opponent, Charizard's fighting spirit was unleashed, and it defeated both Ursaring and Crobat in quick succession, finally collapsing before Dragonite's overwhelming power. Charizard would surely be frustrated by this defeat, Ryan thought. However, by the time he reached the Orange Islands, Ash would be able to properly command Charizard. By the time they reached the Johto League Silver Conference, Ash's strength would likely allow him to reach the semi-finals or even the finals. Meanwhile, Assunta had also decisively dispatched her opponent. Ryan's next opponent would be her. Assunta, noticing Ryan, grinned at him with an enthusiasm that reminded Ryan of some particularly energetic protagonists from adventure stories. After a while, Assunta ran over to Ryan's section in the stands, greeted him cheerfully, and said, "Hey, I'm Assunta from Rustboro City. You're Ryan, right? I've heard Steven mention you. We'll be rivals next. I hope you can give it your all. I want you to defeat me at full strength." Ryan looked at the spirited trainer, extended his hand, and said, "Ryan from Pallet Town. Looking forward to our match. I hope it'll be an exciting battle." Assunta shook Ryan's hand enthusiastically and said, "Of course. I'll be sending out all my main team members. By the way, Thank you for discovering those fossil Pokémon. I applied to the league for a long time before I could enter that restricted area, and I captured an amazing Pokémon. It's now one of my aces. Ryan smiled and said nothing revealing. He introduced his friends, and then they parted ways. After dinner, Ryan, based on what Asunta had said, speculated that the Pokémon she had captured was likely an Aerodactyl. So, he decided to field Aerodactyl and Mutwo tomorrow. It was the semi-finals, and he couldn't afford any slip-ups. Meanwhile, Ryan decided to rest his less battle-hardened Sylveon and Vileplume, saving them for a potential finals appearance. The next day, to the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd, Ryan and Asunta entered the main arena. They shook hands in a show of sportsmanship and then took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield. As the bell rang, they both simultaneously sent out their Pokémon, and 2 Nidoking appeared on the field. Oh, both trainers' first choice is Nidoking. Everyone knows that Nidoking are fiercely territorial and competitive by nature. Which of these 2 Nidoking is the stronger? Let's find out. The announcer's commentary ignited the atmosphere, and both Nidoking seemed energized by the rivalry. Ryan's Nidoking had formed a bond with Lily's Nidoqueen, and this opponent was exactly the kind of challenge he had been waiting for. Ryan smiled and said, "Show your strength, Nidoking." Ice Beam. We won't lose either, Nidoking. Rock Slide. Asunta called out. Ryan's Nidoking opened its mouth, condensing icy energy and launching an Ice Beam at Asunta's Nidoking. Asunta's Nidoking conjured massive rocks from thin air and hurled them at Ryan's Nidoking. The attacks met in midair, the rocks freezing solid before shattering and crashing to the ground. The first exchange was a draw, but Ryan smiled. Ice Beam dealt special damage, while Rock Slide dealt physical damage. Even though it was a tie, since Nidoking typically relied on physical attacks, this meant Asunta's Nidoking couldn't match Ryan's in special attack power. Asunta, having realized this, frowned and said, "Megahorn. Let's show the difference." Nidoking, Megahorn. Ryan commanded. Nidoking roared. It loved this kind of direct confrontation. Its horn glowed with energy as it charged toward Asunta's Nidoking. Both Nidoking's horns struck their opponent's forehead simultaneously. Ryan's Nidoking only staggered back 3 or 4 steps, while Asunta's Nidoking was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. It struggled to its feet, shaking its head groggily, clearly near its limit. Ryan said calmly, "Finish it with Ice Beam." Nidoking opened its mouth and launched another Ice Beam. Asunta called out to her Nidoking, urging it to dodge. But Nidoking, still dazed from the collision, was unable to react in time, and the Ice Beam struck true, rendering it unable to battle. What a spectacular Ice Beam to end the first match. Ryan once again proves his formidable strength. So far, very few trainers have been able to defeat Ryan's Pokémon in a one-on-one battle. Such incredible power. Let's give him a round of applause, the announcer declared, working the crowd into a frenzy. Looking at the roaring audience, Asunta recalled her Nidoking and said, "You're truly amazing, Ryan. Now I'm getting serious too. Go, Empoleon." A massive penguin Pokémon appeared on the battlefield. Ryan grimaced. This was clearly targeted. Steel types resisted poison-type moves, and water types had an advantage over ground types. It was obviously designed to counter Nidoking. Return, Nidoking. Go, Greninja. Ryan recalled his Nidoking and sent out Greninja to face Empoleon. Empoleon, drill peck. Asunta commanded. Watching Empoleon spin rapidly and dive toward Greninja, Ryan said, "Grass knot." Greninja formed a hand seal and slapped the ground. Several green energy vines instantly sprouted from the battlefield, firmly entangling Empoleon's feet and sending it tumbling. Looking at the fallen Empoleon, Ryan said, "Perfect opening, power-up punch." Greninja's fist glowed with orange energy as it struck toward Empoleon. Asunta quickly shouted, "Aqua Jet." Empoleon was immediately surrounded by water and launched itself at Greninja. Greninja responded with a powerful punch, striking Empoleon squarely in the face. The 2 attacks connected, and Empoleon rubbed its face irritably while Greninja took a combat stance, eyes locked on its opponent. When Aqua Jet hit Greninja, the power-up punch hadn't fully activated yet. The residual effects of Grass Knot were still in play, and since Greninja was part water type, the water-based damage was reduced, making it relatively ineffective. Meanwhile, the power-up punch landed solidly on Empoleon, and after the hit, Greninja's attack power increased by 1 stage. Empoleon, Aqua Ring, Asunta said, apparently planning a battle of attrition. Water droplets formed around Empoleon's body, combining to create 3 rings of water around it. After healing it, they faded, but the restorative effect remained active. Ryan didn't interrupt the setup. After all, Greninja was holding leftovers, and its health was gradually recovering as well. Double team, then power-up punch, Ryan commanded. Multiple Greninja copies appeared across the battlefield, confusing Empoleon. The real Greninja then landed another punch to Empoleon's face, further enraging the penguin Pokémon. Asunta said helplessly, Empoleon, use Surf to hit everything. Ryan smiled. All 4 of Greninja's moves had now been revealed, so he felt comfortable continuing. Grass Knot again. Another wave of energy vines sent Empoleon crashing down, followed by Greninja's enhanced power-up punch slamming into its face. The combination of attacks, amplified by the previous power-up punch boost, was too much for Empoleon to withstand, and it fainted. Ryan always felt like Empoleon was trying to communicate something important, but it must have been his imagination. He watched as Asunta recalled Empoleon and prepared to send out her 3rd Pokémon. Asunta recalled Empoleon, sighed, and said, that was my mistake. Your turn, Magnezone. A UFO-shaped Magnezone appeared on the battlefield. Then, Asunta shouted, lock on. Ryan's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He shouted, Greninja, protect. Supersonic. Asunta called out. Watching the protective barrier block Magnezone's supersonic waves, Ryan felt incredibly frustrated. He thought angrily, where's the promised zap cannon? Looking at Asunta's mischievous smile, the image of her as a straightforward, cheerful trainer crumbled in Ryan's mind. This girl was crafty. Having been tricked into using his last defensive move, Ryan felt cornered. He channeled his frustration into determination and shouted, Greninja, power-up punch. There was no other choice. This was his only remaining attacking move. Grass Knot wouldn't be effective against the bulky, floating Magnezone. Lock on, then zap cannon. Asunta commanded. Ryan's eyes narrowed. It seemed he had to reveal this ability now, or Greninja might actually fall here. Ryan began forming hand signs, and Greninja also cancelled its charging punch and mirrored the hand movements. A massive torrent of water enveloped Greninja, and when it dissipated, the battle bond form of Greninja was revealed. Incredible! Are we seeing this correctly? Greninja has transformed again. Is this Ryan's secret weapon? The transformed Greninja's appearance has completely changed, and look, there's a massive water shuriken on its back. This appears to be a completely new phenomenon never documented before. The announcer exploded with excitement, enthusiastically explaining the unprecedented scene. This boy, just how much has he been hiding from me? Professor Oak scratched his head and turned to the group. Lily, you've traveled with him the longest. Have you ever seen this form before? Yes, I have, Lily replied. According to Ryan, he possesses this unusual ability called the power of bonds. It can create mysterious transformations with certain Pokémon, allowing them to achieve a new form. He calls it Battle Bond. The transformation isn't permanent. It reverts once the battle ends. He also mentioned that even without this special power, the deeper the bond between trainer and Pokémon, the more likely certain Pokémon are to achieve new evolutionary forms. Just like the Sylveon he discovered, which requires a strong emotional bond between human and Pokémon to evolve. Fascinating. I'll need to study this phenomenon further. After the match, tell him I'd like to examine Greninja for research purposes, Professor Oak said with scientific enthusiasm. Everyone listened intently. This was an incredible learning opportunity. Ryan pulled his right arm back and swung it forward with tremendous force. Greninja simultaneously launched its water shuriken from its back, the spinning projectile striking Magnezone and disrupting its lock-on. The Water Shuriken was part of Greninja's natural abilities in this form, so using it in combat was perfectly legal, just like Marowak's Bone or Farfetch'd Tesleek. Asunta frowned and said, Magnezone, Magnet Bomb. Magnezone's body crackled with light blue electricity, its magnetic components glowing as it launched multiple spheres of electromagnetic energy, each sparking with electric power, toward Greninja. Ryan moved his hands in coordination with his Pokémon, and Greninja spun its Water Shuriken with incredible precision, deflecting each magnet bomb. Lock on, then Zap Cannon, Asunta commanded. While Greninja defended against the magnet bombs, Magnezone successfully locked onto its target, then unleashed a devastating Zap Cannon that connected directly. Fortunately, Greninja was no longer pure water type in this form, but the single Zap Cannon still reduced its health by half. Another direct hit would finish it. Ryan thrust his fist forward, and Greninja immediately lunged, striking Magnezone with a powerful blow. Ignore the attack. One more Zap Cannon, Asunta ordered. Magnezone immediately rose higher, putting itself out of melee range. With lock-on successfully maintained, another Zap Cannon was imminent. Ryan gritted his teeth and swung his right hand decisively. Greninja launched its Water Shuriken at Magnezone. The Water Shuriken struck Magnezone just as the Zap Cannon hit Greninja. Greninja crashed to the ground, unable to battle. Moments later, Magnezone also fell, equally incapacitated. The triple power-up punch boosts had already reduced Magnezone's health to critical levels, and the final Water Shuriken was the finishing blow. It was unfortunate that the Zap Cannon still fired, otherwise, the outcome might have been different. Greninja reverted to its normal form as Ryan recalled it, while Asunta also recalled Magnezone. The announcer was delivering passionate commentary. After all, this was the first time Ryan had lost a Pokémon in the tournament, which demonstrated Asunta's considerable skill. The two trainers exchanged determined looks as Ryan sent out his third Pokémon while Asunta followed with her fourth. Charizard vs. Flygon. Sandstorm, Asunta called out preemptively. Sunny day, Ryan countered immediately. The swirling sand was dispelled by intense sunlight. Asunta, abandoning the weather war, shouted, Swords dance. You made a mistake bringing Flygon out against Charizard. Heat wave, Ryan declared. Charizard generated a scorching wind that, boosted by the sunny weather, surged toward Flygon. The ground/dragon type was completely overwhelmed by the superheated air, taking massive damage. Flames danced across its body, it was burned. While burned, a Pokémon's physical attacks deal reduced damage, and it loses health each turn. Along with paralysis, burn is one of the most crippling status conditions in battle. Asunta's Swords Dance had been wasted time, and if not for the stat boost attempt, Flygon might have avoided the burn condition. Return, Flygon, Asunta said, hastily trying to recall her Pokémon. Too late, Ryan shouted. Charizard, Dragon Claw. Using its incredible speed, Charizard struck the retreating Flygon with a devastating claw attack before it could be recalled. Charizard then unleashed a relentless barrage of Dragon Claw strikes, launching Flygon high into the air. A final crushing Dragon Claw sent it crashing to the ground, unable to continue. Spectacular. That's Ryan's signature Dragon Claw combination. The lightning-fast assault gave the opponent no chance to counter, defeating Asunta's Flygon decisively. What will Asunta do now? She still has 2 Pokémon remaining, the announcer exclaimed. Return, Flygon. Asunta silently recalled her Pokémon. Go, Aerodactyl. A massive prehistoric Pokémon spread its wings and soared overhead, displaying the majesty of an ancient apex predator. In the stands, Ash shuddered slightly, recalling some unpleasant memories from his own encounters with the fossil Pokémon. An Aerodactyl? Ryan watched the ancient pterosaur soar through the sky. He recalled his Charizard and sent out his own Aerodactyl. The 2 Aerodactyl were one large and one small. The large one was Ryan's, the smaller one was Asunta's. Ryan smiled faintly and said, They're both Aerodactyl, so let's see which one is stronger. Incredible. 2 ancient masters of the sky will face off in this arena. Let's also point out that the fossil Pokémon in Rock Tunnel were also discovered by trainer Ryan. The Pokémon League has designated Rock Tunnel as a fossil Pokémon preserve. Ordinary trainers are not allowed to capture Pokémon there. Only those who apply to the league can enter and capture Pokémon. Okay, enough talk. Let's watch the battle, the announcer said. Aerodactyl, Body Slam. Asunta called. Aerodactyl, Ice Fong. Ryan commanded. The two pterosaurs collided violently. Ryan's Aerodactyl took the brunt of the impact, then unleashed an Ice Fong, biting fiercely into Asunta's Aerodactyl, a super effective hit that dealt massive damage. Darn it! Roar! Asunta cried. A mighty roar forced Ryan's Aerodactyl back into its Pokeball. Then, a flash of light appeared on the field. It was Beedrill. This wasn't looking good. Ryan had no choice but to press forward. Focus energy, then Twin Needle. Don't give it a chance. Aerial Ace. Asunta shouted. Aerodactyl's immense speed was simply too much for Beedrill to keep up with. Mega Evolution could help, but there was no need to force it. Bug-type Pokémon had their own strategies. Ryan knew Beedrill was no match for Aerodactyl. Even with Mega Evolution, it could only barely hold its own. So, there was no need to reveal his trump card. Save it for the next match. Beedrill, go for it. Ryan shouted. Beedrill stared at the charging Aerodactyl and pushed forward with all his might. His reckless attack successfully landed on Aerodactyl, instantly reducing its health by over half, bringing it down to the same level as Beedrill. Then, Aerodactyl's Aerial Ace landed on Beedrill, sending it flying and crashing in front of Ryan, unable to continue battling. Ryan silently retrieved Beedrill into its Pokeball. Looking at the Pokeball, he said, "Thank you for your understanding. Don't worry, I'll make you stronger. This defeat isn't a big deal. We just need to win next time. Go, Mutwo." Ryan watched Beedrill's sacrifice, feeling a pang of heartache for some reason. Looking back at the stands, the audience's reaction to Beedrill's performance was mixed, but the general sentiment was that, while a shiny Pokémon, Beedrill was just a support Pokémon in Ryan's team. Beedrill was his first Pokémon to catch and his first championship-level Pokémon. While he knew he hadn't made the wrong decision, rationally analyzing the situation and making the right decision were fundamental to any trainer. But he's human too, with feelings. He wasn't strong enough. Forcing Beedrill to endure this, everyone probably now sees Beedrill as just a filler Pokémon. Ryan couldn't stand this feeling. He wanted to finish the match as quickly as possible. Then, in the evening's final, he decided to let Beedrill take center stage, facing his opponent's strongest Pokémon to prove it was Ryan's ace. It was as good as any Pokémon in Ryan's team. Mutwo sensed Ryan's mood, a fierce look in its eyes. A powerful pressure swept across the arena, causing even the Aerodactyl in the sky to shudder. In the games, the pressure ability wasn't particularly powerful, merely doubling the opponent's PP consumption. But in reality, the pressure was truly evident, forcing the opponent to hesitate, creating a brief gap in the flow of their moves. Such gaps could sometimes be fatal. "Don't be afraid, Aerodactyl. Use Body Slam," Asunta shouted, dispelling her Aerodactyl's fear. With a roar, Aerodactyl bolstered itself, then charged at Mutwo with overwhelming force. Mutwo simply extended its right hand and grabbed firmly, halting the Aerodactyl's charge midair. "What? Impossible!" Asunta exclaimed. "This is astonishing. The power of Ryan's ace Pokémon Mutwo is simply incredible. How powerful must it be to render its opponent completely unable to attack?" The announcer, also shocked, shouted loudly. "Finish it," Ryan said calmly. Mutwo nodded, waved its hand downward, and Aerodactyl crashed to the ground, losing its ability to battle. Incredible! Incredible! Ryan's Mutwo is simply too powerful. Asunta's Aerodactyl is no match. Asunta only has one Pokémon left. "What kind of trump card will she use?" the announcer exclaimed. "Come back, Aerodactyl," said Asunta. "It's a psychic type, perfect for countering you. Go, Tyranitar." "Naive. You underestimate Mutwo. Do you think a dark type can counter Mutwo?" Ryan said. "Mutwo, Aura Sphere." Mutwo put its hands together and stretched them forward, forming a powerful ball of energy between them. With incredible speed, the energy sphere struck Tyranitar, who was completely unable to react. Rock and Dark types combined made Tyranitar quadruple weak to fighting-type moves. With a single shot, Tyranitar was sent flying, left with only a sliver of health. Tyranitar. Darn. What kind of Pokémon is this? How can it be so strong? Assunta was helpless. It was completely on a different level. Ryan covered his mouth and nose to block the sandstorm whipped up by Tyranitar's sand stream ability. He muttered, "Mutwo, finish it." Mutwo nodded, and a bullet-sized aura sphere struck Tyranitar in the blink of an eye. Tyranitar instantly lost its ability to fight and collapsed to the ground. Tyranitar is unable to battle, so the winner is Ryan from Pallet Town, the referee announced. Here we go. The first finalist has arrived. Let's give Ryan a huge round of applause. Congratulations on securing his spot in the finals, the announcer declared. Assunta recalled Tyranitar and walked over, saying to Ryan, "What a powerful Pokémon. I accept defeat wholeheartedly. Keep up the good work in the finals. I'll be cheering you on. Make sure you win the championship." She then extended her hand. Ryan shook it and said, "Sorry, I'm feeling a bit down right now, so don't worry about it." Assunta patted Ryan on the shoulder and said, "I'd be upset if you didn't fight with everything you had. Even if I lose, I want to accept defeat wholeheartedly, right? So don't be so hard on yourself. Take my hopes with you and bring that championship trophy home." "I definitely will," Ryan said seriously.